himself as subject. And that means when he no longer posits beings as objects. Aber das nichts ist als das nicht heeft descendender scharf Saint wieder part. De bloßnichtigen. Das nichts ist niemals nix, es ist ebenso ein Eigen. Etwas im Sinn eines Gegenstands, ist das Sen selbst, diesen. Waret der Mensch dan überregnet Word, wenn sich als Subjekt. Überwunden hat UNDDH, wenn das Seend nicht mehr als Subjekt. Vorstellt. 1950, 104. The wedded opposition of absolute and dialectical nothingness is a certain modality of liberation analogous to the parturition of specific differences. From the Derridian difference, the nature of this constituting act is that it denies itself to that which it affirms, it holds itself to itself and thus crosses out its own constituting act, releasing this relation from bondage. Brogan. 1988, 36. Absolute nothingness embraces all presence, enfolds all presence, and is present in all presence. In Heidegger's words, once again, it belongs to that which is present. Being and nothingness do not exist alongside each other. One uses the other in an affinity whose fullness of essence we have hardly begun to comprehend, es gehört zum Anwesen. Sen nichts. Gibt es nicht nebeneinander. Eins verwendet sich für das andere in einer Verwandtschaft, deren Wesensvoll wir noch kaum bedacht haben. Heidegger. 1967, 247. Nag Arjuna has taught us that nirvana and samsara are not different. Samsara, i.e., the empirical life-death cycle, is nothing entirely different from nirvana. Nirvana is nothing essentially differ. And from samsara. XXV, 19. The limits, i.e., realm, of nirvana are the limits of samsara. Between the two, also, there is not the slightest difference whatsoever. XXV, 20, in autumn 1970, 158. Buddhism does not to regard the ultimate and the mundane, the sacred and the profane, the transcendent and the immanent, as states, locations, ontological regions, or in a suitably expansive sense, as things at all, and certainly not as things to be identified. Their non-difference is not a positive identity uniting positive entities. Rather, nirvana and samsara have a negative identity whereby the nature of reality in nirvana consists in the lack of self-sufficient reality in 99. The factors that constitute samsara. The emptiness of the nominal world is also the emptiness of any non-phenomenal reality that is conceived as self-existent. Samsara is no more empty than nirvana, nor is nirvana more empty than samsara. From the highest point of view, though nirvana is more empty than samsara from the conventional, practical perspective. Streng. 1967, pages 75-6. Tsungmi's crystal ball exhibits two seemingly quarrelsome possibilities for apprehension. It seems itself a murky medium pervaded by a vaguely diaphanous ghost of color. And it also seems an aperture open without reservation upon an external exhibition of color. The crystal is not given in these two different ways. It is taken in one way or the other. The very being of the crystal is Janu Ariel. It would not be what it is, were it not affected with ambiguity in just this way. The apertural vacancy, the nothingness, or emptiness, of the second seeming is thus, in Sartre's sense, a dialectical pole of opposition, and the environing saturated presence of the RST seeming is its dialectical correlate. Conceived as local, being and nothingness, suchness and emptiness, are as assuredly antithetical. And to oppose being and nothingness as thesis and antithesis, as Hegel does, is to suppose that they are logically contemporary. Sartre 1971, 47. In Sartre's view, non-being is not the opposite of being, it is its contradiction. Thus, nothingness is subsequent to being. Since it is being, RST posited, then denied, 47. This is voiced in response to Heidegger's view that nothingness does not form the concept antithetical to being, but from the start, the essence of being itself involves. 1955, 35. And Haar comments that W. Hat shocks Sartre's Cartesianism is that the world, or the in itself, might be able to lose its consistency and take on a coloring, so to speak, of unreality and of nothingness, 1980, 176. But shocking as it may seem, from a Buddhist perspective, the in itself, suchness, is always already saturated with emptiness, innately porous, insubstantial. Do being and nothingness spring, like twins, from the same womb, or is being the matrix of nothingness? While the latter represents Sartre's of-chale posture, there is much between the lines to suggest a preference for the former. There is being, in itself, and there is annihilated being. The two must not be confused. Annihilated being is being pocketed with cysts of vacuity. Being which has already begun to expire, to exhale the spirit of nothingness, rising vaporously from its internal disintegration. Consciousness is the odor of rot. Pre-annihilated being is fresh, entirely integral. As a fresh fallen apple, RST plump and full of itself, begins to decay, it offers initially the form and blush of the new fruit. But little by imperceptible little, its form 100 collapses, its burnish fades, until at the end what remains is barely, and then wholly, indistinguishable from the earth. When has it ceased to be an apple and become the nourishing richness of the soil? Perhaps the matter is practical, and depends on our continued willingness to consume it. Or perhaps it is aesthetic, and depends on its continuing to look like an apple. Or perhaps it is chemical, and depends on the continued presence within it of certain complex reactions and interactions. But such replies are arbitrary relative to purpose and motivation. There are, it seems, only two non-arbitrary possibilities, the endpoints of this continuous process of degradation. Sartre does not, however, allow that the apple of being can rot away utterly into emptiness. For we are always in medias res. Thus, the only response available to him, though one he seems not to recognize, is that being is radically moted by the event of decompression. There is a discontinuity between the fresh and the decomposing fruit. The moldering apple is no more an apple than a dead horse is a horse. The in itself is not, without qualification, to be identified with pre-annihilated being, but is rather the ontological twin of the for itself. Annihilated being is the dialectical correlate of the nothingness which arises from annihilation. There is no evacuation without vacuity, and no vacuity without evacuation. Ineluctably, the worm of nothingness lies coiled at the heart of the in itself, Sartre 1971, 56. No less ineluctably, pre-annihilated being is entirely free from the gnawing of the worm. Annihilated being is, however, exactly being in decay. And Sartre displays an implicit awareness of this distinction in his claim that before consciousness one can conceive only of a plenum of being of which no element can refer to an absent consciousness. 16. The worm-eaten in itself arises, not after, but with the for itself. Sartre's insistence on the logical subsequence of nothingness is confused. To be sure, The for itself is subsequent to pre-nihilated being, but it is a strict contemporary of nihilated being. What Sartre says of the most abstract of abstractions and the poorest, 45, the dialectical RST thesis and antithesis of the Hegelian logic, we must return to his own conception. The in itself and the for itself are two complementary components of the real, like darkness and light. Strictly contemporary notions which would somehow be united in the production of existence, and which it would be useless to consider in isolation. Pure being and pure non-being would be two abstractions which could be reunited only on the basis of concrete realities. 44. Sartre's native to the Megarian, anti-dialectic isolation of essences, 119, seems to be the very complementarity which he wishes to reject. In Sartre's penetrating observation, space is not the world, but it is the instability of the world apprehended as totality, inasmuch as the world can always disintegrate into external multiplicity. Space is neither the ground nor the gur, but the ideality of the ground, inasmuch as it can 101 ways disintegrate into gurs. It is neither the continuous nor the discontinuous, but the permanent passage from continuous to discontinuous. 1971, 254. Sartre here speaks of space in intriguingly active terms. Space is instability, passage. It is ideal to the extent that it particularizes itself, looms forward into gural denition. It is as if the gural phenomena which absorb our attention were, as modern physics says of the electron, condensations of a universal eld of force. This suggestion resonates unmistakably with Einstein's observation that space has devoured ether and time. It seems to be on the point of swallowing up also the eld and corpus cles, so that it alone remains as the vehicle of reality. Thiel 1958, 345. We have no quarrel with Sartre's view that the world, apprehended as a totality, is unstable, that our apprehension of this totality is immediately repulsed and dictated back into the gural domain, and thus that the world remains for us always ground, never gur. But if world does service for being, there is a certain discord in Sartre's remark that being will be must of necessity arise on the basis of what it is not. Whatever being the world is, it will allow this formulation: being is that, and outside of that, nothing. 1971, 36. If being were thus deemed in terms of nothingness, it could not, contrary to Sartre's postulation, enjoy the logical precedence and independence which he requires. Moreover, this formula could be varied, could ground itself in phenomenological evidence, only from a purported point outside of being, and that would seem to compromise our existential status as being in the world. Of course, Sartre is explicit that nothingness can be conceived neither outside of being, nor as a complementary, abstract notion, nor as an innate milieu where being is suspended. 56. But then, if nothingness is not extrinsic to being, being could not be deemed as that and nothing besides. And indenibility is even more inimical to Sartre's ontology than complementarity. For it is not simply that being and nothingness while remaining distinct into one another, like the interchanging fluids released from two bottles, only to discover their perfect homogeneity. Even their apparent duality is unavailable. Sartre's third exclusion, nothing as an innate milieu where being is suspended, Boehm's implicate order, our opacity within transparency, is then the only remaining option. The emptiness of Buddhism is not the abstract concept of nothingness, as the opposite to being or somethingness in general. Stren 1967, 162. As Heidegger maintains, is neither an object nor a being at all. Neither comes forth by itself alone nor together with beings to which it clings, as it were. Is the making possible of the openness to beings as such for human Dasein. Does not RST stand as a counter-concept to beings, but belongs 102. Originally to their very essence. Das Nichts ist weder ein Gegen. Stand noch überhaupt ein Seins. Das Nichts kommt weder für sich. Vor noch neben dem Seienden, dem es sich gleichsam anhängt. Das Nicht ist die Ermöglichung der Offenbarkeit des Seienden als eins. Solken für das menschliche Dasein. Das Nichts gibt nicht erst den Gegenbegriff zum Seienden her, sondern gehört ursprünglich zum Wesen selbst. 1967, 12. To be consistent, Sartre must hold that the world is unthematizable, and that being is indeniable. He rather contends that nothingness is given as that by which the world receives its outlines as the world, 1971, 51. But, if consistently, but contrary to Sartre's contention being is indeniable, there is nothing within being to distinguish it from nothingness. Sartre has not, in any remarkable way, exceeded Hegel. Nor, from the Buddhist standpoint, would the surpassing of Hegel represent a significant accretion of wisdom. As Strang explains, wisdom, in the context of emptiness, negated any one-sided assertion which required bipolar distinctions, example production-destruction, or reality-non-reality. 1967, 86. As Merleau-Ponty elucidates, dialectic self-mediation is a movement through which each term ceases to be itself in order to become itself, breaks up, opens up, negates itself, in order to realize itself. 1969. 92. Nagarjuna has demonstrated the ultimate untenability of conceptual contrast. Were we to divide say an unremarkable acreage of grass, into a northern and a southern half, we could not, then, apply the epithet northern, or southern, to the entire meadow. It is always illegitimate to attribute to the whole what, by definition, pertains only to a portion of it. Reality, the larger sense of Maluki-Aputa's world, is neither eternal nor temporal, neither night nor innite. These distinctions represent demarcations of the grassland, and cannot, then, be invoked to characterize the terrain itself. Reality is the ground of distinction, the eld of distinction, and remains unfailingly hospitable to distinction. But reality is, of itself, undistinguished. But even our pedestrian, non-metaphysical attributions, characterizing, not reality at large, but bicycles and puppy dogs in any, fare no better. At Nagarjuna's impulsion, we may have come to shun grand-scale declamations, avoiding even the thought of reality depicted in this hue or another. But to say of my bicycle, a humble ontic particular, that it is red is already to have committed myself to the nature of reality. It is to say, of real ity, that it is host to a red bicycle. And this determinate species of hospitality contrasts with its opposite, inhospitality. Reality is the eld of any possible distinction, and this includes the distinction between containing, and not containing a red bicycle. Even our grained attributions thus embroil us in contradiction. Distinction would be impossible without subtension. And 103. For this reason, we cannot abandon the eld. But we need not assume that our attributions plow a furrow across it. Distinction may no more etch the surface of reality than the international date line carves a groove into The surface of the earth. The delicacies of language express, from the Buddhist point of view, merely imaginary constructions, vikalpa, that play over the surface of the real without giving us access to it. Najayo 1979, 32. Such artises are useful, not real. If, contra Hegel, being and nothingness are abidingly distinct, if they are not to dissolve dialectically into one another, then we must affirm what we have already affirmed in the case of northern and southern, eternal and temporal, night and innite. Existence no more applies to ontic particulars than to ultimate reality. Since, as Nagarjuna avers, here absolutely are no things, Bird 1955. 170. Or as Sprung reiterates, here are no things on the middle way. They disappear into the way itself, 1978, 136. And neither, for precisely parallel considerations, do they fail to exist. Like any other conceptual contrast, the distinction between existence and non-existence is not so much a line as a crevasse through which all the things of our world disappear. We must press Nagarjuna's logic forward one null dialectical step. While distinction does assume the eld, we cannot conclude from this that the eld exists. Up this point, the ground of distinction may well have been mistaken for the indeterminate absolute, Brahman, of Veda enter realized as innate sat, existence or truth. And, as Merleau-Ponty discerns, P. Hylaso. Phy cannot conceive the absolute except as the other side of the appearance. Or the phenomenon, 1988, 39. In Heidegger's iconography, being is. In quotes. And while the existence of beings belongs, for Vedanta, to the illusory ontic realm of Maya, Brahman, likewise, is. Buddhism will not permit even this guarded, bracketed, positing of nirvana. Nirvana neither is nor is not, and indeed, neither is nor is not. Being and nothingness are seemings. Tsungmi's crystal can be seen as clouded or clear. Its experiential presence is compatible with both seemings, but compels neither. Malyola perceives that a nothing can only operate in dialectic with a non-nothing. So that any theory of nothingness buys into a theory of presence. 1986, 25. But emptiness is not, in this sense, a nothing. The concept of nothingness exhausts itself in its reference to nothingness, Anger pointing to the moon. In the remarkable dialogue with Fa Yen Wen I, 885-958. CE. A monk asked, as for the Anger, I will not ask you about it. But what is the moon? The master said, where is the Anger that you do not ask about? So the monk asked, as for the moon, I will not ask you about it. But what is the Anger? The master said, the moon. 104. The monk challenged him, I asked about the Anger, why should you answer me, the moon? The master replied, because you asked about the Anger. Chang 1971, 242. Concepts are, one and all, taken up into configurations of binary opposition. The terms of which are inevitably contaminated by each other, each inwardly disturbed by the other, Caputo 1993, 63. But nothingness, while it enfolds presence, does not buy into a theory or a concept of presence. 105. Chapter 5. The aporias of Sartre's early theory of nothingness stand forth, for us, not as the levers of dismissal, not as so many excuses for turning our backs upon a vision of immeasurable depth and subtlety, but as the faults and quagmires, the unexpected sinkholes and pitfalls, of an ontological terrain of luxuriant richness and fruitfulness. From the outset, we must chart these dangerous turns in an effort to liberate thought for a more consistent vision, and offer here a brief budget of philosophical perils. A phenomenology which stands aside from perception in order to describe it discloses to itself only the dry husk of perception. Perception wreaked at on, not the palpating act in the hush of its vivid, if also transient, existence. Being can be analyzed in terms of identity only by positing within it a subtle multiplicity, and it can be counted as unitary only if it posits beyond itself a prior nothingness. Everything happens as if is an echo, in a quasi-mythological register, of a more candid metaphysical account. Sartre's posture is disingenuous, since he is not entirely prepared to own the straight forward thesis that being decompresses in order to emphasis added free the affirmation of self from the heart of being. This would as assume purpose, motivation, agency, prior to their possibility. We have no reason to assume that, independently of consciousness, nothingness would fail to interpolate itself between the fragmentary 107 remains of an object destroyed. Destruction is not, then, produced, but only disclosed, by the for itself. Since consciousness is grounded in the in itself, the exhaustive vaporization of the in itself in absolute decompression could only spell the extinction of the for itself. Yet death, for Sartre, is reintegration into the plenitude of an in itself which ex hypothesi no longer is. Sartre's recourse is to posit human existence as always on the way. The Buddhist meditative experience of absolute nothingness is, however, the realization of the end of this way. Sartre seems merely to invert theology. The absence of God is constitutive of Sartre's systematic ontology. But this absence, the Sartrean apeiron, bearing the contour of God, assumes, against Sartre's explicit protest, the possibility of God. God is both possible and I'm possible. Nihilation cannot begin with absolute plenitude. For there is no highest altitude from which a maximum compression could be witnessed. Sartre's unequivocal professions notwithstanding, nihilation can operate only upon the pre-nihilated. Sartre harbors a certain Parmenidean conception of nothingness. As an ontological fluid, nothingness seeps into, and utterly lls, the crevasses and sewers which open within the in itself. It is displaced by being and displaces being, and in this sense, obeys the logic of a merely local non-being. Sartre confuses being, the apeiron, and being in itself. Consistency requires their discrimination. And since the in itself, not the apeiron, and the for itself are coimplicates, he lapses into the very dialectical conception of nothingness which he has taken pains to refute. The deniability of being, inapplicable to the apeiron, serves only to conream the dialectical complementarity of the in itself and the for itself. Thus, Sartre's ontology can offer no legitimate resistance to the Buddhist conception of nothingness as an implicate order, an in-night milieu where being is suspended. The Buddhist conception of emptiness does not succumb to these snares. We turn, then, to emptiness. Sartre's theory of decompression is a mirror of what Sangharakshita calls the spatio-analytic, in contrast to the dynamic synthetical, demonstration of emptiness, cf 1987, 120. In its quest for the atom, the Greek atoma, that which cannot be further cut or divided, contemporary physics 108. Has watched the purported ore of physical reality crumble into fragments. And when these fragments have consolidated into an accustomed level, it has watched the subore give way once again. shatters every last pellicle of plenitude. Thus, a thought no less than a thing, an idea equally with an empire, is resolved into a complex of innately extensive relations. Between infinitesimally small parts, Sangharakshita, 123. Events divide innately into other events. There are no irreducibly simple events to put an end to the analysis of events, to bring it to a satisfying rest, Caputo 1993. 94. And though pragmatic considerations inhibit experimental verification, there seems to be no theoretical limitation on the depths of our insecurity. Though excusing the nihilation which is Sartre correctly reports the scientific wisdom of his day, if a single one of the atoms which constitute the universe were annihilated, there would result a catastrophe which would extend to the entire universe, 786. Accordingly, to indulge a thought experiment, the operation of instruments of such fantastic power as to enable us to witness the dissolution of even the smallest known particule into lucid nothingness may absorb all of the energy in the universe. Fantasy balks, however, at the fact that our imaginary instruments themselves will reserve a significant quantum of potential energy, and the point of annihilation will not have been reached until all of the energy in the universe has been deployed. The practical impossibility of the empirical verification of emptiness is thus evident. As Watson points out, the extension in infinitum of verification could indeed the requisite strictness and closure only in failure, in refutation, that is, in cancellation, 1988, 174. But each time the foundations crumble, a direction is established, a vectorial indication of sheer emptiness is, level by level, confirmed. Our imaginary experiment could be concluded only if the potential energy languishing in the massiveness of our instrumentation were volatilized into kinetic energy. The event of annihilation, of dissolution into the limitless nihilum, would be, not an explosion, but an implosion, pulling all things our instruments, and ourselves included into the enstatic maelstrom. And it bears notice that depictions of the experience of enlightenment are not infrequently painted with similar strokes. Descending into absolute samadhi is like falling into a black hole. Time, space, causality, all objects and events are swirled down into the vortex. Perhaps it is our need for security, our desire for solid groundwork, for stance, which gives rise to invigorated attempts to discover the basic particle. And perhaps scientific claims, naive though they may be, to have done so express the anxious hope that now, at last, we may stand gripped by the deep terror of losing our footing to the abyss. If it is true, as D. Martineau represents, that all forms of anxiety come from the fact that there is somewhere in our consciousness the feeling of incomplete null. 109. Edge of the situation, and that this lack of knowledge leads to the sense of insecurity and then to anxiety with all degrees of intensity, 1981, 108. Then the cognizance which would allay our disquiet before the CHIASM is an ontological intuition of emptiness. We might expect, with the disintegration of foundations, that the great edifice erected upon them would teeter and reel, sinking in starts and tremors into the interstitial dust beneath. And the dread of this monumental collapse contributes to the horror. Successive demonstrations of insecurity have not, however, come as upheavals. The revolution is silent, without shock, leaving everything in place exactly as it was. The superstructure has not sunk, has not felt the propagation of the least vibration. We dine with our friends and family as we always have, disquieted, if at all, by the quiet recognition that our mashed potatoes, our fork, and our hand have been discovered to be a little more porous than we had thought, that the peas, the dinner rolls, our own corporeality, and that of our dear ones, while altering not the least in appearance or practical significance, have been seen to be a little more spectral, apparitional. Raried, that quietly, unobtrusively, we have become more like ghosts, and all this without anything changing. Children just learning to oat are given two important instructions. Hang on to the side of the pool and relax. We need to feel the stability of the solid edge. Without the security of the solid, the plenary, the impenetrably in itself, we could not comfortably release ourselves to the buoyancy of our watery milieu. But once we have learned the exquisite art of oating, once we have learned to release our hold, to entrust ourselves to the uplifting water, the terror of separation from the solid is dissolved. And once we have learned not only to endure, but positively to enjoy the state of bobbing aimlessly like a cork, relaxed and fully supported, we can no longer imagine why we once clutched so desperately to the side of the pool. There are, then, two ways of achieving security, one for beginners, and one for the advanced. Beginners need to feel the solid. They need foundations, Cartesian apodicticity, an ultimate ground. To be sure, the Buddhist positive is threatening. It is no ground whatsoever, it cannot be grasped as ground, reference point, or nest for a sense of ego. It does not exist, nor does it not exist. Varela, Thompson, and Ross 1992, 248-9. But the joy of the advanced is to abandon the foundational, to relinquish cognitive security, to release themselves to the abgrund, the intricate edus of our experience, its dormant and animate modes of materiality, its history and its culture, its values and its spirituality, is not demolished with the progressive rarefaction of its substructure. It simply oats, just as it is, without the least harm, in the buoyancy of absolute nothingness. Sunyata, the openness, the uncontainability, of phenomena, is by no means the foe of tathata, suchness, nor even its begrudging accomplice. As the measureless power of the sea up 110 holds the ship, the inexhaustible buoyancy of emptiness is placed entirely at the service of suchness without reserve. Were we intergalactic explorers, oating weightlessly in the deepest reaches of interstellar space, we would be, and we could come to feel, no less secure than we are at present with our feet planted RMLY on the trusted earth. For the earth, too, is aoat, as is the gyrating coagulation of planets and asteroids and dust with which it keeps company. And it is far better to release ourselves joyfully to universal buoyancy than to clutch at our petty handles of security at the cost of blindness to a universe adrift. The book which you hold in your hands, not the book considered as a species or a book considered as an arbitrary instance, but this very book, this book here, now, exactly as it is bereft of a peculiarity which, for the most part, we naively assume it to possess, a feature the absence of which would, like the crumbling of subatomic foundations, change nothing, or perhaps, in a deeper sense, would change everything, since without it, this book detaches itself from our securities and begins to oat right there in your very hands. This missing trait, which the tradition calls own being, svabhavia, is the presumed self-existence which, for Aristotle, that worst of sophists, stupid by his own unprobable subtlety, the cheap dupe of words. Bacon, 62, and for the philosophical culture still attuned to his thinking, is definitionally inalienable from the notion of substance. Substance is sentially self-existent. And for at least this reason, the Buddhist tradition roundly repudiates the notion of substance in every one of its guises. Whatever comes into existence presupposing something else is without. Self-existence, Svabhavata, N.A.G. Arjuna 1995, 716, cf. Stren 1967, 191. The reasoning is simple, and is resonant with the logic of Kripke's table. This very table could not have been made of ice instead of wood. To presume, on the part of this table, a genuine alternativity, the real possibility that it itself might either be made of wood or ice, is to presume that it is presently made of neither. Again, it is not that all the gaps are closed. Indeed, we follow Merleau-Ponty in championing the indeterminate, the ontologically laicus, nary the ambiguous, and is understood, not privatively, not as, but as an entirely positive determination. Indeed, but to the extent that the gaps are plugged, to the exact extent of the table's determinateness, the options are thereby foreclosed. It is not that the table must be made of wood, but that if it is made of wood, it, the very table made of wood, cannot, then, be made of ice. Buddhism extends this reasoning not only to the monadic attributes of a thing, but to all of its relations and modalities. Another book, a book, some book or other, might have been made of pure linen paper. But if this one was not, it could not have been. Another book, a book, might have been printed in India. But if this one was not, it could not have been. Another book might have been printed with Chinese calligraphy ink. But if this one, 111, was not, it could not have been. All the conditions and relations of a thing are constitutive. Absent its exact location on the bookstore shelf, absent even the particles of dust which end their home on its surface, it, to put the matter paradoxically, would not be it. You would have in your hands an other copy, not this one. Thus, the abolition of any condition, of any term, of a relationship in which it stands, would thereby spell the abolition of this very book. Much is implicit in the thereby. To say that B is thereby abolitioned with the abolition of A is to say that B is ontologically inextricable from A, that A is the condition for the very existence of B, and to say, more over, that the being of B is so intimately bound up with A that, in effect, its existence resides in A, not in itself. Things exist, if you will, outside of them selves. Being is ek/static, standing without the out/standing existence of a thing resides, not en soi. For Buddhism, there is neither being in itself nor immanence, but, and we say this provisionally, an autrui. Not only is a being which does not have its nature outside of itself not a natural being, cf. Merleau-Ponty 1988, 78, it is not a being at all. From the Buddhist perspective, nothing whatsoever is granted self-existence, nothing shelters its own existence within. Nothing exists in se, nothing exists per se. Phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena. And, as Nagar Junikon Reams, and neither from itself nor from another, nor from both, nor without a cause, does anything whatever, anywhere arise. I 1, 1995, 3. This extends to the very universal absence of self-existence labeled emptiness, s uniata. Ontological ecstasy is universal. Even emptiness is empty. The relativity of all things, is itself relative. Loy 1984, 443. The displacement of an object's existence, its deferral to a thing or event, or condition beyond itself, is not, however, a linear transmission, but a star burst of relinquishment. In Chandrakirti's verse, cloth is existent in its threads. The threads again in something else. How can these threads, unreal themselves, produce reality in something else? Cf. Malyola 1986, 111. The existence of this book, in the always lacunary specificity of its detail, depends upon its being printed by a particular press. But it also depends upon its being printed with a particular stock of paper, with a certain ink, and by a certain operator who happened to consume a particular cheese sandwich. 112. With a particular slice of tomato and a particular dollop of mustard, for lunch. It depends, as well, upon the particular trees, felled by particular lumberjacks, in a particular grove with a particular soil density, humidity, and reserve of nutrients, subject to particular atmospheric conditions, and enjoying a particular exposure to the sun. As Sherbatsky explains, the effect itself, indeed, is nothing but the presence of the totality of its causes. If the seed and the necessary quanta of air, soil, heat, and moisture are present in it, all other elements not interfering, the sprout is already there. The effect is nothing over and above the presence of the totality of its causes, cf. Kins 1994, pages 148-9. Minus any single one of these conditions, the book in your hands would have been different, not the same book altered, but a different book. The existence of this book is not merely distributed among its innumerable conditions, as if each were to receive a mere fraction of the estate, but bequeathed whole to each of its conditioning benefactors. Each one of these conditions is requisite for this book's existence. We have here a miracle more astonishing than the multiplication of a few loaves and cheese. For in relinquishing itself, in abandoning itself to its conditions, itself has been multiplied to infinity. To be sure, the book is nothing over and beyond its conditions. But its conditions scatter its presence everywhere. In the Buddhist vision, as for Whitehead, simple location is a pathetic, and also a pathological, fallacy. And more than this, it is a particularly virulent strain of the pathology of avidya, blindness, lightlessness. The futility of the for itself's fever to be God is thus redoubled. It is not that the in itself possess the self-existence which we would vainly wrest for our own, but that nothing, neither consciousness nor its world, is thus endowed. We know that everything is already destroyed, utterly and absolutely, ground to dust, and the dust ground to nothing. Ness, and this without the least visible hint. We know that in the domain of the infinitesimal, sub-basement after basement has resolved into clouds of microdust, yet leaving the great cathedral of our ordinary lives unshaken, unchanged. And we must now see that the resolution of the particularities of our experience into their conditions, the magnificent starburst of ontological deferral, leaves no visible sign. This unimaginable conflagration in which the aim of self-relinquishment leaps from thing to condition, forming in its explosive outrush each condition into a conditioned, and igniting then the more remote conditions in turn, until all of reality is ablaze, is insufficient to singe the wings of a humble gnat. Nothing is changed. To say, as we must, that the things of our experience are nothing but their conditions is, conversely, to say that all the conditions requisite for the manifestation of these things are present. With stark paradox, the presence of things is by no means abrogated by their absence. Presence and absence are the asymptotes of a regressive and a progressive analysis. the existence of A resides in its conditions, B. And each of these conditions, in turn, defers its existence to a further radiance of conditions, C. Were the analysis to terminate in anal, self-existent stratum of conditions, Z. The existence of A would be assured. Resting solidly upon the funda mental Z stratum, A, though conditioned, would be no less secure than the Z's. However, no null member of this astonishing reworks display sin. Till I bursting into scintillate without end is discernible. The profound position of Buddhist insight is that it has no end. And there is nothing upon which the metaphysical drive to ground, Solace 1988, 95, could vent itself. Each step of the regressive analysis is, though a vectorial indication, nonetheless a night approximation. As Zen recommends, we must climb up beyond the end of the pole. Kant affirms that, after all, theories are rooted in desires, Sangharakshita 1987, 37. Realization of the end. Lessness of ontological deferral is the great leap into emptiness. Inity, here, is not despair on the part of the night, it is not the sense that however far we go, there will always be farther to go, it is not the exhaustion and tedium expressed in the hopeless und so weiter. It is the intuitive embrace of the entire approximative series and its contiguity with the asymptote of emptiness. With the transgression of each relative limit in the endless succession of purported limits, the limit opens onto the limit. Less, Hilly 1988, 106. Transgression forces the limit to face the fact of its imminent disappearance, Foucault 1977, 34. But we need not think of the limitless, emptiness, as the number that comes after inity. Derrida has shown that this is, perhaps, what motivates Foucault's comment that, a line which closes up behind it in a wave of extremely short duration, 35. Transgression thus returns us once again right to the horizon of the uncrossable, 35. We come to see that the existence of our initial object, A, has been carried away forever, and resides nowhere. A does not exist. And this intuition easily generalizes itself, there absolutely are no things. Bird 1955, 170. Or in Huineng's poetic voice, originally, not one thing exists, Ben Lai, Wu I Wu. Gunter is more abstract, ontological dependence ensures that the thing is not the primal unit of ontic attribution. And innate deferral ensures that no complex or totality or whole of things is either. Thus, Brand can write that true being is not being object, there is, therefore, no truth of one being, 1955-1967, 204. The dynamic advent, lie, of conditioning which culminates in the present object, such as it is, has no ultimate ground. There is no first cause, no actus purus, no primum mobile. The Ben of Ben Lai, originally, is the innate AF. Fortance of innate deferral, not an absolute thing writ large, in ontological capitals, standing as the source, the archi, the principium, of the series. Suchness comes to us, lie, not out of time immemorial, as if the beginning had, like Atlantis, collapsed into the fathomless waters of forget. 114. Fullness, as if the primal event of unforgetting, aletheia, had been forgot. 10. But out of a time for which there is no first event to remember. Without an anchoring first moment, the time of this coming is not a temporal order, but a transordinal, and in an appropriate, if also paradoxy. Sense, timeless, medium of deferral. Presence is not the intimation of an absent, but memorable, being, but the innately iterated testimony of there being no being at all. The world empties itself even of itself and of us, and there is utter void. Since the Buddhists are interested in the concrete conditions of this particular concrete event, Kins 1994, 149, Buddhism is sometimes claimed to represent a species of nominalism. But a Buddhist nominalism would be possible only if the unproblematic existence of particulars were admitted. And this, from the Buddhist point of view, is simply unthinkable. Buddhism affiliates itself with the nominalist rejection of ontologically independent essences or universals. But to assume that the elimination of eidetic universality leaves the world as a rattling gourd of separate and fully determinate particulars is a failure of imagination. But we must be wary of taking the non-existence of things as our daemonum inconcussum, deriving, perhaps, a certain measure of comfort and security thereby, but also lapsing into nihilism. The mode of repudiation or denial that is characteristic of nihilism is actually a very subtle and rand form of objectivism. The mere absence of an objective ground is right into an objective groundlessness that might continue to serve as an ultimate ref. Aaron's Point, Varela, Thompson, and Ross 1992, 240. There is an area of decided agreement between Buddhism and the Sartrean theory of negats. While Buddhism will not allow that absolute nothingness is produced, nor does it accept Sartre's view that the for itself generates the nothingness which shimmers between the shards of the shattered vase, it will agree that the phenomenal manifestation of nothingness, the thematic absence of the thing, is nonetheless conditioned. The absence of Pierre arises, that is, as a phenomenon, not solely on the basis of our anticipations. These expectations must collide with the fact that Pierre is not here. Pierre may have been delayed for a number of reasons. Suppose his great-aunt, whom he dearly loved, had been afflicted with pneumonia. She would not have been stricken with pneumonia had she been younger and more resistant, and also had she not stubbornly refused the elixir of vitamins and herbs that Pierre bought for her. Like the tales of Scheherazade, our story could continue without end. Absence has its manifold conditions, as well, to which it entrusts its burden of non-existence. And these conditions, in turn, have theirs. Leaping to the inite, climbing beyond the pole, we see that non-existence, endlessly deferred, is simply nowhere. Nothing fails to exist. 115. Nothing exists, and nothing fails to exist. All is empty, sunya, and all is full, tatha. Buddhism recognizes three deleterious forms of craving. Tanha. Each, in its own way, a condition of the painful underlying bore. Dawn of the discordant psyche, the drone of suffering, dukkha, vibrating through the busyness and fuss of ordinary existence, the very level, in Merleau-Ponty's idiom, with which, not in which we live, and move, and have our being, these three being the craving for sensory gratification. Kama tanha. The craving for existence, bhava tanha. And the craving for non-existence, abhava tanha. Phenomena pirouette before us, keeping their delicate balance for a brief instant, inclining, during their momentary performance, neither toward the one nor toward the many, neither toward unication nor toward reabsorption in the manifold. Both ways lead to death. Life is a balancing act. The Sartrean in itself, positive, absolutely dense, and lifeless, lies at the extremity of unication. Yet while the avoidance of ellipsis by differential integration, which, for Heidegger, is the properly spiritual task, Fati 1992, 97, may, in its insistence upon election, be entirely admirable, it cannot be the task which Buddhism sets for itself. For the movement of integration, gathering, impels us toward oneness, toward plenary materiality, toward a lifeless suchness without emptiness. Fati reminds us that, for Heidegger, the labors of unification resist the self-relinquishing desire for annihilation, THIRD-Lust, that is often connoted by the gur of the streams owing into the sea, they gather the richness of phenomenal presence into a phenomenology. 56. The powerful Hölderlinian image is formative for the spiritual imagination of India as well. Surging through the riverbed carved by karma over numberless kalpas, countless lifetimes, Jiva at last empties into the boundless sea of Brahman, there to relinquish its illusory identity, there, at last, to die to the illusion of a separate individuality, a private ego. This expression of THIRD-Lust, however elevated, however raried, cannot represent the spiritual aspiration of Buddhism any more than the labors of unification which pull back from chasm of dissolution. For we would reach at the end only a spurious emptiness without suchness. Neither the formation nor the disintegration of individuality are to be pursued as ends in themselves. If existence and non-existence languish, in the last analysis, for want of application, the craving that pursues them is a futile passion. We end, in the Buddhist tradition, a movement of suspension non-attachment, vairagya, which is not, like the Husserlian epoche, a strategy or methodological ploy. It is not that, for the purpose of disclosing the domain of the phenomenal, we willingly forego the privilege of forming judgments concerning the existence and non-existence of things, judgments which, in the non-philosophical mode, we might naturally take to be true. The Buddhist epoche begins not with an artist, but with a vision. It is not that, in a non-philosophical 116 context, we might naturally and reasonably apply the categories of existence and non-existence, but that to do so is always unwarranted, always deluded, always a lapse into the somnambulism of avidya. To take up the Buddhist epoche is not to pretend that things neither exist nor fail to exist, but rather to see that this is the case. What remains unshaken by the Husserlian epoche, despite the voluntary relinquishment of pre-phenomenological judgments of existence, is the manifest presence of the things before us, the special object of kama tanha. And we know that within the phenomenal domain opened up by the Husserlian epoche, existence and non-existence break out once again. We may withhold our prior assumptions regarding the existence of this coffee mug. But whether the mug exists or not, it clearly appears to exist. The difference between the mug exists and it appears that the mug exists is, of course, the phenomenological appearance operator. It appears that the embedded existential judgment remains the same. Presence, thus PHE, nomenologically reduced, has not somehow been sterilized of the virus of existence, but is its very breeding culture. Presence is overlaid with positive and negative significance, inducing modalities of desire and aversion, thus giving rise to the second-level desires for continuance and discontinuance of presence, existence and non-existence, and ultimately motivating, through a species of theoretical wish-fulfillment, the twin delusions of eternalism, endless continuation, and annihilationism, endless discontinuation. Presence is thus the matrix of delusion. Assuming annihilationism, nothing could arise. Assuming eternalism, nothing could pass away. The Buddhist insistence upon the radical impermanence, anitya, of all phenom. ENA is thus more than a casual observation. It is an antidote. The epigram. Matic pronouncement of Heraclitus that all things pantare, subverts at a single stroke both eternalism and annihilation. Moreover, rad. Ical impermanence, disrupts even the passing continuity and discontinuity of presence. Presence becomes evanescent, evaporating simultaneously with its arising. Discontinuity illustrated by a staccato sequence of disconnect pulses of presence would, without retentive and protentive vectors of continuance, give no sense of ux, thus lapsing, impossibly, into eternal ism. The world becomes continually it is nothing, Stren 1967, 37. Presence, conceived as static and unambiguous identity, conceived, that is, as the Sartrine in itself, cannot withstand the insight of impermanence. If emptiness not simply the absence of presence, but, as we have seen, the absence of absence as well as the abyss into which the regressive analysis plummets, then suchness, tathata, is, conversely, the determinate evidence. The givenness of things just as they are, furnished by the progressive analysis. It is true that the existence of A resides in its conditions, B. 1. B. 2. And that A, universally distributed, is nothing over and beyond these conditions. But inversely, it is also true that these conditions obtain. Self. Existence aside, A is undeniably manifest. Buddhist ontology is an anti-ontology of emptiness. Buddhist phenomenology is a phenomenal ogi of suchness. And to invoke once again a dark saying of the obscure Heraclitus, the way up is the way down. Historically, we nd the dynamic of ma dhyamika dialectic wedded to the yagya cara insistence upon meditative experience of s uniata. Indeed, as Sangharakshita maintains, wisdom, bodhi, does not consist in the knowledge of, or union with, an absolute, but in an understanding of, and a penetration into, the real nature of Phe. Namana, 108. The thicket of complexly rooted and entangled content ions which have, through centuries of formulation, refinement and systematization, come to comprise the doctrinal body of Buddhism, the Four Noble Truths, the 12-fold chain, the three marks, and profusely more represent the deliverances of Buddhist phenomenology, the Buddhist interrogation of the evanescent phenomena of our phenomenal world, samsara. They represent the salvic saliencies intrinsic to phenom. Nal experience itself, the world ensconced truths, samvrti, discernible within a world whole, sam, imbued with lambent vicissitude, vrti. The higher truth, though not a formulaic generality lodged at the pinnacle of abstractive ascent, the supreme, parama, fruit, artha, of insight, pra. Martha, is the realization of emptiness experienced when the peace and si lens of the Himalayas ll your whole being, Sekida 1992, 219. At the palpating heart of the perfection of wisdom, Prajnaparamita, lies the gem. Like intuition of the Heart Sutra that form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Is not other than form, form is not other than emptiness. Lopez 1988, 19. Pace Rorty, this intuition has nothing to do familiarity with the language game. 1979, 35. It is a non-conceptual, unmediated openness. Form, abbreviating the standard litany of skandhas, refers to manifest phenomena manifest, but not the manifestations of a hidden reality. And we must not forget that THVE skandhas are not realities, the 6 objects of sense are by nature empty, Suzuki 1981, 35. Devoid of own being, thus devoid also of Atman, here, substantiality, holding nothing back, concealing nothing, occluding nothing, standing for nothing. Pure show, manifest form is not other than emptiness, as the way up is not other than the way down. As Lopez sagely observes, T here is a critical difference between form being empty and form being emptiness. 58. The great abyss which makes possible the endless pouring of phenomena into their conditions, is not, of course, a thing. Absolute no/thingness, is not, then, an atlas groaning under the weight of the world. While it conditions, it does not ground. An object of perception is swallowed up by the conditions which govern its presentation, and cannot be separated from them. Kins 1994, 145. Setting aside interme. 118. Diet approximations, phenomena release themselves into nothingness. Lucid perception of form is fringed with an awareness of horizontal release, meant into the void. And to experience the world clearly, we must abandon existence to truth, truth to indication, indication to form, and form to void. Brown 1973, 101. For a thoroughly permeating intuition, form has abandoned itself completely into emptiness. Thus, an object of perception is swallowed up by the conditions which govern its presentation, and can not be separated from them. Kins 145. Suzuki testes that emptiness constantly falls within our reach, it is always with us and in us, and conditions all our knowledge, all our deeds, and is our life itself. It is only when we attempt to pick it up and hold it forth as something before our eyes that it eludes us, frustrates all our efforts, and vanishes like vapor. We are ever lured towards it, but it proves a will-o'-the-wisp. 1981, 60. Yet, emptiness itself is empty. And though it might be the null condition of manifest presence, null in the sense of an asymptotic terminus, still it is not ultimate. For nothingness in its turn pours itself out, drains itself of its own nothingness. In Heideggerian parlance, das Nichts nicht tet and emp ties itself completely into each manifest phenomenon, so that an intuition of emptiness is always the perception of form. Were any given phenomenon to be accorded self-existence, the universal abolition of self-existence would itself be abolished. Thus, emptiness is indebted to each manifest form, and repays this debt with the absence of absence which we call presence. Form empties into emptiness, and reciprocally, emptiness empties into form. Thus, a two-level world, of time and eternity, is dissolved within the dynamics of emptying, the emptying activity of highest truth. Streng 1967, 38. The cyclical dynamic of emptying is elegantly expressed in Levin's words. Depicted in its archetypal form, i.e., as a circle, the hermeneutical gesture is, of course, a welcoming gathering into a whole, but the whole it makes is open, not totalized, as a gathering which encircles. The hermeneutical gesture inevitably alludes to a center, something precious and worthy of protection. But the center is only evoked by the encircling, the gesture makes no move to point to it directly. There is nothing in the center, nothing at all. In the center of the hermeneutical circle, there is only emptiness, the presencing of an absence, the absencing of a presence. No origin, no goal. Nothing is there to be grasped, nothing to be posited, nothing to be possessed, nothing reached. 1985, 164-5. Every event of reciprocity, co-constitution, mutuality, every circuit of dependence, the interdependence of suchness and emptiness being the pertinent. 119. Instance embraces at its heart a nothingness. We have called this non-orig. In adding, unattainable centrality absolute nothingness that into which the plenary and the vacuous equally dis/solve, the solution or re/solution of all quandary. But while it illustrates the operation of dissolving, logo, its work is not, contra Agamben, that of leading the relative phenomenon to its own *se, to suis as to solus, dissolving it absolving it of every tie or alterity, Agamben 1991, 92. Agamben claims that to think the absolute sines, thus, to think that which, through a process of absolution, has been led back to its own most property, to itself, to its own solitude, as to its own custom. For this reason, the absolute always implies a voyage, an abandonment of the originary place, an alienation, and a being outside. If the absolute is the supreme idea of philosophy, then philosophy is truly, in the words of Novalis, nostalgia, Heimweh, that is, the desire to be at home everywhere. 92. Caputo thus queries, how can you have an absolute relation to an absolute? Would not the very relation and correlation dissolve the absoluteness? How could anything be related to what is absolute other, since the absolute absolves itself of all relation and correlation? 1993, 80. But far from the anchor which tethers the world ship, absolute nothingness is rather the boundless sea upon which we end ourselves adrift. It is delusion to dream of the security of the home port. Absolute nothingness is absolute homelessness. Yet we must recognize that even the interior nothingness, which centers reciprocal dependence, even absolute nothingness, is ontologically relative. As Strang explains, emptiness is represented neither by the center, from which all points on the circumference radiate, nor by the points at the end of the radius. Nor is it even the relationship between the center and the circumference, but it is the recognition that center, circumference, and radius are mutually interdependent things which have no reality in themselves, only in dependence on other factors. 167. Is always the between. If the mind takes up residence in any relative of sense, even the most abstract, the most nebulous, it forfeits the tuition. But to lodge in the between as if there, at last, we had found the rock of salvation is no longer to be in between. In the words of Ryaho, 1305-84. CE, enlightenment and illusion are one. Do away with both, but don't remain in between either. Cf. Strike and Takish 1963, 63-4. And in this sense, authentic enlightenment occurs when consciousness neither bows to pratityasamutpada, as if one's thoughts and perceptions were thus conditioned by extraneous conditions, nor rises above the law, observing it from an aerial vantage point, pensée de survol, as an objectual theme of contempt. 120. Plation and point of attachment, but rather realizes, and thus becomes, the principle itself. In Hyakujo's pronouncement, he enlightened man is one with the law of causation, Reps 1989, 91. Malyola tells us that the authentic experience of sunyata runs a sort of Maoist continuing revolution against focus. 1986, 104, and as such is a soteriological therapy. Not an ultimate truth or ontological category, Coward 1990, 145. In Zen, as Herr Eigel remarks, human existence as such is ek static and ek centric, whether we are aware of it or not, 1968. Or as Strang puts it, Sunyata is both relatedness and emptiness, it stands between the absolute and the conditioned phenomena, 1967, 167. Like the Derridian difference, emptiness erases its essentialization or phenomenologization. Gask 1988, 51. In its impish elusiveness, it beckons at the corner of the I. But when one turns toward it the chronic comportment of intentional consciousness, it has vanished. This is not to deny the Buddhist testimony that T here is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, uncompounded. For if there were not this unborn, unbecome, unmade, uncompounded, there would be apparent no escape from this here that is born, become, made and compounded, see Efkins 1978, 76. But this must not be conceived as an impermeable, impenetrable, indivisible absolute plenum of being, an atom in its original acceptation, or as a primal, a relative, and, in Agamben's sense, absolute vacuity. We must not relapse into the prejudice which lulls most Western philosophies into representing the uncombined as equivalent to simple. Strang, 37. No less than difference, is older than being itself, and still more unthought than the difference between being and beings, Derrida 1982, 67. Like difference, Sunyata is not a source, it is not an origin. And that proposition follows, at the least, from this one, there simply is no simple. One could soon show that the concept of origin never operates without that of simplicity. Brogan 1988, 85. The uncombined is rather innately permeable, innately penetrable, innately divisible, and free from combination exactly because there is, within it, no thing. It is pure between. We would have no brief against Agamben's conception of the absolute were this medium of dis/solution considered as the authentic suis, the genuine solace, of each noumenon, if it were recognized that pure solitude is absolute non-solitude. Brogan, 85, if each phenomenon were to end it/self realized in selflessness, and if absolution were not the abnegation of every tie or alter, every specific modality of betweenness, but the realization of absolute relativity whereby the girl thing is resolved into horizontal betweenness. What Merleau-Ponty says of the unconscious, we must say of the realization of emptiness. This unconscious is to be sought not at the bottom of our selves, behind the back of our consciousness, but in front of us, as articulations of our eld. It is unconscious by the fact that it is not an object, but it. 121. Is that through which objects are possible. It is between them as the interval of the trees between the trees, or as their common level, 1969, 180. This extraordinary depiction of the unconscious is even more remarkable in conjunction with Merleau-Ponty's parallel depiction of reality. Both receive exactly the same characterization. Reality is not the screen upon which our views of things are projected, nor is it the views themselves. Rather, the reality is their common inner framework, membrure, their nucleus, and not something behind them. There are only other views still conceived according to the in itself projection schema. The real is between them. This side of them, 226. Like Merleau-Ponty, Buddhism and DS no use for the preposition, behind. Behind phenomena there is nothing, not even nothing. There is no sub/stance. There is only the abyss which gapes between the trees of our experience, between the constituents of the trees, and tween the constituents of these constituents, until all is swallowed up and lost, until the authenticity of all is rediscovered in its utter relinquishment of self. As Nagarjuna observes, is simply an alternative expression. For whatever is dependently co-arisen, 1995, 24:18, 20, 69. The Buddhist archi, the principium not oldest or rst in the order of the later, or the derivative, but rather transordinal is the non-originary principle of pratitya samitpada. Pada, cognate of the Latin ped, ancestral to our pedal, pedestal, pedestrian, enacts the primal comportment of the foot, stepping, standing, arising, utpada. But this standing is not the plant ing of the feet upon terrarima, the gesture of belligerent self-assertion, the vertical posture of solitary, isolated rectitude in contrast with the horizontal plane stretching beyond, the event of standing out or becoming girl. It is, rather, a standing together, samitpada. That no one stands alone is not a matter of courtesy or political etiquette, nor of frailty or infirmity, but of ontological dependence, pratitya. Each thing depends, for the possibility of its arising, its coming to be, upon innumerable others. Not one thing exists, wu, literally, there is not one thing. Each owes its being to all others, and, as we have seen, this ontological debt is stamped paid. 4. The existence of each resides in the other. No matter how powerful a thing is, its power is deferred to others, no matter how good, its goodness resides in others, no matter how intelligent, its intelligence is relinquished to others, no matter sacred or holy, its sacredness, its holiness, is absorbed in others. There is, then, a power, a goodness, an intelligence, a sacredness to the originating dependently which necessarily exceeds that which is manifest in any particular thing. Modifying the Anselmian formula, emptiness is that than which no thing greater can be conceived. Is not, however, to be conceived as God. It is not an ens realissimum in Nietzsche's words, t hat which is last, thinnest, and empty. 122. EST. 1968, 37, but rather, the condition for the reality of any ens, it is not personal, but the condition for the arising of personality, it is not a creator, but the condition for the arising of all things. In the original discus Zion of Derrida's paper on difference, Bryce Perrin inferred concerning this odd non-concept, non-word, that since it is the source of everything and one cannot know it, it must therefore be the God of negative theology. Brogan 1988, 84. Derrida's response is intriguing, it is and it is not, it is above all not, 84. We have here a mirror of the analogous Buddhist response. Whatever temptations there may be to succumb to this identification, it is, the familiar evasion of categorical and ontic attribution. For example, it is above all not. No conception of divinity, no matter how rareed, no matter how thoroughly purged of anthropocentrism, no matter how completely fumigated of the conceit of personality and creativity, no matter how self-consciously paradoxical, can enjoy adequation with emptiness. For the purity of sunyata is not purity and void considered as an object of contemplation, but a non-seeing, a non-contemplation, in which precisely it is realized that the mirror or the original mind, of prajna and emptiness, is actually a non-mirror, and no mind. Merton 1967, 32. Concepts apply only, and at best, to things, perhaps, as large as the universe, as vast as infinity, as nebulous as indeterminacy, or as raried as being, but emptiness is not a thing, even a supreme thing. Like difference, emptiness is not a concept. In Nag Arjuna's words, the victorious ones have said that emptiness is the relinquishing of all views. For whomever emptiness is a view, that one will accomplish nothing. 1995, 13:8, 36. To conscript Dufresne's words for our own purpose, the Sartre Pyrrhon is, as we have seen, not the negation of God, but a negative God, un Dieu en négatif, 1973, 19-20. An ontology, like that of Sartre, ruled by binary exclusiveness must abnegate the conjunctive attribution of opposites. Nothing, for Sartre, can be both in itself and for itself. This ideal synthesis, the systemic contoured absence of God, is always indicated and always possible. 1971, 792. It may be that contrast elicits depth. Whitehead. 1978, 114. But inasmuch as binary differentiation requires a ground, the missing God makes ineliminable reference to that which is deeper than contrast the ni swa ni por swa, and the God banished by binary exclusiveness is once again permitted by the very condition of binary exclusiveness. The ontology of emptiness is not in this way betrayed. To be sure, emptiness, like a universal solvent, exhibits its disintegrating character toward all beings, Stren 1967, 168, and in this sense welcomes 123 them into itself, is thus hospitable even to a purported supreme being, the greatest, mightiest, most venerable thing of them all, but only at the cost of self-existence. Deity, if it exists, must, with all other beings, forsake its pretense to be a foundation unto itself. From the Buddhist point of view, the Sartrean category of the in itself is not merely vacuous. The category is neither populated nor evacuated. It is incoherent. There is no genuine categorical distinction to be made. And if not, there is no binary exclusion at play. It is not that the in itself for itself fails to exist, or even fails to exist out of systemic necessity. As an amalgam with the incoherent, it is simply unthinkable. Everything gods and mortals in Clud bows to the principle of Pratityasamutpada. Buddhism does not, then, permit in the night the God which it banished by day. The God of Sartre's theological imagination, the conscious source of itself which is given to pulling itself up into existence by its own bootstraps, is not unwell not ostracized from our philosophical company. It is simply non-sense. Even emptiness itself, empty of itself, is radically indebted to each particular phenomenon. Even the absolute nothingness embraced within the reciprocal dependence of form and emptiness is devoid of own being. Though nothing prohibits a non-theistic metaphysic, a metaphysical Zion without God seems somehow deprived, deficient, as if failing to conform to a prototype in which all of its resources are maximally utilized. A rudimentary metaphysic arises at the conjuncture of two conditions, RST. There must be a framework of binary conceptual opposition, and second, one of the terms of that opposition, or a suite of such terms, must be ELE. VAT to a preeminent ontological or originary status. Buddhism is not, in this sense, a metaphysical view. Though admitting a purely local and circumscribed, intrasamsaric, sense of opposition, this opposition vanishes in the global appreciation like the obverse and reverse sides of the Mobius strip. The Buddhist path begins and ends with sila narrowly, morality, but, in a more generous sense, attunement of our intentions to the good. But, just as a line traced along a single side of the Mobius strip will rejoin itself, without shifting sides, though paradoxically appearing on both sides, the Buddhist wayfarer, while cleaving to the good, will traverse its opposite, without wavering from the path. In this vein, Hui Hai can say that ultimate realization is beyond realization and non-realization. Ultimate voidness is beyond voidness and non-voidness, Blofeld 1972, 82. And in words that evoke the circuit of relinquishment of which we have spoken, the Buddha is represented as saying, beings, O subhuti, as no beings have they been taught by the Tathagata. Therefore they are called beings, Kans 1978, 100, and 1-2. Binary polarities have their proper work in our ordinary, local, transactions. They have no universal utility whatsoever. 124. Ever, and cannot, then, serve our understanding of reality writ large. Co. Ward expresses the Derridian complaint that these opposites have not been seen as equal entities. The SEC on term is always put in the position of being a fallen or corrupted version of the RST. Thus evil is the lack of good, absence is the lack of presence, error is a distortion of truth, and difference is an obstruction of identity. The two terms are not held in an opposing tension but are placed in a hierarchical order that gives the RST term priority both in time and quality. 1990, 52-3. The promotion of one pole to cosmic significance ontological or originary priority to the exclusion of its opposite is thus impossible. And Buddhism has no pretense to metaphysical profundity. Metaphysical relations presuppose that there are already XED entities and concepts which are then related. The relational character of difference must be of an other sort, Brogan 1988, 32. And concordantly, Buddhism and DS no place for the XED. To say that no thing is greater than emptiness is not, of course, to say that emptiness is of unsurpassable greatness. All that a thing is its being, its goodness, its power, its intelligence, its sacredness is owed to its conditions, and these conditions efface themselves, in turn, in favor of theirs. Is the name for the possibility of this endless reversion and for the asymptotic resolution/dissolution toward which it unfolds. Any merit, any distinction, any excellence the thing might seem to possess, is due nally, to emptiness. But as the rain falls upon the just and the unjust alike, so emptiness conditions not only the bright and the good, but also the demonic, the wicked, the destructive, the heinous. Evil, no less than good, owes its very possibility to sunyata. And if emptiness were to become, in an unproblematic sense, quite literally good in inheriting the goodness of what it conditions, it must also, and then inconsistently, become evil. The unintelligibility of applying this local incoherence to the global signals that emptiness cannot be conceived as good in the contrastive sense. To echo Hui Hai, ultimate goodness is beyond goodness and non-goodness. Beyond does not, however, signal the Hegelian Aufhebung. In a passage of unusual lucidity, Derrida confesses that if there were a definition of difference, it would be precisely the limit, the interruption, the destruction of the Hegelian releve wherever it operates, 1972, 40-2. Or as Caputo remarks, the strategy behind difference is to see to it that no thesis or position ever gets RMLY enough into position to begin its course of opposition and composition. No dialectical relief is ever attained, 1993, 64. If he dialectic become thesis is, in Merleau-Ponty's trenchant image, embalmed. 125. 1969, 175, then a good dialectic must be mindful of the fact that every thesis is an idealization, that being is not made up of idealizations or of things said, as the old logic believed, but of bound holes where Seneca never is except in tendency, where the inertia of the content never permits the denning of one term as positive, another term as negative, and still less a third term as absolute suppression of the negative by itself. 94. Hegelian synthesis exemplifies a more advanced metaphysical schema in which binary exclusiveness is preserved, if also moded, but promotion to originary status, the princely position of the principium, the august aura of the archie, is conjointment. For Buddhism, there is no global unity of opposites, since opposition vanishes in the global vision. If Sartre's ontology represents the forced choice, either / or, and Hegel's represents conjunctive disparity, both / and, the Buddhist anti-ontology is, in Adorno's idiom, a negative dialectic, a neither / nor, bearing in mind the intimate embrace of identity in its most radical form, that of omni-qualitative fusion, and the Sartrean in itself. Adorno's portrayal of the dialectic is especially poignant. Objectively, dialectics means to break the compulsion to achieve identity, and to break it by means of the energy stored up in that compulsion and congealed in its objectications. 1973, 157. The pulverization of the in itself requires, then, more than the ghostly antics of cerebral thought, though also less than the muscular application of hammer to anvil. If, as Adorno discerns, the appearance of identity is inherent in thought itself, in its pure form, to think is to identify. 5. Indeed, if we can see through the identity principle, but we cannot think without identifying. 149, then although the Sartrean phenomenological ontology is entirely reasonable in postulating the in itself as a condition of our thinking about the deliverances of phenomenological investigation, this very condition must be seen through. And in light of this seeing through, the Buddhist pra/Jaina reasonability is transformed into absurdity. In Corliss's fortuitous phrase, emptiness is parsed as analytic transparency. There is a paradox of considerable urgency that attends the loose ending up analysis, whereby the parts and distinguishable features of a complex whole are brought to thematic givenness, and whereby the whole as such thereby recedes into the experiential background. Subjecting Eddington's table to physical analysis, for example, we begin with the whole and end with a vespiary of particles. Or in Eddington's words, plank has no solidity of substance. To step on it is like stepping on a swarm of eyes. My scientific table is mostly, we would say, entirely empty. 1935, 6. If our intention is to effect an analysis of the phenomenal table, we expect at the end what we posited at the beginning, namely, the 126 phenomenal table. Instead, contrary to expectation, we nd the scientific table, a phrase which clearly marks a concession to ordinary discourse. The scientific table is a nebula of micro-interactions, not a table in any humanly recognizable sense. The phenomenal table has disappeared, has become thoroughly transparent, upon analysis. For some philosophers, this apparent loss of the analysandum is troubling. For the Buddhist, it is lucid truth. Things disappear upon analysis because, once again, THIRD-WORLDISM are no things, Bird 1955, 170. Philosophers have, however, sought to retrieve the original whole within the rattling assemblage of severed parts. And there is an unobjectionable approach to this end. With exposure, the trees come out, and the forest recedes. Sartre decompress. Zion is an unquestionable phenomenon of our experience. But then press Zion, the dynamic of saliency, is not analysis. Or to take a different, but parallel example, one which represents the extraordinary contribution of Nagarjuna, the Dinishan, understood as an analysis of meaning, affects an entirely congruent transparentization of its dinyendum. If triangle is deemed as a plane, closed and rectilinear You're with 3 sides and 3 interior angles, the sum of which is 180 degrees, we search in vain among its stock of essentials for triangularity. 2. Dimensionality, rectilinearity, 3-sidedness, and the like are each atly distinct from triangularity. Triangularity is remainderlessly deemed in terms of concepts which are clearly different from triangularity, its identity solves into difference. For identity can never be anything other than the suppression of difference, Dews 1988, 170. Triangularity itself has vanished in its denition. Or rather, its authentic selflessness, Anatman, has come to light. Denition is not tautology, but rather, heterology. It does not indulge itself in the thought of a two autos, of something self-same on dergirding or overseeing what is happening, Caputo 1993, 224. Adorno claims that a New York denition is identification, 1973, 149. And if so, triangularity would be identical with a certain reserve of intrinsic attributes. Enigmatically, however, denitional identity siphons off all vestiges of a self/same deniendum. Denitional identity is, then, the repudiation of identity, not a or identification which leaves both terms intact, but the vaporization of an inalienable term which abnegates the ostensible relationship between them. Remarkably, however, in the very disappearance of the term subject to denition, there is light. Appearance is not, then, the extinguishing of the illumination of presence. On the contrary, presence is gross darkness. The relinquishment of presence analytic transparency is itself the effulgence of significance. Paradoxically, denition illuminates with meaning exactly by disrupting arsation upon an asan cybal locus of meaningfulness. Here, again, we have an analogous Maoist. 127. Revolution. Meaningfulness is possible only to the extent that girl attachment is abandoned. Sealed off from the world, incapable of immediate disclosure, a dictionary. Nary is always the site of potential circularity. We look up existence and it deemed in terms of being, we look up being only to be restored to the denition of existence. Not uncommonly, such loops and circuits are both more extensive and more complex. A may receive the denition. B may receive the denition. C, and thus forward. Still, if, along the way, some Z receives the denition, A, we abandon hope of null intelligibility. Attempts to remedy the ailment of lexical circularity have included the desperate strategy of postulating a denitive Z level of simple, indeniable, and intrinsically intelligible terms, the ultimate building blocks of our more complex forms of conceptuality. But indenibility and intelligibility are, incompatible. Meaning is posse. Bli only through the volatilization of typical of denition. Perhaps, indeed. Meaning is this volatilization. It is not simply that, purportedly simple and indeniable terms are haunted by the specter of possible incomprehension. But rather that incomprehension is constitutive of a term's reputed atomic. Its ostensible inability to resolve itself into an aggregation of disparate concepts. Moreover, comprehension is in no way served by repetition, the only possible denition of an atomic concept. Perhaps, in some attenuated sense, cat means cat. But if, in the beginning our incomprehension is genuine, to be offered the very same term in response to our solicitation of meaning is to be left entirely in the dark. Paradoxically, then, cat cannot mean cat at all. Conning ourselves purely to the lexical domain, we have seen that loops and atoms are incapable of rendering significance. What remains is the innate succession, attained, in part, in terms of B, in terms of C in terms of D, and thus without end. Each term in the chain is definitionally volatilized without circularity and without repetition. Each is therefore meaningful. Of course, no physical dictionary, no circumscribed aggregation of marks, could offer itself to such endless inscription. But perhaps intelligibility exceeds its inscription. We end here, in the conceptual realm, a mirror image of the innate decomposability of the phenomenal. If each term is meaningful, it is also transparent to denitional analysis. And the interminable regression thus born becomes a eld of emptiness. There are, then, no terms to be deemed. Or perhaps, on the other hand, conceptuality does not exceed inscription. But perhaps, also, our dictionaries do not have to be so voluminous. After all, this would be the case if, contrary to the familiar Derridian dictum ilny apada or text, there is nothing outside of the text, or leader. 128. Ally, there is no outside of the text, cf. Norris 1982, 41, there actually were an or text, and if, moreover, significance consisted, not in such end less deferral, but in the word somehow opening out upon, effacing itself before, the phenomenal. After all, philosophy is not a lexicon. It does not seek a verbal substitute for the world we see, it does not transform it into something said, 1969, for cat, then, would mean the extraconceptual, extralinguistic cat. The term would empty itself into the purport edleontic, or at least phenomenal, domain. Of course, in this sense, meaning not given by verbal denition bypasses the dictionary entirely. Buddhism discloses the fact that the terms of ordinary language do not express the real facts of existence, Thomas 1953, 218. We have no need to deny a language external reality. As Caputo insists, there is certainly something outside the text. There must be. Otherwise textuality would be a closed system, an internally coherent system, uninterrupted by anything else, anything alter, which would be to embrace everything that deconstruction resists. Difference does not lock us up inside anything. On the contrary, difference is a doorway, a threshold, limen, a door through which everything outgoing, reference, messages sent, etc., and incoming messages received, perceptions, etc., must pass. A threshold poses both an inside and an outside. Caputo 1993, 76. We may, of course, wonder how we come to theorize about whatever NAL or external alliance might bridge text and or text, since our speculations regarding this affiliation constitute yet another text. But we should recall that the limit of language always falls within language, it is always already contained within as a negative, Agamben 1991, 17. What Merleau-Ponty says of the philosophy of Reaction can be immediately transposed as a critique of the closure of textuality upon itself, once one is settled in it. Reaction is an inexpugnable philosophical position, every obstacle, every resistance to its exercise being from the RST treated not as an adversity of the things but as a simple state of non-thought, a gap in the continuous fabric of the acts of thought, which is inexplicable, but about which there is nothing to say since it is literally nothing. 1969, 44. Moreover, inasmuch as indicative meaning presumes the existence of its locus, the innate porosity of the phenomenal deprives cat of significance. Meaning is inescapably a form of self-emptying whether the recipient of this endowment is conceptual or phenomenal. We escape the emptiness of conceptual meaning only at the peril of falling into phenomenal emptiness. Fleeing phenomenal emptiness, we are caught in a ceaseless pattern of reverberation because we 129 have not yet learned to oat. Learning nally, to release ourselves confidently and joyously to s uniata, we enter into anechoic stillness. Meaning is everywhere, but nothing no/thing means. All the bubbles which we took to shelter within themselves the delicate quintessence of significance have burst, and this fragrance imbues reality without inhering in a single thing. 130. Chapter 6. Nihilation, the repudiation of coincidence, the opening of an impalpable sewer in being, Sartre 1971, 124, which renders the total plenitude, the perfect equivalence of content to container, 120, porous and lacunary. Is, to risk indelicacy, an ontological fantasy. As Flinkan reams, it is revealed to consciousness only in the imagining act, Flynn 1980, 106. Not only is imagination an essential and transcendental condition of consciousness, Sartre 1991, 273, specifically, of our consciousness, of nihilation, but in its production of the objects of negation, and of privation, Flynn 106-7, imagination shows itself to be nihilation. And if to imagine is simultaneously to produce an imaginary object and to make oneself imaginary, imaginarizer, Sartre 1971-72, 912 n, Flynn, 108, then not only are nihilation and the negates which arise from it fabulated, but also we who nihilate. And in postulating that for a consciousness to be able to imagine, it must be able to escape from the world by its very nature, it must be able by its own efforts to withdraw from the world. 1991, 267. Sartre sets himself up for Merleau-Ponty's stinging comment that he seems to have deliberately taken up a position in the realm of the imaginary. 1955, 262, and that he had decided to enclose himself in words, 270. All the difference, all the articulation and salience, all the relation and structure, all the richness and diversity of our world are incredibly purely imaginary. We do not discover the sewers, the gaps, the disparities, the distances, the absences which engender the extraordinary variegation of experienced reality, we create them by imagining them. Or rather, we do encounter objective nothingness, and counter it as already eating away at the solidity of being. Nihilation is an ontological act, but only after we ourselves have given birth to it. Sartre teeters unsteadily on the brink of idealism, and would no doubt succumb were it not for his realism with respect. 131. To the in itself, the screen upon which our imaginative projections play. Sartre confesses a psychological penchant for realism out of a taste for feeling the resistance of things, but most of all in order to accord to everything. I saw its character of unconditional absolute. I could enjoy a landscape or sky only if I thought it was absolutely as I saw it. 1984-83. And he can be assured of this, since the as is controlled by annihilation. The purported event of annihilation is the indispensable condition for the arising of self-consciousness in all of its Sartrean modalities, the reactive consciousness of consciousness, consciousness of the summation, the pattern or gestalt of acts, states, and dispositional qualities, the ego, thematized in reaction, and the pre-reactive self-presence consciousness, of consciousness which enforces, in the non-positional mode, a subtle, I'm palpable, but nonetheless perpetually suggested and haunting hiatus between consciousness and itself, the self that it would be, both in the sense that consciousness is informed with a certain nisus to be what it cannot be, and in the sense that, like the peril of the moth attracted by a aim, the realization of this futile passion would spell the annihilation of consciousness. In Sartre, consciousness is continually being frustrated by being thrown outside of itself, for consciousness can never achieve happiness or repose in itself. Thus, a Sartrean consciousness is denied the absolute. Silverman 1988a, 302. Buddhism never denies the self as appearance. It never needs to. Appearance is appearance. And a Buddhist phenomenology and as much in Sartre's description of the self to admire. But admiration is not adoration. And if ontology is the interrogative word of adoration in the ear of the abyss, Burke 1990, 83, Sartre stops short of hurling the apparent self into the void which devours all things, but at the same time, allows all things blossom, to borrow Diogenes' poignant phrase, like hours of emptiness. In Baudelaire's exuberant vision, everything in me gives itself to others. 1988, 129. And if the task of phenomenology is to trace the efflorescence of constituted objectivity to its rootedness in the dark, rich interiorized illumination of pre-objective experience, we must unearth the roots. Or rather than expose the tender downshoots to the harsh light of analytic day, we must appreciate, sensitize ourselves to, the dark/bright soil in which they are suspended. Sartre's arrested ontology sinks no deeper than the in itself, the primordially structureless infrastructure of annihilation. But the taproot of the self draws its nourishment from the nurturant ground of emptiness. If here is not the slightest emptiness in being, not the tiniest crack through which nothingness might slip in, Sartre 1971, 121, being becomes a plenary atom, atoma, not only undivided, but, in principle, indivisible, and incapable of porosity, soaring. It becomes individual. Indivisum, like a seamless garment, with a stitch or mark on it, unmarked. 132. By any genus or species, any category or class, glass, Caputo 1993, 74. And this thus ineffable, marking a breach in the surface of philosophy. 73. Philosophy is fractured by the infrangibility of being. The indivisibility /individuality of being is ruled by a principle for what falls outside principle. Please, a covering law for what law cannot cover, for a kind of outlaw. 73. Being cannot be cut, cracked or bored into. It is not, and cannot be, the sight of a whole or interstice. In short, as we have seen, Sartre harbors a quasi-Parmenidean conception of being. Being is a block, a plenum, intractable in its refusal of intrusion. And we have no doubt how Nietzsche would regard this Sartrean conception, evil I call it, and misanthropic all this teaching of the one and the plenum and the unmoved and the sated and the permanent, 1954, 2. Unlike the Parmenidean estin, however, being is the content, the contentment, not of reason, nous, but of preconceptual intuition. For rationality, which could scale reality only by digging its toes into the crevasses, would only slide off the smooth and frictionless surface of the in itself. This effectively disconnects the easily assumed connection between rationality and the real. There is nothing on the part of the real which could validate the frolic, let alone the imposition, of rational categoriality. Thus, the nothingness which seems to pock being and pry it open is better represented in Sartre's frequent image as a shimmer playing on the superficial exterior. Non-being exists only on the surface of being, 1971, 49. Is, however, enfolded within a very different, and incongruous, poetic, that of the Sartrean apeiron. If being can disintegrate, deteriorate, decompress, then it embraces within itself its own potential disruption, and internal vacuity is a condition of its own degeneration into the for itself. If being is ineluctably plenary, nothingness can only dance, slide, perhaps ski, on its slippery exterior, if, indeed, Parmenidean being can have an exterior. But if nothingness can fester at its heart, then being can not be Parmenidean, and if being is, indeed, opaque to itself precisely because it is LLED with itself, 1971, 28, if it is full positivity, 56, if no more total plenitude can be imagined, 120, then, incongruously, it can not fail to be Parmenidean. And we are left to wonder which is Sartre's true mentor, Parmenides or Anaximander. Is it estin or apeiron which models Sartrean being? The assumption of divisibility, disjunction, difference. Different, in this connection, from difference is that non-being, envy, ziond as an unstable and formless yancy which lls up the chasm, the interstice, thus opened up, indeed, is. And while Sartre will accept a nothingness which is exactly where somethingness is not, Parmenides will not countenance this admission. While both maintain remarkably similar conceptions of non-being, nothingness is, for Sartre, and is not, for Parmenides, instanced within the ontological catalogue. And if, as Sartre believes, being and nothingness exclude each other, or if, following Parmenides, they 133 would exclude each other if, counterfactually, non-being had being, if they are genuine contradictories, then we cannot expect to end nothingness at the heart, but only at the surface of being. On the other hand, if being ignates the Anaximandrian apeiron, the archetic matrix of the twin born in itself and for itself, and is thus deeper, more originary, than either. Nothing prohibits the worm of nothingness from gnawing away at its vital tissue. The in itself may be impenetrable, for worms, but what is true of the in itself may not hold true of the precorrelative source of this ontological disjunct. If decompression makes implicit reference to a point of singularity, a point of maximum compression, from which detail and structure are hung in centrifugal abandon, then is the space, the emptiness or nothingness which separates detail from detail, already enfolded within the Gularite. If so, then being, the ash point of this detonation, is already. Always already, Buddhism would say, innately, porous, and nihilation does not institute, but at best merely magnize, its porosity. And if not, then being already always already oats within a nothingness which is at least coeval, if not more ancient, than itself. In this latter case, we would inherit the discarded Heideggerian envisionment of nothingness surrounding being on every side and at the same time expelled from being. 1971. 51. Would be that by which the world receives its outlines as the world. 51. Either being falls short of absolute plenitude and entire positivity. 48, or the for itself fails to be a merely accidental and exceptional upsurge. If lies coiled in the heart of being like a worm. 56, being is not absolute plenitude. But being, it seems, is also a worm, carries being in its heart. 52. Sartre repudiates the Heideggerian proposal, we must be careful never to posit nothingness as an original abyss from which being arose. 1971, 48. For if we remove from this original emptiness its characteristic of being empty of this world and of every whole taking the form of a world, as well as its characteristic of before, which presupposes an after, then the very negation disappears, giving way to a total intermination which it would be impossible to conceive, even and especially as a nothingness. 49. For Sartre, a purported nothingness prior to being both devoid of being and anterior, either chronologically or ontologically, to being is no genuine nothingness at all. An nothingness is subsequent to being since it is being, rst posited, then denied. 47. Indeed, being has no need of nothingness in order to be conceived, and we can examine the idea of it exhaustively without ending there the least trace of nothingness. 49. Would it stress politeness to inquire here about the worm? Though Sartre often uses the term being to designate what we have called the ape iron, there is neither being, in itself, nor nothingness prior to decompress. Zion. But in any case, the assumption that nihilation requires a solid, plenary 134 block of being on which to operate sits uneasily with the vision of nothingness wriggling at the core of being. Nihilation, as Sartre understands it, is otiose. Sartre, we have seen, is a closet metaphysician, proposing, in the dusk of the mythological as if, an account for the for itself a why, which, in the noonday glare of his developed ontology, he posits as systemically impossible. In a subtle litany, intoned throughout the pages of being and everything happens as if in order to free the affirmation of self from the heart of being, there is necessary a compression of being. 27-8. It is as if insensate being were capable of comporting itself in a purposive way, as if it were capable of acting in order to, and again, as if this mindless plenum were somehow capable of the instrumentality requisite to make sense of Sartre's pronounce. Meant that the in itself cannot found itself without introducing the self of a reactive, nihilating reference into the absolute identity of its being and consequently degenerating into for itself. 133. We know, of course, that the in itself is devoid of an itself, let alone a self. It is actually impossible to say of the in itself that it is itself. 156. It has no self in itself. Nor is it itself a self. But though the in itself may, indeed, following the Anaximandrine line, degenerate, it itself does not degenerate. Unlike Hegel, Lian being, it is not in its very depths the origin of its own surpassing, 47. Or its own degeneration. The in itself has density, not the depth of agential interiority. And nothing within it could accommodate the suggestion of an origin. It itself cannot found itself because it has none. And if, waving away this fatuous irritation, the in itself were to introduce annihilating reference into the absolute identity of its being, we must query the precise moment of this introduction. Before the upsurge of nothingness, the in itself cannot do anything whatsoever. It cannot found, introduce, annihilate, or degenerate. It is lifeless, mindless, insensate material. Ity without volition, without purpose, and without agency. After nothingness arises, there is, in Sartre's scheme, a purposive agent. But its agency presupposes the event of annihilation. Annihilation occurs, then, after par Menidian plenitude and before the anaximandrine degeneration which is consciousness, and is thus incapable of operating upon a plenary in itself, and of founding the for itself through such an operation. There is, here, a mimetic transfer from husserl, egological agency is borne up by the grace, the pregological givenness, the always alreadiness, of a passive synthetic dynamism. And much, also, as Heidegger Dasein the being there, being on the scene, which is the questioning revelation, the disclosure, of being is understood as the lighting Lichtung, of the clearing, Lichtung, which could not have cleared itself. So, likewise, the for itself could not have instituted its own precondition. 135. Annihilation could not have been performed by the in itself. The in itself is not a performer. Nor could it have been accomplished by the for itself. 4. The for itself always comes too late. The event of annihilation has always already occurred. So we are left with a mystery. Who done it? The infamous Heideggerian reply, though it has not escaped derision, seems at rst somewhat more cogent than Sartre's crypto-metaphysical insinuation, itself noths, das Nichts selbst nicht. If the function of das Nichts is that of universal negation, then, assuming that it has a selbst or in itself, it would negate itself. The thicket of nothingness would clear itself. And, in an intriguing, not to say cogent, logical transformation, being could be understood as the nothingness of nothingness, that is, somethingness. Of course, if nothingness is devoid of identity, and itself, it could not noth itself. But if we could speak of nothingness itself as universal, exceptionless, and therefore, self, negation, then the clearing would be inevitable, necessary, and we would have granted too much. For surely, the being of Dasein is thrown, accidental, factical, not ontologically guaranteed. But admitting the contingency of Dasein, we must also admit a certain selectivity on the part of das Nichts. It could not always and inevitably noth itself. The nothing of nothing by nothing itself would be an occasional event either initiated out of its own agency or triggered by what? Who done it? If das Nichts is an agent, it is suicidal, or at least self-destructive. For if somethingness really is the negation of negation, it is born through the self-annihilation of nothingness. But then nothingness belongs to the preconditions of Dasein. And if purposiveness illustrated in Dasein's instrumental comportment with respect to the Zuhanden is, indeed, uniquely intrinsic to Dasein, it cannot be exhibited by das Nichts. Das Nichts is not endowed with the selectivity of self-abnegation requisite to ac commodate contingency. Nor can it commit ontological suicide, or any thing else. Again, the mystery, who done it? In a moment of ingenuousness, Heidegger confesses that it is quite incomprehensible why entities are to be uncovered, why truth and Dasein must be, 1962, 271. There is, and can be, no answer to the question of who, or what, done it. The answer is honest, and exhibits a rare humility in the face of the unknowable. And it is, as Caputo comments, precisely what is exacted by Heidegger's own commitments. The question why already belongs to the horizon opened up by truth. The happening of truth, of uncovering, is the condition under which it is possible to ask why, so that the why will never be able to circle back behind truth, and nd the condition under which truth is possible. Truth is the condition of the why cannot nd the condition of truth. Truth happens, without why, before why, 1993, 231. Paradoxically, although its occurrence bespeaks its possibility, a/Letheia. 136. 137. The unveiling of being which is Dasein, is impossible, or I'm/possible, in view of its priority to explicability. Nothing makes it possible. It just happens. Phenomenology has accustomed us to probing for the tangled roots of the judicative, the theoretical, the explicative, in the mire of the sheer, facti cal givenness of prepredicative experience. Givenness is a gift without why, uncalled for, not donated in response to our solicitation. It is grace, unearned, undeserved, unrequired, undemanded, and sometimes unwanted. This is a gift, moreover, which we cannot refuse, and which, at the same time, we cannot receive. For it is there for us before we are. Heidegger's speculation concerning the nothing of nothing is a surreptitious, or perhaps simply compulsive, attempt to circle back behind the intrusive givenness of truth, behind the clearing of the clearing, behind the removal of the veil which is Dasein, and nd the condition for the occurrence of that which gives sense to the very notion of condition. This is an example of the error exposed by Niu Tou Fa Young, 594-657 CE, in his declamation that He teaching of the truth is not the truth, Chang 1971, 20. We must rather practice forgetting, which means not circling back, cutting no eagle circles in the sky, no recircling or recycling, but just forgetting, just forging ahead and forgetting, Caputo 1993, 111. But we have arrested Sartre, red-handed, if not red-faced, groping behind the inexplicable up surge of nihilation, in a very similar act of circling back. Forswearing meta-physics in his official posture, an unavoidable discipline for one who seeks to plumb the depths of human experience as given, Sartre takes secretive refuge in a certain mytho-poetic which insinuates what a more candid metaphysic might simply assert: the in itself founds itself, nihilates itself, and degenerates, because it desires to affirm itself, to institute self. An unadorned assertion of this sort would assault the very conception of the in self. But Sartre assumes that the same assertion embedded in the context of everything happens as if could dwell among his systemic assumptions in perfect peace. We cannot, without contradiction, assert that the in itself seeks to become for itself. This, for Sartre, is impossible in principle. But everything happens as if the in itself sought to become for itself could avert logical collision only if the as if deprived its embedded assertion not only of truth but of possibility as well. For to assume even its possibility is to collide with its impossibility in principle. Though it seems impossible to get beyond the as it were, Gleich Sam, Caputo 1993, 74, the as it were. The as if, must render its internal assertion impossible, and must, then, be read as affirming that everything happens as if the impossible actually occurred, as if, that is, the impossible were possible. In an interview with Leo Fretz, Sartre cons that here should be an ontology which we cannot create, wherein one can see how the in itself has produced the for itself. Fretz 1980, 226, emphasis added. Inability, in this case, may simply be an index of the futility, perhaps the incoherence, of the attempt. But while I relish the paradoxical and the playful turn of phrase as much as anyone, only a Sartrean could read that the for itself is deemed as being what it is not and not being what it is, 1971, 28, without closing the book I can and no other natural employment for the possible impossible than in ignating the given and the event of annihilation, motivated by the mythic pursuit of selfhood on the part of the in itself, occurs, of necessity, before the conscious reception of implosive givenness. But there are also occasions on which the mythic framework is lifted, and impossible assertions are made. With a straight face, the in itself cannot provide the foundation for any thing. If it founds itself, it does so by giving itself the modification of the for itself, 130, and the in itself is annihilated and absorbed in its attempt to found itself, 133. The I'm/possible has become simply impossible. Sartre contradicts himself. The insensate cannot make an attempt. Mindless materiality is incapable of founding or giving. And although the brute in itself cannot provide the foundation for anything, it seems, nonetheless, to found itself. And the only way to avert the evident threat of incoherence is by assuming that the in itself, if it has an itself, is not anything. Being is not, of course, a thing. But certainly, being is. 29. And this plunges Sartre deeper into incoherence, since his claim that the in itself cannot provide the foundation for anything is intended to repudiate its founding, not of particular things, but of an evident non-thing, the for itself. Sartre rejects the view that the real is suspended in the heart of possibility. 1971, 53, that the actual is simply the fortunate recipient, elect from an infinite roll of presubsisting contestants, of the honor of actualization. Phenomenological givenness renders possibility subsequent to actuality. The possible appears to us a property of beings, 149. It is a way in which the actual could, possibly, be a subjunctive declination from the actual. To be explicable, an event must be possible. And there is consequently no recourse to the why of the given beyond its sheer, actual givenness. It just is. It is absurd. In the searching intuition of Angelus Silsus, the rose blossoms without why, cf. Heidegger 1957, 69. Buddhism is quite comfortable with the just is, recognizing no beyond, beneath, or behind. But the unit, if you will, of just isness is not the rose, not a particular actuality, but the entire eld of conditioning in which the rose surrenders its being to sun and soil, and they in turn exist statically, outside themselves, in their conditions. The rose may be clipped from the bush, and the bush severed from its roots, but ontological deracination is not a possibility. The rose is the deep and tangled confusion of its ontological indebtedness. The roots go deep, deep beyond measure, deep. 138. Beyond our knowing, fathomlessly deep. The rose, then, is not a totality, but a whole. It has no outside, no limit which one can reach in order to gain an objective, external point of vantage. And though it has a certain integrity, it is a unit, a one, only by courtesy. It is uncountable, non-objective, able. And it is the rose in this sense, as a context without boundary, as a network without limit, that just is. And in this expansive sense, the world lurches from moment to moment, that each new moment is a new start, a leap, salter, a gratuitous exultant event, Caputo 1993, 40. Substance is a misguiding and ensnaring delusion which anchors our futile efforts to cling, barnacle-like, to experience which we construe as positive. But the Buddhist portrayal of the just-isness, tathata, of our experience is at the same time profoundly qualied by the vision of pratyasamutpada. Just as not one thing exists, not one thing is given. A thing is always an individuated saliency which rises against a background of subdued experience, through a certain repulsion or negation. And suffering is, according to Buddha, what is individual. Buddhali 1988, 22. The girl thing is not its contextualizing ground. But in Sartrean terms, the ek/stasis of the girl saliency is an internal negation. And the purported being of the gur is deferred to its ground. Thus, there are no things. And just as the growing of the tree is nothing over and above the presence of the moisture, soil nutrients and sunshine which condition it, the upsurge of intentional consciousness is likewise resolvable into the plethora of factors which support its being. Tracing out the conditions of a phenomenon, and consciousness, in this sense, is, of course, a phenomenon, is not an explanation but a description. It is not that consciousness arises because of its conditions, but rather, that its existence is factored out among its conditions. It is its conditions. There is, then, no consciousness, in itself. And thus, it itself is not given. This does not, however, jeopardize the suchness, tathata, the exactly as it is-ness, of the phenomenon of consciousness. It is not that consciousness is unmanifest, but rather, that it itself is unmanifest, since it has no itself. Nothing, no stable, substantial, identifiable thing is manifest. But this is true without altering the manifest character of experience in the least. What is altered, however, is the way in which experience is enjoyed. And this way is the way to liberation. The Sartrean in itself is, then, neither in itself nor in itself. And itself is an identity, a character, a style, a weapon which, through a certain abstractive intention, can be wrenched away from its ingredients within an ontological integrity, thus standing forth as a saliency blossoming upon an experiential plane. The itself would, then, be the voice of its ground, the characterizing expression of that openness which conditions its being. The sonority of this voice, its resonance and fullness, is the remission of ana choy silence. But unlike that of the mythical echo, whose voice, I and the 139 and is nothing but the words of others, the appeal of the abyss is by no means the death of the living voice, Solace 1988, 85. The Sartrean in itself does not have a what, it is its what. Nothing about it gives it style or determinacy. It is its own style. There is nothing, no determinate thing. not even itself, in itself, since all within is fused together without rift, and without the possibility of saliency. It is the inherence in itself without the least distance. 1971, 27. The in itself is not the site of its own expraise. Zion. The gur/ground distantiation is inoperative, as is the disjunction of gnosis and noma. The in itself is the noema in the noesis. 27, or the utter pervasion and saturation of gnosis by noma, the remainderless engulfment of noma within the quasi-spatiality of gnosis. If the in itself speaks, it is either thunderous or silent, resonant or quiescent in its indissoluble plenitude, but affording no occasion for representation. It may give voice, but it does not give its voice, not to an elect representative, and certainly not to itself. Ventriloquism is rather the province of the for itself, the consciousness which says I think is precisely not the consciousness which thinks. Sartre 1972, 45. And in the ontologically RST instance, at the level of the pre-reactive cogito, projection is the attribute of that self-presence which is the ontological modality of the for itself. Presence to self supposes that an impalpable sewer has slipped into being. Presence is an immediate deterioration of coincidence. Sartre 1971, 124. The sewer which quali self-presence is the disintegrity of the in itself and itself. The for itself is the vocalization of the in itself through itself. And its message is one of affirmation. The in itself is mute, an affirmation which can not affirm itself. 27. Merleau-Ponty outlines a sense of assertoric priority, which does not devolve into voicelessness, beneath affirmation and negation, beneath judgment. Is our experience, prior to every opinion, of inhabiting the world by our body, of inhabiting the truth by our whole selves. 1969, 28. This residence is at once both affirmation positivity, the materiality of the general element of esh, and self-affirmation, the esh speaks. In our always taken for granted insertion in the world, there is no requisite to choose nor even to distinguish between the assurance of seeing and the assurance of seeing the true, because in principle they are one and the same thing. 28. Implicit, here, is a commentary upon Sartre's quasi-Cartesianism. For a view which segregates subjectivity from objectivity, the in itself, as the domain of objectivity, is cognitively insecure, the site of detached presences which, while convincing in their display, may be treacherous in their distortion, or worse, of idola vanishingly remote from their home in the true. But there are two ways in which seeing and seeing the true may be interfused. One, of course, belongs to Merleau-Ponty. Vital experience is the immediacy of the true. Authentic. 140. Perception offers no distinction between appearance and reality. Indeed, it is not even an act, a deliberate taking up of a position, it is the background from which all acts stand out, and is presupposed by them. 1962, x. 11. The Buddhist view, for which not one thing no res, no objectus exists, though not dissociating the real and the manifest, posits, as the only meaningful sense of objective truth, samvriti, the simple presence of the object. The object is as, in the most comprehensive sense, it appears to be and is thus aligned with Merleau-Ponty. But in the ultimate acceptation, pare Marta, the discriminate object corresponds to nothing real. As Strang reminds us, since there are no intrinsically different objects of knowledge, The distinction between mundane truth and ultimate truth does not pertain to different objects of knowledge, example the world, and ultimate reality. It refers, rather, to the manner by which things are perceived. 1967, 39. The ultimate is not an object. The ultimate truth to which the term near vana points is that it is without any designation. In actuality there is no it and no designation. 75. For Sartre, the for itself is the enactment of the affirmation of self. 1971, 27, an affirmation liberated from the heart of being. 27. The affirmation of self is what the in itself would express, and would express through itself, were it only to have an itself. Yet per impossibile, were this counterfactual discharged, it, the in itself, would not be it, the in itself would have been transformed into the for itself, and also, as such, would no longer be what it is. The transformation is, in the Aristotelian option, either accidental or essential. If accidental, the in itself becomes furrowed with nothingness, thus vitiating Sartre's Parmenidean proclivities. If essential, a novel modality of being is born porous being and immediately plants the absolute plenitude of Parmenidean being. Thus, the in itself is the foundation of itself in so far as it is already no longer in itself. 130. And nihilation is no longer the making nothing of being, but its replacement. Or else, anal alternative hardly consistent with Parmenidean logic. Pre-nihilated being the ni por soi remains as the impossible errant of the twin born in itself and for itself, and nihilation is the event of giving birth. Neither gestation nor parturition is consonant with the immutability and indivisibility of Parmenidean being. And the apeiron is, in turn, inhospitable to plenary positivity. The in itself is itself so thoroughly that itself dissolves within it. It is this self. It is itself so completely that the perpetual reaction which constitutes the self is dissolved in an identity. In fact, being is opaque to itself precisely because it is LLED with itself. 28. The for itself has a self, but can be itself only in the mode of not being it. 68. Sartre's ontology, resonant here with the Buddhist, precludes the possibility of an innocent and unproblematic identity of consciousness with the self, or what Lacan vividly designates as the deceptive obviousness of 141. The notion that the self-identity which is supposed in the common awareness of the ego has anything to do with the presumed instance of the real. Lacan 1966, 69. For Sartre, the subject cannot be self, for coincidence with self causes the self to disappear. 1971, 123. Being self is always being at a distance. Sartre is, perhaps understandably, indecisive regarding the agency responsible for nihilation. If everything happens as if the for itself by its very nihilation constituted itself as consciousness of underscore 1971, 295. Then it would seem that the for itself does the nihilating. But if, on the other hand, the in itself cannot found itself without introducing the self of a reactive, nihilating reference into the absolute identity of its being and consequently degenerating into for itself, 133, it would seem, on the contrary, that the in itself wholly out of character for the stolid and inert n acts nihilation. The alternatives are equally ruinous. Nihilation is an impulsive upsurge, not the performance of an antecedent agent. If an order of antecedents is at all intelligible here, one must say that the event of nihilation predates the for itself, that nihil comes about as a result of the spontaneous occurrence of nihilization. Sartre conreams that in order to nihilate itself, it must be, but is not. 57. The conclusion is inescapable, nothingness cannot nihilate itself. The Heideggerian resolution is thus foreclosed. One gathers a consistent impression that Sartre intends the nothingness of consciousness to be, not the languid consequence of an unrehearsed ontological exuberance, but an episode indistinguishable in its dynamism from the advent of nihilation. And it thus becomes difficult to see how the for itself could do instead of be nihilation. After all, nihilation is barely distinguishable from decompression. And the for itself is neither the effect nor the witness of decompression. It is the event of decompression. And of course, the intrinsic torpidity and lifelessness of the in itself could not predict its capacity to stir itself even to rot. If nihilation is conceived as an occurrence intermediate between the plenary fullness of the in itself and the vacuity of the for itself, the event of evacuation which at the same stroke pulverizes the one and introjects the other, then it falls to Merleau-Ponty's remarks regarding mediation. Assuming the Parmenidean proclivity of Sartre's thought, we can echo Merleau-Ponty's insistence that in the absence of all difference, there would be no mediation, movement, transformation, one would remain in full positivity. 1969, 92. Differ. Ince, rupture, Eckhart, has no part in Parmenidean being. If nothingness is more, however, than a simple occurring on the surface of being, 1971. 42, a superficial glint or twinkle, if it is rather a soaring, a rupturing of an otherwise integral plenitude and positivity, an ontological disaster, a loss that cannot be incorporated into a result. Caputo 1993, 29, it must be, for the in itself, a cataclysmic transmutation. It would take more 142 Brancy than dead matter could summon to bring about the fracturing of being. The for itself serves as the agent of its own nihilation. In Merleau-Ponty's presentation, there is no self-mediation either. If the mediator is the simple or absolute negation of the mediated, the absolute negation would simply annihilate the mediated and, turning against itself, would annihilate itself also, so that there would still be no mediation, but a pure and simple retreat toward positivity. 1971, 92. And in this case, the for itself could lose itself in its object only if its self-negation were, by contrast, relative. And it is hard to reconcile the non-positional self-awareness which holds consciousness back from the brink of utter absorption in its object with a description of consciousness as a non-substantial absolute. 17. Thus, it is ruled out that the mediation have its origin in the positive term, as though it were one of its properties, but it is likewise precluded that the mediation come to the positive term from an abyss of exterior negativity, which would have no hold on it and would leave it intact. 1969, 92. Sartre's oscillation on the issue of agency is, however, not entirely inappropriate. Pronouncements such as the ones quoted above are usually couched in the quasi-mythic everything happens as if modality which intimates a certain bracketed metaphysics. Though repudiating Husserl's transcendentalism, Sartre is not, in his resort to metaphysics at the junctures of failure, significantly remote from Husserl who, and the facticity of the constitution of the world, that is, in the impossibility to explain it from the transcendental subjectivity, saw the starting point of metaphysics proper, Kern 1964, 298. The reduction is not airtight. Metaphysics seeps into Husserl's thought through the vents provided by the givenness of the given. And as Heidegger urged, facticity does not submit to neutralization. Caputo, 25. Indeed. This, perhaps, is what accounts for Tsungmi's preference for transparentism, and our own efforts at Gelassenheit, at loosening the metaphysical grasp, letting both transparentist and translucentist seemings be, letting them go and relinquishing them, have, paradoxically, only succeeded in reinstating transparentism. But if it is true, as Levin attests, that thinking, spellbound by the authority it wields during the rule of metaphysics, is itself part of the problem, 1985, 60-1, then for at least this reason, we may not need to take these reserved speculations with ontological solemnity. And at a deeper level, it may be that Sartre wavers before the alternatives because he senses that neither provides a coherent account and that annihilation is more adequately depicted as the twin birth of the in itself and the for itself from the womb of the apeiron, the neither. For Sartre, he self represents an ideal distance within the immanence of the subject in relation to himself, a way of not being his own coincidence. 1971, 123-4. The self is a rent in an otherwise seamless fabric, a 143. Rupture in the plenitude of self-identity. In Reb Lima's poignant admonition, do not forget that you are the nucleus el noyau of a rupture, cf. Derrida 1978, 67. The self is not a positive entity standing separate and aloof from the stratum of immanence. Thus, the self cannot be apprehended as a real existent, Sartre 1971, 123. It is rather a way of not being in itself. It is a way of escaping identity while positing it as unity. 124. The self is not this event of positing, but is, as it were, the way in which an absolute cohesion without a trace of diversity comes to appear. As a synthesis of multiplicity, 124, the way in which the in itself exposes its porosity and interior degradation. Much as a aim in a windless room is, despite its incessant dynamism, relatively still, so, also, the event of annihilation is a perpetually unstable equilibrium, 124. And the self is, if you like, the form of this upsurging, its modality, its how, or what Sartre calls a perpetually evanescent relation, 140. The self is thus questionable to the exact extent that the notion of annihilation is called into question. And we have found ample reason to do so. But if the in itself represents the dissolution of self, without remainder, without distance, without the disruption of having if it is this self. 1971, 28, then self, in Sartre's employment, splinters into ambiguity. There is self in a quasi-nominal sense which is liquidated in the medium of being, and which, on the Anaximandrine reading, can be recovered from being through annihilation. And there is self as a mode, a modality, a way, a relation, relationship, or relationality. Self is used as a monadic term of annihilation, and self is used as its dipolar modus. If the characteristic of selfness, selbstheid, is that man sick is always separated from what he is by all the breadth of the being which he is not, 51, then the self is the separation, not the separated, and there is no separation in the in itself, solved or otherwise. And the understanding of self as an isolate distilled through nihilation repudiates its dipolarity. We can cheerfully grant to Sartre the two distinct senses of a word without crying equivocation. But in freeing the affirmation of self from the heart of being, 27, it is not clear that the self at the heart of being, the monadic self, is the self thus liberated, perhaps, the relational self. If the liberated self is monadic, then the self affirmed and the self dissolved within the medium of being are one and the same, and affirmation has no purchase upon the ontological status of the self. Yet affirmation of self has, indeed, rung a crucial ontological change. The self-affirmed has, in the pre-reactive cogito, become a presence. The ectoplasmic haze which permeates consciousness and, in a primordial way, separates consciousness from itself, not to say from itself. But what we are not to say is significant. To evade the circularity of understanding self as that which separates from self, we must disjoin the itself and the self of consciousness. Consciousness itself would be consciousness qua. 144. Consciousness considered under the aspect of what it is, and thus, consciousness surmounting itself sufficiently to make of itself its own landscape, would be. But then, there is no consciousness itself. There is nothing which consciousness is. It neither is, nor does it have, a what. It rather transcends its what with each pulse of its life. It is constituted by the event of not being what it is or what it simply would be, were it not to nihilate what it is. Sartre observes that to affirm that the consciousness of belief is consciousness of belief is to dissociate consciousness from belief, to suppress the parenthesis, and to make belief an object for consciousness, it is to launch abruptly onto the plane of reactivity. 121. 2. Speak of consciousness itself is thus to abolish non-positional self-awareness. The pre-reactive cogito. A consciousness itself would not, then, be structured by presence to self. Thus, there can be no disjunction of self from itself. But if, on the other hand, affirmation signals an ontological transformation, or perhaps an ontological genesis or supplantation, then the self-affirmed is distinct from the self beyond, or prior to, affirmation. But then the affirmation of self would have no efficacy in releasing the self at the heart of being. If the two selves are one, we lose interiority; if two, then nihilation, which conditions affirmation has nothing to do. Self, in Sartre's usual acceptation, is not the Cartesian residential cogitans, the agent, situated, perhaps, off-stage, which performs the acts of consciousness. Sartre rejects the self as a little god which inhabits me and which possesses my freedom as a metaphysical virtue. 1971, 81. Consciousness is its own spontaneity, and Sartre nds no need to reduplicate the spontaneity of consciousness with that of an agential ego. Self is rather that which is left behind in the event of self-transcendence. It is the snakeskin which the for itself perpetually sheds with each momentary quiver of its inconstant life. The self is the springboard, the point d'appui, which conreams the movement of transcendence in the direction of its future, the condition for its not being what it is. The self is what consciousness is in the mode of not being. It the essence which it cannot simply exemplify, but ever repudiates in the freedom by which it realizes its own eventual possibilities. The self is its shadow, its past. Its present is always a transcending of its past. The self is the existence in itself of the for itself. 1971, 184-5. And the self as Being in itself is what human reality lacks, 1971, 138. It is the self. Which would be what it is, which allows the for itself to be apprehended as not being what it is. 138. Consciousness cannot be itself, nor can it be itself. Self is a deposit of essence transacted in each act. Sartre appreciates Hegel's pun, Wesen ist was Joesen ist, 72. Consciousness does not simply have an essence, in the present tense. Its essence is rather what has become, was Joesen ist. Thus, essence is everything in the human being, which we can indicate by the words that is. Every application of the 145 formula that is to man sick causes all that is designated to have been, 72. As Merleau-Ponty affirms, I am the very measure that I see, I do not know what I see, 1969, 247. And while the for itself can never be severed from its shadow, neither can the two coincide. A fabulated Peter Pan, parted from his shadow, could only reside in Neverland, a domain which welcomes the Enswaporswa with equal hospitality. Despite common remonstrations to be yourself, to be what you are, the pretense of self-coincidence, the sincerity which aims at itself in present immanence, Sartre 1971, 110, is in bad faith. Sincerity aims to bring me to confess to myself what I am in order that I may nally coincide with my being, in a word, to cause myself to be, in the mode of the in itself, what I am in the mode of not being what I am, 110. We end in the transcendence. A preview of Sartre's later conception of mauvaise foi. It is, he writes, as if consciousness hypnotized itself before this ego which it has constituted, absorbing itself in the ego as if to make the ego its guardian and its law. 1972, 101, as if, in other words, consciousness simply and unproblematically were what it is. The for itself is not, nihilits, the in itself. Thus, the gravity of its pretense exceeds the opprobrium of self-deception. Bad faith is, nally, bad ontology. While consciousness ineluctably enacts the futile passion to secure its fragile being by becoming its own ontological foundation, it is self-deceptive pretense to suppose that it could, except in the mode of not being what it is, straightforwardly, be the impossible synthesis of the for itself and the in itself, 1971, 140. Sartre tells us that every effort to conceive of the idea of a being which would be the foundation of its being results inevitably in forming that of a being which, contingent as being in itself, would be the foundation of its own nothingness, 128. The in itself for itself would be its own foundation not as nothingness but as being, and would preserve within it the necessary translucency of consciousness along with the coincidence with itself of being in itself. It would preserve in it that turning back upon the self which conditions every necessity and every foundation. But this return to the self would be without distance, it would not be presence to itself, but identity with itself, 140. The in itself and for itself are not, of course, separate Cartesian substances. Consciousness has nothing substantial, 17, but is rather the evacuation of substantiality. Still, there is something Cartesian implicit in the exclusiveness, the reciprocal repulsion, of the two modalities of being. It is a systemic necessity of Sartre's ontology that the modalities do not overlap. Nothing is both in itself and for itself. If the act of causation by which God is kausasui is a annihilating act like every recovery of the self by the self, to The same degree that the original relation of necessity is a return to self, a re-exivity. 128, we must see that, for Buddhism, necessity is not truth. As the being of beings is deferred to conditions beyond them, so, also, is the 146. Truth of truths. A proposition which is true in virtue of itself is, then, not true at all. For Buddhism, as for Adorno, truth is, rather, a eld of force. 1983, 72. Yet everything happens, as if the in itself and the for itself were presented in a state of disintegration in relation to an ideal synthesis. Not that the integration has ever taken place, but on the contrary precisely because it is always indicated and always impossible. Sartre 1971, 792. Sartre refers to this unrealizable synthesis always indicated as the site of a detonation to which, in phenomenological principle, we have no intuitive access as a missing God. 792. And if, as Sartre insists, it is necessary to draw the consequences of God's absence right to the end. 1975, 352. We know that the end has not been attained until the absence of God is recognized as systemic. To say that God is missing is to affirm that nothing within the domain of our intuition answers to the conception of a for itself which is, at once, in itself. Here is no consciousness of this being. 1971, 141. God's absence simply is the categorical repulsion of for itself. From in itself, the systemic impossibility of their overlap. Sartre is clear that the exclusive disjunction of for itself from in itself does not import an unproblematic atheism, but rather banishes the incoherent ideal of self-founding consciousness from the province of our experience. Shall we say that God does not exist? Those contradictions which we discovered in it prove only that it cannot be realized. 140. God remains, however, oddly necessary, since without this being, consciousness would not be consciousness, i.e., lack. 141. This is not to say that God is, in a classical theological sense, a necessary being. But the existence of God is as indispensable as the analysis of consciousness as lack a deliverance entirely upset by Sartre's countervailing claim that God, if he exists, is contingent. 129. Yet the desire to be God, to realize the unrealizable, to end repletion in that which is lacked, is constitutive for consciousness. But a distinction can only be drawn upon a eld which subtends it. And in the shunyata experience, the attention is on the eld rather than on its contents. Gunter and Trungpa, 1988, 27. As Buddhism teaches, we must sensitize ourselves to the intrinsically undistinguished ground which bears the imprint of our discriminations. The ground is cloven into for itself and in itself. And this very cleavage, this cleft, is the absence of God. But the blade which divides has two inalienable sides, two sides which, in their integrity, cannot be divided. The cleft separates in itself from for itself. But in the cleaving, the two are indissolubly one. And the sword binds in itself their incompatible characteristics. Sartre 1971, 140. The incoherent ideality which Sartre is pleased to call God is, then, the condition for ontological disjunction. Otherwise put, Sartrean dualism entails a contradiction. And we might thus be left with a certain implicit theism. 147. Were we not, nally, to look to the ground? For ultimately, there could be no cleavage, and thus, at least functionally, no cleaver, without that which is cleft. That which takes the sword into itself, opening itself in division, and subtending the cleavage, is not the en soi pour soi. It is not the both. And it lies too deep to be one or the other. It falls to neither side of the divide, which it accommodates. The ground is rather the neither, the ni en soi. Ni pour soi. The neither is that which allows both, and allows the both, to be. It is not that a Buddhist sensitivity to the condition for discrimination. Emptiness repudiates God. Buddhism is non-theistic, not atheistic. Rather, God is deprived of ultimacy. The both could not be. That which divides the ground without the neither. The sword, the incongruous ideality which amalgamates in itself and for itself, is seen to be conditioned, and thus, incapable of functioning as God functions within a typical theism. A knight played as a pawn is not a knight regardless of its evident visual similarity to other knights. And likewise, in the game of the ontology, a God deprived of its role as the ultimate and unconditioned foundation of reality is not a God. This is a functional atheism, if you like. But just as an aberrant knight conscripted to serve as a pawn is not thereby deprived of existence, the chess piece does exist, so, also, a functional atheism need not deny the conceptual counter thus functionally transformed. Human reality is a perpetual surpassing toward a coincidence with itself, which is never given. 139. And while God haunts non-thetic self consciousness, 141, as its constitutive, if ineluctably absent, locus of reference, the en soi pour soi is never a telecnality. The neither permits the both. But the neither is also different to the existence of the both. The conatus of consciousness is fooled, then, in its nality and ultimacy, not in a contingent, if also systemically anomalous, upsurge, but in emptiness. Desiring to be self-thinking thought, the thinking of the Sartrean for itself is nonetheless separated from itself as thematic consciousness of thinking by an unbridgeable chasm. The consciousness which says I think is precisely not the consciousness which thinks. 1972, 45. And Sartre would agree, I think, with Lyotard's larger suggestion that each thinking consists in a rethinking and that there is nothing the presentation of which could be said to be the premier. Every emergence of something reiterates something else, every occurrence is a recurrence. 1990, 8-9. And inasmuch as consciousness seeks ultimacy, it seeks not to realize a simultaneous self. Lucidity and opacity, vacuity and absolute density, but rather an intrinsic detachment from both. Enlightened mind is neither the for itself, deemed by means of nihilation, nor is it mindless plenary materiality. Is not an absence, a privation, a pocket of vacuity at the heart of an otherwise compacted being. Is like boundless space which, while not yielding place to its solid inhabitants, nonetheless yields to 148. Them there being. Space is not displaced by voluminous objects. It does not part to allow them room, does not abandon its realm in response to intrusion. For nothing can intrude upon space. Nothing can displace it. Serenely, quietly, without the least quiver of abrasion, without the slightest breath of disturbance, space simply pervades its spectral denizens. Objects pass through space like immaterial ghosts. Or is it space which thus passes through them? The one gives no resistance to the other. Sartre's ontological scheme makes no explicit appeal to the capaciousness without which the solidity, density, and compression of the in itself would be impossible. Yet if being in itself is to be envisaged according to the myth of the plenum, cf. Wiscograd 1990, 208-17, a compaction of identity so utterly dense as to resolve the self of self-identity into distanceless fusion, there must nonetheless be space for this solid volume. Or else, if space is compacted within this originary singularity, then being is always already porous, and again, we witness the uneasy oscillation in Sartre's thinking between two incompatible models of being. But in any case, Sartre seems unaware of the space which his ontology requires. We have spoken of the Grund, of ontological disjunction, which is riven by the both. And the ground does part, or does seem to part. In response to the sword, it is bereft of its seamless integrity. And this rift is the contour of the missing God. This Grund must, then, have its Abgrund or must come to light as being its own Abgrund. The groundlessness of being, if we must speak of it, is the groundlessness of the ground. That continues to surrender to the radical interrogation that it nonetheless sustains. Johnson and Smith, 1990, 90. A sponge floating in a pool of water is permeated by its aqueous medium. From the fluid standpoint, as it were, the sponge makes relatively little difference. The water is, in this case, relatively, different to the presence of the sponge. Yet from an external vantage point, the water seems to terminate at the surface of the sponge, thus appearing to be excluded by the suspended object. Similarly, the ground of discrimination seems to assume the contour of the both, seems to conform to the missing God, and thus, seems to be riven, furrowed, dented by the trenchant presence of the sword. Since the gaze is halted by opacity, and since, accordingly, we cannot see through the luminally exclusive density of the object, and thus, cannot register the space which pervades it, the object seems to exclude space. The space within the cup seems severed from the environing amplitude of universal space. The vessel, the solidity which conditions its internal hollow, seems to institute a dualism of inside and outside, self and other. But this seeming is conditioned by a naive and unenlightened conation of presence and exclusion, manifestation and expulsion. Yes, discriminations can be made. And yes, the ground envisioned under the aspect of this confusion can be riven. And 149. Yes, again, reality does, indeed, seem to accommodate discrimination. But no, the Abgrund envisioned, now, with the realization that opacity does not disrupt, does not rupture the seamless medium which pervades it, is not subject to discrimination. In such, the abyss cannot be cleft, for the unenlightened, it serves as the medium of conceptual cleavage. The ground of discrimination is, then, the Abgrund for Grund and Abgrund differ only phenomenologically, not ontologically. The enlightened see it as it is. The unenlightened see it as it appears to a mind immersed in confusion as a rareed ethereal fluid displaced by the serried and imperouse solidity of the object. Has no capacity to ingress, to preclude or dictate. It is not solid, dense, or thick-set. Nor is it a merely relative nothingness, a fault, which opens up in primordial solidity. Though negative in the sense of being permissive, open, in solid, it is no less positive in the sense that it needs nothing at all. It neither annihilates, nor annihilates, neither makes nothing of something, thus creating absence, nor simply destroys, creating nothing at all. Without friction, abrasion, or negation, it allows all things to be exactly as they are, in their rich and vivid suchness, tathata. If nihilation is an ontological tion, it is, nonetheless, at least a prima facie phenomenological datum. The spacious largesse of the abyss is not challenged, threatened or disrupted by its voluminous occupants, and nds no need to repudiate them. Likewise, the meontic phenomenology of Buddhism holds no brief against the merely apparent nihilation which conditions the merely apparent disjunction of the in itself and the hollow which it encloses. Sartre is not so much wrong as insufficiently comprehensive. The engine of nihilation rolls well on Buddhist tracks so long as its ontological freight is decoupled. I recall with delight a conversation which I had with my friend and teacher, the most venerable Ratmalane Somaloka, as we entered an ice cream shop in Waikiki. We had been talking about, what else, emptiness. And now, in the white heat of existential anguish, confronting the endless array of avors, the great wisdom poured forth. My friend claimed, is a thing's not being what it is, and this from a Buddhist monk most entirely innocent of the drama, hyperbole, and paradox of Sartrean rhetoric. What struck me was the inversion. Is it not things which are exactly what they are? And is it not consciousness which is alienated from it? Self in virtue of not being the very self, in itself, which it lacks? But no. All phenomena, both the wall of opacity which is erected around each seemingly separate consciousness and which, it is claimed, absorbs its intentional interest, and the space apparently enclosed within this conment are not what they are. If enclosed space the cavity, the vacuity, the hollow, the chasm is, though undeniably phenomenal, nonetheless lacking in onto 150 logical credentials, we can say no less for the opacity and solidity which conditions it. Absolute space cannot condition relative vacuity, but is seamlessly continuous with all seemingly enclosed spaces. And the seeming solidity of the enclosure is no solidity at all for space. For space, all is spectral, riot-like. Both chasm and precipice are unreal. Each conditions the other. Thus, neither is self-existent. And both are innocent of a self or it self. If not one thing exists, if there absolutely are no things, then the nebulous enwrapment which consciousness clutches about itself is also empty. But the not being what it is which, according to my friend, informs the domain of objectivity can be understood more searchingly in terms of the rupture of immanence elucidated in mind as mirror, cf. Laycock. 1994, 173-80. If openness to quality is phenomenologically indistinguishable from qualitative pervasion, if, against a murky ground, the bright, pellucid crystal of Tsungmi's trope cannot be discriminated from a dark and crystal, then immanence soars into transcendence and brings about the fracturing of the immanence of transcendental consciousness, its expo. Sure to its repressed outside, Dews 1988, 17. For any purported item of immanence and objectuality which localizes the claim of coincidence between being and appearing, there is always one appearing too many. And the difference which prizes apart the two appearings shatters immanence at its core. Congruently, Adorno posits that W. Heil philosophy of immanence can only be ruptured immanently, i.e., in confrontation with its own untruth. Its immanence itself is untruth. 1983, 25. Nothing simply is as it appears. This is not a hermeneutic of suspicion, though even this seems preferable to Rorty's Mechanics of Weightlessness, Caputo 1983. 679, but a phenomenology of wariness provided that we hear in that word the etymological overtone of awareness. Consciousness intends, @tends, foreshortening its innately variable focal length to converge at the heart of its object. Its PRU is absorbed in the dark interior core, the negativity, of opacity. Phenomenology, as Tippy Cali understood, seeks the roots of our articulated and objectivated experience in pre-articulate, pre-objective positivity. Our cognitive interests are fooled, as it were, in being silenced. For as Merleau-Ponty knew well, the sonority of language lives only from silence, everything which we cast to the others has germinated in this great mute land which we never leave. 1969, 126. Buddhism does not seek to realize the privation of sound, but rather the vastly resonant emptiness which conditions sound by permitting us to listen through it. Husserl's X centers a radiance of modal presentations. But what might seem a starburst is more authentically a black hole. The intentional object engulfs all intentional illumination. And if consciousness is envisioned as a beacon of light pouring forth into the abyss of 151 presence, we must also see that its source, in its pretense of melding being and appearing, provides an unquestionable answer in response to the interrogation of Rikshan. Buddhism fractures the delusory integrity of a being which pretends to be without enfolding its own undoing. No being simply is its own appearing. There are no unquestionable answers, but only questions opening beneath questions without end. And W hat is case. Shinable can sometimes be worthy of thought, and what is unthinkable can sometimes be glimpsed as that which thinking is about. Mehta 1987, 15. Neither is there an anechoic vacuum which swallows up the interrogative demands of consciousness. Is the assurance that all answers are answerable to questioning, and all questions meet with the responsiveness of answering. If consciousness looks at, awareness looks through. Can't the orized that all seeing is seeing as Husserl, following Brentano, deepened the Kantian proposal with his postulation that all seeing is, in an ontology, Kali uncommitted sense, a seeing of something. And Buddhism replies to both in its recognition that authentic seeing is unimpeded by the sum thing which, for the phenomenologists of presence, would otherwise stop up the gaze. Seeing through is not an adjustment of focus. It does not involve a merely partial transformation of attention. For to attend, now, to the ground in preference to the former gur is simply to constitute another object with its own horizons, its own context. Background becomes foreground with its own background. Rather, to direct attention to a thing is the RST step in the direction of affirming a self-sufficient entity. Strang 1967, 37. A seeing enabled by pure transparency, a transparency which in no way calls attention to itself, which, in phenomenal presentation, has no self to attend to, is focused, as it were, at inity. It converges upon no object, no matter how remote. It is a beacon of illumination pouring forth without obstruction into the fathomless abyss. There is nothing, no thing to see. Its light is neither absorbed by opacity, nor remitted by reactivity. In Bertolli's effervescent exposition, T here is in divine things a transparency so great that one slips into the illuminated depths of laughter. Beginning even with opaque intentions, 1988, 33. Phenomenality is constituted by focal foreshortening, by convergence. Were we, conversely, to look straight through an object as if we were looking beyond it, or, indeed, as if it did not exist, we might at rst become aware of it a relatively indistinct haze of quality, a vague medium still announcing itself as presence, but opening nonetheless to what lies beyond itself. Consciousness, not absorbed in its presence, but impeded by it, would not yet have achieved the innate outlook, the attitude of non-convergence. When even the ectoplasmic haze of qualitative presence has been transformed into pure medium, the initary posture is attained, and the object simply resolves into 152. Emptiness. Emptiness, Lispector writes, is a medium of transport. 1988, 106. Every level of articulate structure is fuzz for the level beneath it. The diffusion which we take delusively as irrefrangible presence fractures into clarity and distinctness with the advance of analysis. Lured by clarity, el claritas, light, we witness level after level of haze, confusion, in distinctness vanishing into lucidity. And if we are not to posit a terminal stratum of obfuscation refuge for those who seek security in the phenomenal, but gross darkness for the profoundly incisive in sight, pro/gnosis. Prajna which Buddhism cultivates, we also know that to open the gaze beyond the blearing fog of presence is to open to an illumination which has neither source nor target, but is rather the clear luminescence of emptiness. Consciousness, for Sartre, perpetually surpasses itself toward the self, as being in itself which human reality lacks. 1971, 138. Buddhism concurs with the futility of the passion to be led up. But it also sees that awareness exhibits no such desire. Sartre was unable to explode the myth of opacity. Desire, for Sartre, is a lack of being. 137, and is constitutive of our nitary mode of mindfulness. This assumes, however, that our interests are best served by being immured in the opacity presence, immanence, or experiential plenitude of one sort or another. Buddhism bears witness to an explosion which occurs by itself. There is no substance, no no core of opacity, nothing to absorb the light of awareness. Nor is there an origin, origo, which would determine the intentional orientation of a ray of consciousness. Awareness is not a directional ray, but a luminescence, a glow. It is not a shaft of illumination which traverses space, but rather the spatiality of emptiness aglow with its own diaphaneity. At each point, all of space is accessible. Each point is the exact center of space. Each point is, without the least shadow of impotence, utterly Heil's sent. To see it at all is to see through it. It is not self-effacing, but entirely devoid of self-presence, entirely devoid of the gossamer, ectoplasmic mist of manifestation which could be called itself. And all other points are there, at the center, without distance or mediation. In the immediacy of its receptivity, it mimics, if only ironically, the quintessential function of phenomenological immanence. But it does not appear as it is, since it is nothing at all. Or rather, its being is exactly the utter absentation of being, and thus, the decisive emptying of self which, on the other hand, mimics the function of phenomenological transcendence. Its immanence is exactly its transcendence. Its immediacy is exactly its mediation. Or as Merleau-Ponty discerns, he immediate is at the horizon and must be thought as such, it is only by remaining at a distance that it remains itself. 1969, 123. And immediacy is a directive to cognition not to comfort itself with such positivity. Adorno 1983, 24. Each point is constituted by its not being what it is. But it is not troubled or haunted by the purported presence which it 153. Sense, the being which it lacks. For nothing is lacking. All of space is there. It is not deemed by deceit, by an opacity which, de jure or de facto, would otherwise be its content. It is not the absence of what should or would be present. It is not a whole or hollow deprived of repletion. It is, in fact, already full. But this fullness is the I'm/mediate repletion provided by all it receives. And in its receptivity it is utterly open to all that is utterly open. It is full of emptiness. The presence which it welcomes is utter absence. The opaque ity which it enjoys is utter transparency. The being which it embraces is utter non-being. It is not deemed against fullness or presence or opacity, but, according to them, it is not founded upon the annihilation of being. Nor, like the Sartrine for itself which trembles at its own solidification, does it seek to found itself by becoming solid being. It rather oats, without foundation or support, and certainly without the purported buttressing provided by itself. 154. Chapter 7. A whole invites repletion. Or rather, as Sartre would amend, this invitation is issued, not of itself, but in virtue of transcendence. An incomplete circle does not call for completion unless it is surpassed by human transcendence. In itself it is complete and perfectly positive as an open curve. 1971, 136. To transcend, in this peculiar sense, is to surpass the positive in the direction of the possible positive. Vacuity cannot be intuited as such. Were it not the site of possible suffusion, were we incapable of envisioning the positivity which, counterfactually, could be there instead, our world would own no holes, nor would there be even the surface of an indentation. There would be no negative space. And in fact, to press Sartre beyond himself, inasmuch as the concavity of an open curve is constituted by the imaginary solid which would LL it, even the curve is not, in itself, purely positive. Given imaginary repletion positivity in the mode of the possible, the whole does, however, appear as the welcoming occasion for ailing. To say that it can be LLED up is to say, at least, that we can imagine it LLED filled. However, it is no longer a whole. Indeed, LLED, it is no longer at all. For the whole, repletion is annihilation. If the whole were its ling in the mode of identity, the ensemble would become an in itself. Sartre 1971, 147. Its identity is constituted precisely by its lacunary openness. Thus the whole exhibits a curious ambiguity. The whole is open. It invites ling. It is not that which would LL it. But in Sartre's frequent idiom, it has to be this foulement. It exhibits a certain impatience, a certain appeal, for repletion. The whole seems to exist for the sake of being LLED up, as if its own deepest desire, its destiny, were to concretize the imaginary presence which, while satisfying 155 its inner passion, would, at the same time, effect the destruction of the whole. As a passion for positivity. Yet, as Kierkegaard advises, the ultimate potentation of every passion is always to will its own downfall. 1985, 29. And desire, represented as just such a lack of being, Sartre 1971. 137, is the invocation, sustained by a passage to imaginary repletion, of that which would fool/annul it. The vacuity of desire is, however, self-referential. Desire desires itself as desiring, cf 137, and resists its annihilation through foolement. It desires the repletion of the in itself without losing itself as for itself. There is no authentic satisfaction, no making full. Or rather, satisfaction would not satisfy the desire of desire to be desire. As Sartre attests, that coincidence with self which is satisfaction, where thirst knows itself as thirst at the same time that the drinking satisfies it. When by the very fact of its foolement it loses its character as lack while making itself be thirst in and through the satisfaction, 154. Consciousness desires to be God. And indeed, the aim is the thirst passed on to the plenitude of being, the thirst which grasps and incorporates repletion into itself as the Aristotelian form grasps and transforms matter, it becomes eternal thirst. 154. The fragile for itself, a frangible vessel subject to the unpredictable upheavals and vicissitudes of conditions which could swamp it, absorb it remainderlessly into the lifeless in itself, seeks not merely to moor itself to its object, but to secure its being against the ever-grinning specter of mortality by becoming its own foundation. The agonizing irony, however, is that, per impossibile, were this project to be realized, and were the for itself actually to become, and thus, nally, to be, its own foundation, consciousness would be extinguished. Death attends the project of averting death. In a word sharpened to indignity, it is metaphysical to struggle against oblivion. Lyotard 1983, 132. Being unto death is ineluctable. And paradoxically, we authentically live only to the extent that we abandon the project of securing our life by becoming causa sui. In Loy's transposition of the Platonic dictum, life and death are the moving image of nirvana. 1988, 234. The envisionment of consciousness as a lack, an occasion of possible repletion, assumes what we have called the Anaximandrian distillate of Sartre's unstable conception, of the in itself. For a being which refuses penetration, which is absolutely dense, absolutely plenary, and which is so, as a matter of ontological principle, could not, without forsaking its principled density, soar into crevasses of nothingness. Lack, however, is said to constitute in its being the being concerning which it makes the denial along with the being which it denies. 1971, 135. It is depicted as an internal negation, a type of negation which establishes an internal relation between what one denies and that concerning which the denial is made. And, of all internal negations, it is the one which penetrates most deeply. 156. Into being, 135. Impenetrable being, being which is full positivity, 56. Would thus be inhospitable to lack. Lack could at best display itself at its surface, but could in no way affect the Parmenidean in itself in its very being. Thus, in evolving his theory of lack, Sartre has implicitly taken a stand on the sense of the in itself which he is willing to countenance. Is no longer in exile, expelled from being, 51. And we are left to marvel at his pronouncement, typical of many others, that here is not the slightest emptiness in being, not the tiniest crack through which nothingness might slip in. 121. The internal relation constituted by lack plicates the cavity or interstice which calls for ling, that concerning which the denial is made, and the absent presence, the possible positivity, which would choke it, what one denies. The whole, or that which misses what is lacking, Sartre 1971. 135. What Sartre calls the existing could not, then, exist as such without that which is missing or the lacking. 135. And to complete the analytic trinity of presupposed conditions, the impossible telos of the whole LLED openness, negative positivity, the vacuous plenum is a totality which has been broken by the lacking and which would be restored by the synthesis of the lacking and the existing. This is the lacked. 135. Though a LLED whole is not a whole, and repletion annihilates at a single stroke both the openness and its specific satisfaction, Sartre persists in regarding the state of fulfillment as synthesis, each particular for itself, or Leibniz, lacks a certain particular and concrete reality, which if the for itself were synthetically assimilated with it, would transform the for itself into itself. 147. However, the purported synthesis would, in principle, fail to preserve the integrity of its analytic moments. The totality which is the lacked is ruptured through excavation, the displacement of solid content. But a properly LLED whole is not a whole at all. In fulfillment, cavity and content are not merely inseparable, nor are they merely indistinguishable. The whole simply vanishes, and along with it the duality which an ostensible synthesis would preserve. What the whole would welcome into itself, the earth which has been removed, and which it constitutively lacks, is of the same nature. Sartre 1971. 147, as the earth which suffers excavation. What the crescent moon lacks in order to be a full moon is precisely a fragment of moon. 147. The heap of earth removed through excavation, the lacking, is the possible fulfillment of the pit. Indeed, W hat is given as the peculiar lack of each. For itself is the possibility of the for itself. 147. But just as certainly as the whole could not exist without the heap, the for itself could not appear as the actual removal of the in itself, unless the lacked also designates the pre-excavated state. The whole involves, not a trinity, but a quadruplicity of analytic factors. The fourth, are addition, being the earth prior to displace. 157. Meant, what we might call the unlacking. Sartre's language of synthetic as simulation. 147, Conreams are reading that the unlacking is not the lacked. Nihilation transforms the unlacking, not the lacked, into the lacking. Or, rather, through displacement, a portion of the unlacking becomes lacking. But even this is inadequate. For prior to displacement, the portion of earth displaced did not exist at all as a portion any more than a bead of spray hurled into the air by the sea's ebullience existed as an individuated drop prior to the upsurge which gave it identity. And thus it is for every primordial institution of the portion, every portioning which is not a reportionment, every displacement which is not antecedently a placement. The transformation of stuff into a portion of stuff, earth into a heap of earth, water into a drop of water, involves the original application of the measure, etymological cousin of mens, mind. Mensuration is the primal acart whereby unbounded materiality is given limits. And this delimitation, this rupture, of the unlacking is the negativity of the whole. The existing and the lacking are com/mensurate, the earth removed is exactly sufficient to LL. The whole. Given Sartre's Parmenidean proclivities, we would expect the in itself to be insufficiently porous to welcome the shovel. Nihilation, on this ing, could not be excavation. Yet, again, we nd Sartre settling into a more anaximandrine outlook in his proposal that nihilation is the original lapse of coincidence, the event of refusal whereby identity with a portion of being in itself is repudiated. Nihilation is exactly the écart, the delimitation, the measuring, the portioning, the displacement of which we have just spoken. Nihilation is, then, and could only be, excavation. The for itself is haunted by the lacked, by the distanceless fusion of negativity and positivity, emptiness and its utter suffusion, which lures it as its welcoming and annihilating God. The moments of this purported sin thesis are preserved in their distinctness only by enactments of consciousness which construe the present dissolution of duality in light of its preterite institution. But this construal, the insistence upon prolonging, in the hermeneutic mode, a past which has now vanished, is always delusory. A fresh LLED hole is, of course, distinguishable from land not yet excavated. And this gives a certain cogency to the discrimination of lacked from lacking. But the loose, particulate texture of the new LL bespeaks a porosity, an intricate lattice of sewers and interstices, not present in the original state. The new LL gives itself as laced with veins and pockets of vacuity. But, to this extent, the new LL is not, properly or completely, a LL at all. Were it thoroughly LLED, its graininess and texture would resolve into density and solidity, and the new LL would be indistinguishable from the original state, the lacked from the unlacking. Ontologically, nothing aside from the processes of excavation and repletion and the intervening duration. 158. Distinguishes the lacked from the unlacking. Thus, a synthesis which serves the duality of the existing and the lacking is always misplaced. We have seen Sartre pendulate between Parmenidean and Anaximan dream conceptions of being in itself, and have noted a consequent instability in his conception of nihilation. And we are prepared, at this point, to attest a similar oscillation between two very different conceptions of nothingness. Consciousness is, for Sartre, a whole of being at the heart of being. 1971, 786. In the analog, the whole is d/ned by its tellurian medium. By the terrene positivity, the negativity of which it simply is. Something. Ness is environmental, and nothingness is interior. A certain unicity in forms interior nothingness. It is a cavity, a vacuity, surrounded by the plenary materiality which it is not. But nothingness, in this sense, is irrelative to its embracing somethingness. As the very absence of the latter, it is not be conceived as a positive relatum. And, of course, since relation of any sort as sums the anterior destructuring of the in itself, in which in itself is annihilated and absorbed in its attempt to found itself, 133, neither is the pre-excavated unlacking a possible relatum. The existing is not related to the unlacking, it is its very absence. There is, however, an ulterior conception. The work of the measuring, portioning, negatively determines a certain move of removal, a distantiation which prizes existing apart from lacking. Our former quadruplicity, Sartre's three conditions of lack together with our unlacking, must be supplemented by a FTH factor, the new quintet. Now recognizing the seamless, impartite capaciousness, the remove, which permits the event of excavation, as the difference/ance of lacking from existing, nothingness in this second sense is dipolar and relational. It is an internal negation, thus, relation, between what one denies and that concerning which the denial is made. 135. The whole and its excavated content cry out for one another, cannot exist without one another. The unlacking can, however, exist without the existing. Dipolar nothingness thus depends upon unitary nothingness, and the latter, in turn, upon the unlacking. As privation is imaged by the whole, the bubble in being. As remove is well represented by a line segment the length of which intervenes by virtue of the negation of an absolute, undifferentiated proximity, 54. Nonetheless, WE can in fact give the segment as immediate object of intuition, in which case the segment represents a full concrete tension, of which the length is a positive attribute and the 2 points A and B appear only as a moment of the whole. Then the negation, expelled from the segment and its length, takes refuge in the 2 limits. 54. Similarly, although excavation, displacement, is conditioned by a negation of the absolute, undifferentiated proximity of being in itself to itself, this very event of removal can become an immediate object of intuition, attention, the limits of which are the whole and its exca. 159. VAT content. The for itself does not differ from the in itself, it is the very differing from the in itself that Sartre describes as an expanding destruct. Turing, 133. It is not the product, but rather, the very event, of decompression. Consciousness is not removed from its annihilated object. It rather is this very removal. It is intrinsically dipolar, not that it bridges subject and object, but rather, that it implicates the annihilated object and the very evacuation of the latter's being. The monadic, irrelative nothingness of the whole is, at best, the consequence of dipolar event of removal. And if the decompression of being frees the affirmation of self from the heart of being, 27-8. If excavation creates the whole, then dyadic nothingness is ontologically prior to monadic nothingness, and we cannot, then, construe the for itself on analogy with the whole. Either consciousness is a whole in being or the event of whole making, but certainly not both. However, despite the assertion that nothingness is the foundation of itself in so far as it is already no longer in itself, Sartre 1971, 130, it founds itself as nothingness, and not as being. Being in itself as annihilated can found its nothingness but not its being, 133. The earth removed founds ontologically conditions the whole. This missing for itself. The lacking is the possible, 153. The lacking is the condition for the possibility of the existing. It is the self as being in itself which human reality lacks, 138. The for itself lacks itself not because the it self of the for itself fails to exist, but because it is displaced. The self of the for itself is always untenanted, always vacant. Or rather, it is always displaced, distantiated from, the vacancy of the for itself. Is always and elsewhere. It is the obligation for the for itself never to exist except in the form of an elsewhere in relation to itself, to exist as a being which perpetually affects in itself a break in being, 126. Here nothingness is ned, not against the environing contour of the originally unlacking, but against the lacking. Of course, a whole is as much the privation of the ground as the absence of earth which has been removed. Sartre insists, however, that while the for itself lacks the in itself does not lack the for itself. There is no reciprocity in the opposition. In a word, the for itself remains non-essential and contingent in relation to the in itself. 145, n. 12. The whole lacks its portion, Gr. Moira, fate, of the unlacking. To be Portioned out is the destiny of the unlacking. And this befallment, being non-essential, contingent, is thus fateful. The hollow result of the event of portioning out is thus factical, a memory of being, 133, but no less fac. Tikal, no less inessential, no less contingent, than the consequent accretion of the lacking. The undisturbed earth does not insist upon excavation. But the lacking could not exist without the existing, the earth removed without the whole from which is removed. To identify the in itself with the lacking is to assume the very reciprocity in opposition which Sartre is concerned to. 160. Deny. On the other hand, to identify the in itself with the unlacking is to deny the foundational character of the in itself, its role as the possibility of the for itself which Sartre is concerned to affirm. We have spoken of the whole as such, as the site of possible repletion, and as ontologically conditioned by the lacking. And this is understandable in view of Sartre's thesis that what is given as the peculiar lack of each for itself and what is strictly deemed as lacking to precisely this for itself and no other is the possibility of the for itself. 1971, 147. But the as such intrigues me. For unlike a butter knife which, optionally, can be seen, naively, without mediation, or seen as such self-mediated, apprehended in light of its own quiddity, toti, its own whatness, the whole is seen as such or not at all. Construal as the absence of possible presence is constitutive for the curious quasi-object which we call a whole. There is nothing analogous to seeing the butter knife simpliciter prior to seeing it as a butter knife, since prior to the imaginal intuition of its possible content, there is, for us, no whole. Not only does the entertainment of possibility, requisite for the consideration of concept, and ultimately of essence, found the presentation of the whole, it is ingredient in this presentation. The whole is, and is necessarily apprehended as, the site of possible repletion. The attribution to the whole of an as such is, however, attended by a decisive dissonance. Sartre tells us that W hat the for itself lacks in order to be made a whole with itself is the for itself. 147. The for itself lacks itself. We cannot speak of consciousness itself, certainly not of consciousness in itself. For it does not have, but constitutively lacks, itself. If consciousness as such bears the freight of consciousness as it is in itself, it could be countenanced only on pain of despoiling Sartre's axiomatic assumptions concerning the nature of the for itself. And if consciousness as such assumes that consciousness unproblematically exemplifies its essence, we must remind ourselves that the for itself does not have, but rather transcends, its essence. It is not what it is. Nor is it in any way to be identified with its whatness. It lives its life in successive disengagement from its essence, and cannot, then, be considered as such. But if the whole can only be seen as such, it turns out to be a singularly unpromising trope for the vacuity of consciousness. And what, moreover, is a site, if not a place, a bounded space, and thus, if you will, the whole which gapes within a framework of imaginary solidity. Is the very notion of whole, then, not hopelessly circular? The rent in materiality, the gouge in positivity, which we call the whole, is ineluctably constituted as a site, the site of possible positivity. The whole is not, we might almost say, nihilates the possible positivity which it lacks. The whole is rather the site of possible positivity. The Latin situs holds etymological sug. Gest ions of leaving, thus vacating. and the result of evacuation is the vac. 161. There seems to be no way of denning whole except, circularly, as a whole that is, as such, or at least in terms which feed from the metaphor of the whole. We could only deem the whole as a whole, the whole is a whole for posse. Blee positivity. But the for itself is not, and in fact, constitutively lacks, the in itself. Should whole prove indeniable, or denable only tautologically, it would succumb to Nagarjuna's dialectical acts and prove meaningless as well. And if meaningful, then either the image of the whole in being is suited to provoke insight into the nature of consciousness, or we must be able, without incoherence, to speak of consciousness as such. The single word, anatman, Pali, anatta, enfolds the relentless drive of Buddhist thought to uncover and deconstruct the last vestige of self. Atman. Nothing has self. Nothing rests passively and complacently in the self that it would have. All phenomena lack themselves the very selves which the excavated heap of other phenomena would, if it could, provide. Nothing, then, is in itself. Nothing exists as it is. Nothing exists. And nothing can be presented without delusion, as such. To speak of the object as such is to assume a certain coordination of the aspects under which it is seen and features which are intrinsic to it, which belong to it by nature. Which, pursuing the etymology of the word, stand beside, elsikis, the inte. Rear, which penetrate most deeply into its being. It is just this interior being which Buddhism repudiates. If its intrinsic features are expressive of this core, the object is ek/static, outside itself, its nucleic being resides among its attributes. But this is hardly a case of intrinsity, since purportedly intrinsic features would not stand in proximity to the interior, but rather, to the extent of their expressiveness, would themselves harbor the interior. The ob/ject throne, jectus, toward, us blossoms in a starburst of exteriorization. The being of the object would be fragmented whole, as it were, factored out among its potentially numberless expressive attributes without falling into division among them, each attribute expressive of the entirety of the object's being. 0, of course, is the only number which can be divided by any number and still maintain its integrity. Ecstasy entails emptiness, not intrinsity. To say, moreover, that intrinsic qualities are merely beside sikis, the central ontic point of the object, is to regard them as surface display, glitter. The intrinsic reverses itself and becomes extrinsic. We thus have little choice but to regard the interior being of the object as the site of inherence. And, once again, with its openness, its receptivity, the site reveals itself as a vacuity, a whole. The in itself can be regarded as such, then, and indeed, could have a self or itself, only by surrendering its plenary density and becoming an interstice, a gap, a hole. Intrinsic qualities would owe in an interior void. And this comes, perhaps, to the same thing. These qualities would conceal the hollowness within. And since, being intrinsic, they could not be indifferent to the interior, they would, to that extent, be 162. Expressive. Again we witness the auto-deconstruction of the very notion of intrinsity, and thus, the as such. It is not that all qualities prove extrinsic. Instead, for extrinsity can be no more intelligible than intrinsity. And since one interior emptiness is indistinguishable from the next, to regard the butter knife as such is to observe its ostensibly intrinsic properties bobbing upon a limitless sea of emptiness. The early Theravada tradition conceived local space as lack of matter, in which there is nothing to be seen or felt, depicted as the gaps, interstices, vacua, holes, apertures, etc., which occur between objects. It is night, visible and conditioned, Cons 1962, 164. From the beginning, Buddhism has offered an analysis of the whole not unlike Sartre's samsara. Real etas, the domain of res, ontic modality of manifest phenomena is struck. Toured by pratityasamatpada. Every occurrence, every ontic upsurge, is like a sheaf of wheat erected through dynamic op/position, each straw both leaning upon and supporting others, entrusting its being to others. Each is empty, s-nyayu, devoid of own being, svabhava. Each is a void, a pocket, a bubble. Each is lacking all the others. And each, like the Sartrine for itself, would be annihilated were the lacking of the lacking not ineluctably constitutive. The arising, utpada, of phenomena depends ontically upon the evacuation of self. The suffusion, Sartre's synthesis, of the existing by the lacking, its fulfillment, would cause the phenomenon simply to vanish. Lacking, in this case, is not an ontological, but an ontic privation. Each being defers its being to a constellation of other beings not to being. While Sartre posits an asymmetrical relationship between existing and lack. Here is no reciprocity in the opposition, 1971, 145, and 12. Buddhism insists upon symmetry. Beneath this level of opposition lies a sea of tranquility in which all things are complementary rather than contradictory. Blythe 1976, 14. Each straw in the sheaf both leans and supports. Each phenomenon drains itself canonically into all others, and, in turn, reposits the being of others within itself, the very self which it reciprocally offers up. Each is both vacuum and suffusion, whole and content, excess, tent and lacking. Like the line segment which can be viewed as the negation of an absolute, undifferentiated proximity and as a full, concrete tension. Here are two forms, and the condition of the appearance of the one is the disintegration of the other. 1971, 54, each plays both roles, the empty and the full. There is, of course, an ontological dimension of excavation. While, for Sartre, annihilated being is depicted as the excavated content of the whole, it is nonetheless being, and not a particulate dust of beings, which is removed. Buddhism recognizes no irrefrangible density. Solidity is a myopic haze, which a more trenchant vision, prajna, would resolve into inner structure. The elements of structure at each successive level similarly proving nebula of 163. Indistinctness. Dis/placement involves removal through space to an ulterior place, a meted and destined portion of space delimited by envy. Roning positivity, manifest nebulousness. We cannot understand the event of excavation, and thus, the whole, without reference to the space between places, the space which separates/unites the original site of portioning and the site of consequent deposit, the remove. Or rather, the site of portioning is co-occurrent with the primal event of portioning. Prior to portioning, there is no site. There is only the unlacking which lacks for nothing. The remove arises in the very enactment of excavation, and is thus a derivative. Nothingness. Deeper than, anterior to, the remove, prior to the whole and the deposit, is a spatiality of authoritative subtlety, an ultimate, unsurpassable vacuity which Sartre expressly repudiates. For Sartre, is not an innate milieu where being is suspended, 1971, 56. Yet without the emptiness which grants permission to being, neither the lacking nor the lacking, neither the existing nor the lacked, could enjoy any ontological reputation whatsoever. The whole is formed in the earth. But the earth is not boundlessly extensive. It drifts like a speck of dust through the measureless amplitude of interstellar space, its apparent solidity wholly transfused, wholly permeated, wholly compromised, by the boundless abyss. The in/difference of space is not contempt for the insignificant, the vanishingly small, but is rather an index of its affordance of being, its refusal to up/pose. Or equally, its unrestricted affirmation of position. Space is that which, in principle, cannot range itself against anything, which can have no enemies, which is concordant with all, and which, because it does not resist also can not be resisted. Its pure permissiveness is its suffusion, its permeation, of the seemingly solid. Nothing is so dense, so plenary, that it can exclude that which, in principle, cannot but welcome it. Solidity, the principle of expulsion, can act only upon the solid. The domain of the solid, the plenary, is the modality of reciprocally external existence parties extra parties. Any suggestion of an ostensible partite structure on the part of the solid would impart from part as dramatically as a visible explosion. It is the impartite integrity of the in itself that diffuses the detonation. And if the Sartrean vision of a being of innate density, an indivisible, indissoluble being, 1971, 15, which is itself infinitely, 29, is not to be supplanted by the Buddhist recognition of bottomless deterioration, dis/integration, division, dissolution, we cannot understand the perfect equivalence of content to container, 120:1, or the coincidence with itself, 123, as insinuating the least shade of internal relatedness. Self coincidence, self-identity, self-equivalence, would seem to posit the shadow of duality separating the in itself from itself. This is clearly not Sartre's intent. But if its terms are in no way discriminable, the assertion of identity not only loses its point, but verges into meaninglessness. To be significant, a 164 statement of identity must search the subtle crevasse between identicals, pry them apart, and yet declare them one. Within identity there is yet differ. Ince, C.F. Chang 1971, 230. The blur, the nebulous fusion and dissolution of detail which wafts above articulated structure, is, from the Buddhist vantage point, the one which the manifold are. Thus, ironically, the very meaningfulness of Sartre's characterization of the in itself deprives it of density, indivisibility. The condition of meaningfulness for Sartre's ontological proposal is that it be false. But Sartre's understanding of space is redeemingly insightful. Space is the medium of decompression, the metastasis which institutes, in place of the fusion and indistinctness of identity, the perspicuous detail of its terms. When the continuous background bursts into a multiplicity of discontinuous elements, 1971, 254, it is space which affords this fulguration. Or rather, space is the volatility of continuity. It is precisely this perpetual evanescence of the totality into collection, of the continuous into the discontinuous that deans space, 254. If the world appears as an evanescent totality, 254, space is its instability, its ideal capacity to Integrate into external multiplicity, 254. Spatiality is the disintegrating relation of the world to the this, of the this to the world, 272. Space is the permanent passage from continuous to discontinuous, 254, and results in the pullulation of the this, 255. Space, then, is neither the continuous, the world ground, nor the discontinuous, the girl this, but the possibility of dehiscence. If the world appears always ready to open, like a box, space is this readiness. Space is not the box, nor its differentiated contents. Nor is it the event of opening. It is rather the virtuality of opening. It is not dehiscence, but its delatescence. Space is neither the ground nor the gur but the ideality of the ground inasmuch as it can always disintegrate into gurs, 254. The hours of discontinuity bloom in the soil of the continuous. But we must query Sartre's assumption that the this were already there prior to efflorescence, that they already were there in the heart of the undifferentiation of the ground, what they are now as a differentiated gur, 1971. 254. Thinking of space as pure exteriority, 254, his Kantian idiom. Not for a form of intuition, for space cannot be a form, 255, but for the possibility of exteriorization. Sartre seems to assume here that things maintain their reciprocal externality even though, in virtue of remoteness, their visible articulation lapses into a haze of indistinctness. With evident paradox, Sartre avers that space is a moving relation between beings which are unrelated, 254. There is no doubt that the hours come out. But Sartre seems to have no reason, beyond a visceral realism, and no phenomenological warrant, to suppose that visibilia drawn inward from their vanishing point, from their junction of dissolution in the ground, were already 165. There, and there as what they are now. While Sartre's prospect accords well with the Buddhist, he has unwittingly given over too much to a position which he officially rejects. For to declare that girl objects stand forth x/sist exactly as they were when lost in the Indies Crete tumble of prethodic experience is to suppose that the lapse of difference, the deliquescence of detail, which characterizes the ground is a purely phenomenal, and not an ontological, disposition. But if space is the virtuality of decompression, we should expect the originary state of compression, the liquidation of diff. Fear/ance the in itself to be treated with enhanced ontological reverence. Buddhism quite naturally regards the in itself as a myopic blur, a failure of clarity occasioned by egological convergence. But if, for Sartre, the continuity of the ground is, as for Buddhism, a product of nearsightedness, if the this, in all its actual detail, is already, though imperceptibly, there, then decompression is not the deterioration of the in itself, but the making apparent of a disintegration which has always already taken place. The in itself is empty, not full. And Sartre has tacitly abandoned his ontology. The annihilated object stands at the extremity of the remove. It is remote. And at the limit of remoteness, the object merges into the world ground. Or is rather drawn from this ground, showing that the world, as null continuity, is a merely apparent wash of intermination. Again, Buddhism concurs. But ironically, the realist proclivity illustrated in Sartre's discrimination of the real differentiated gur from the apparent undifferentiation of the ground volatilizes the real. Though the world is revealed simultaneously as a synthetic totality and as a purely additive collection of all the this, 1971, 253, the already there-ness of the Gur, the real Col. Lectivity of this, purports that the syncretism of undifferentiation. 254, an unlikely stand-in for synthetic totality is empty of ontology. Cal status. Of course, space cannot be a being, Sartre 1971, 254. Space, as Pulagandla discerns, is able to accommodate all objects equanimously because it is itself not an object among other objects, 1985, 56. But the inference that space does not allow itself to be apprehended by concrete intuition, Sartre, 255, is alien to the spirit of Buddhism. To be sure, space is not a contingent absence which, in principle, could be brought to sensu us givenness. Nor is it an ineluctably absent presence. Its modality of sense in no way contrasts with presence. It is neither an accidental nor an essentially fateful befallment that its purported presence remains beyond intuitive foolement. It has no presence, but continuously evades presentation in its disengagement from the presentable. The abyss conditions the whole. It is not an interstice which could be congested with heiltic givenness. Nor again, is it a being in any way capable of sensuous opalescence. The exhalation of mind which destines a portion, moira, of space to determinacy. 166. Transforming it, thus, into a qualitatively discriminable place, though discriminable only in virtue of its environing positivity, assumes, but does not thematize, space. A place is a being. Space, as Sartre tells us, is not, but it is continuously spatialized, 255. It perpetually disengages itself from the individuable things and places which inhabit it. To be thus spatialized is to refuse coincidence with, and in a more expansive sense, to annihilate not only the in itself, not only the articulate forms of being in itself which arise, in their concretion and relatedness, on the basis of the originary annihilation of the for itself, not only the negates, the intuitable absences, which condition concretion and determinacy, and not only the for itself as the individuated whole in being, but every speciate, every discriminated, every individuated being, in itself and for itself, and every determinate modality of being. Sartre passes almost imperceptibly from a conception of conscious nothingness which arises through the ebbing of integrity, the affiant withdrawal of identification with the in itself, to a situated, thus modalized withdrawal, a qualid negation, 1971, 277. Consciousness is not merely the annihilation of being, but the annihilation of being in a particular way. We are wholes, not space. Affirming the seamless continuity of whole and space. Buddhism will not abandon this distinction without comment. The apparently bounded space within the cup is not different from the space which surrounds it. Individuation, though undeniably apparent, and thus, nomenologically warranted, NDS no place in Buddhist, ontology. Insofar as the task of phenomenology is understood as that of disclosing the experiential ground for philosophical claims, ontology exceeds phenomenology. That alone which is speciate and qualid in determinate ways is subject to the concrete intuition which Sartre withholds from space. Space effaces itself. Or rather, at the precise site at which it calls attention to its face, itself, it has been transmuted into place. Its clarity a word whose telling ambiguity integrates luminosity and luminal mediation is exactly its perpetual eluding of concrete intuition. And to this extent, Sartre is assuredly correct. But while space is not a concretion of quality, and has nothing to offer to an intuition which demands specificity, determinacy, as a condition of its operation, it does not follow that space is beyond the pale of a pure, non-discriminating intuition, prajna, which, while revealing, reveals no thing at all. In Suzuki's presentation, the functioning of prajna is discrete, and interrupting to the progress of logical reasoning, but all the time it underlies it, and without prajna we cannot have any reasoning whatever. Prajna is at once above and in the process of reasoning. This is a contradiction, formally considered, but in truth this contradiction itself is made possible because of prajna. 1981, 55. The eye, open and functioning normally, does not cease to see when the lights are turned out. Nor, were it to 167. Gaze off to infinity, would the eye fail to see, even though its vision did not converge upon an opacity. As Weihai discerns, the nature of perception. Being eternal, we go on perceiving whether objects are present or not. Whereas objects naturally appear and disappear, the nature of perception does neither of those things, and it is the same with all your other senses. Blofeld 1972, 48. It is just that there is nothing, no thing, no specificity, no determination, which space is like, though our awareness of space may be like our awareness of anything at all. And as Blake perceives, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is. In Id, 1975, 197. Sartre is deeply insightful, though not evidently correct, in his recognition that being in itself is available to consciousness in the preconceptual moods of nausea and boredom. As an objectless affect, a mood is a certain pervasive tincturing of consciousness. But what, then, of the null mood, the absolutely unimpeded clarity of consciousness, unqualified by effective coloration? Much like silence, the null sound, the null mood, though illuminating, will illuminate, make clear, luminous, and transparent, nothing at all. And our intuition of space is similarly clarifying. The inverse of immanence, the identity of being and appearing. Space is the interliquation of being and non-appearing, of light and its medial openness. The intuition of space is the clarifying openness to clarity. The abyss, which is clear to a clarifying intuition, is, if not phenomenologically, then ontologically undivided from the whole. The sides of the cup, the apparent density of the surrounding earth, do not interrupt the unbroken continuity of space. Space offers no impedance to the solid. Opposition and resistance can only arise between one object and another, but not between space and any object. Puligandla 1985, 56. But neither is it disrupted by massive positivity. However, a decisive shift from Sartrean commitments is brought about by the determination to take the abyss as a condition for the whole, and thus, to take it with ontological seriousness. 4. Sartre, the whole, the bubble in being, unequivocally is, although it is as a privation of being. The whole is deemed against its environing positivity. What it is exactly its not being the density which surrounds it. The issue which separates Sartre from the Buddhist outlook concerns the way in which this denition functions, phenomenologically or ontologically. Buddhism would happily concede that what the whole appears to be is an sense of massive presence. But what it is ontologically is the abyss. It is, then, a condition of the appearance of the whole that the whole does not exist. While being in itself, grounding and presupposed by the for itself, is the primal category of Sartre's ontology. The in itself is, for the abyss, no more than ectoplasmic shine. And the for itself, limited and individuated consciousness, is continuous with the abyss. The whole, then, as the site of repel. 168. 169. Shin by the unreal is likewise unreal. In its ontological integrity, it is null reality. As conceptually circumscribed, it is unreal. The whole is the site of possible repletion. The abyss cannot in principle. Pleblled. Were we to grant to Parmenides the conception of being as absolute specitatis of such utter opacity and density as to blot out every vestige of clarity, a being unique and incomparable, and thus without relation, spatial or otherwise, to another beyond itself, a being, then, which would pervade the abyss, devouring every morsel of vacuity, every pore, every follicle, every stoma, every follicular gap. Even still, this absolute plenum could not ll the abyss. Repletion is annihilation. A sated vacancy ceases to exist, at least inasmuch as its negativity is deemed against the positivity of its satiation. The abyss remains serenely in/different to full ment. It does not thirst for satiety. Nor does it offer the least resistance to that which would inhabit it. It welcomes its content without preying upon it. The vacua of Sartre's ontology are predatory. Though Sartre renounces that primitive illusion, according to which to know is to eat, that is, to ingest the known object, to ll oneself with it, Erfulian, and to digest it, assimilation. 1971, 258-9, the pursuit of repletion never arrives at the rst bite, let alone digestion. Like hungry ghosts, they are unable to consume their prey, or would be able to do so only at their own ontic expense. To describe their predation, we must speak in the subjunctive. Per impossibile, the whole would lapse from being, were it a problematic reference, to achieve satiety. There is, however, no question of ling the abyss, not because it is unbounded, for we could imagine a boundless plenum, but because that which would ll it is ineluctably spectral, wraith-like. Whatever densities, whatever solidities, there may be, pass through space without impotence, like a will-o'-the-wisp evaporating through a solid rampart. Nothing occupies space as an army might copy a defeated nation. Space cannot be forced, for it offers no resistance. Space is neither absorbed nor displaced by plenary presence. It lets be, and is. The condition for the wraith-like being the apparent reality and ultimate non-reality of the massive and voluminous. For Sartre, the existence of space is the proof that the for itself, by causing being to be there, adds nothing to being. 1971, 254. What does the affirmation that this cup, this telephone, this book, exists add to its being there? Sartre's intentionally ambivalent reply is nothing. Being is not thereby fattened by a supplemental quantum of presence, an ancillary modicum of positivity. There has, however, occurred a subtle modulation of the ontological fabric of our world. It is the for itself in its presence to being which causes there to be an all of being, and this particular being can be called this only on the ground of the presence of all being. 250. Intrinsically devoid of allness and emergent particularity, space is none less the dwelling for the all and the this. Allness is not a discernible feature of being. It is not positive. Still, all is transformed, in the twinkling of an eye. When envisioned as all, a primal instance of originary portioning. There could be no locus of attachment, and no totality of such loci, without the thematic positing of existence. Space lets be. And the Buddhist withdrawal of both ontic assent and ontic denial bears witness to Huineng's ringing proclamation, not one thing exists. It is the madness of the epocha. Rovati 1988, 133, that attunes the mind to that spaciousness which, while constellated with presences, is in no way disrupted by them. Sartre assimilates quantity to spatiality. Space and quantity are only one and the same type of negation, 1971, 264. Both are deemed as pure. Exteriority, 254, 263. Space is a totality which is dispersed in relations of exteriority, 270. And while we would demur at regarding the abyss as a totality, it could be totalized and submitted to AC/count only if it sported an outside, thus regressively presuming a space for this exterior display. There is acuity in Sartre's view that space conditions dyadicity. We would append only that space also conditions monadicity. There could be neither two nor one without space. Space, then, is not one, and also not two. It is numberless, transordinal, insubordinate. But Sartre's characterization of exteriority as a relation of absence of elation, 283, signals a dramatic divergence from Buddhist insights. Diogen admonishes us to let go of all relations, cf. Menzen 1988, 104. Exteriority is understood in terms of in/difference. The this, the girl locus of positional consciousness, deems its place by revealing itself as indifferent to other beings. This indifference is nothing but its very identity, its absence from ecstatic reality, Sartre 1971, 288. The holographic, in an undergoration, which imbues the Buddhist vision of dependent co-arising, pratitya samitpada, renders ontological in/difference unthinkable. All phenomena are ek/static, existing in deferral, beyond themselves. Nothing is endowed with being simpliciter. But in Thich Nhat Hans telling idiom, all things interbe is relational being. No being is indifferent, since being interbeing, is constituted by difference. Setting this aside, the language of indifference may endy a certain aptness after all. While remoteness may be a predicate of separated units of positivity, it is misleading to posit the same with respect to purportedly separated points or portions of space. With progressive removal, the detail and articulated structure of the object lapses into indistinctness, its very identity lapsing, nally, into the continuity of the Weltbildung. Nothing similar to this occurs in the clarity of our intuition of space. Space is not intrinsically busied with detail which could lapse into disindividuation. A point is not a this, a point of singularity which punctures the surface of the reproduction, Derrida 1988. 170. 264. To see it at all is exactly to see through it. Its being is its diaphaneity. Its translucid disclosure of what lies beyond it. Itself is its self-effacement. In deference to the different, the other. This relation, this mode of relatedness, is, in an evident sense, ontologically sensitive to difference. It is the revelation of the different. But in an equally valid sense, since the being of the point is its revealing, in the revealing of the point, the revealed and the revealing are indiscriminable, in/different. The remote, posited as such in association with remote positivity, is, paradoxically, absolutely proximal. The point of the point is that location is per location, and per location is location. Science, the witness of empirical repeatability, is inevitably limited, and limited especially in its failure to countenance the non-recurrent, thus non-idealizable, non-quantiable, non-generalizable, a default which elucidates Lyotard's claim that empiricism cannot be understood through empiricism, 1991b, 38. The unique is alien to science, and thus scientifically unintelligible. Thus, physical explanation can never be complete. For science, the real is the repeatable. Or in Baudrillard's words, the very definition of the real becomes that of which it is possible to give an equivalent reproduction. 1983, 146. Scientific reality thus assumes the antecedents of the re-. The real is not only what can be reproduced, but that which is always already reproduced. 146. There is no original, no RST instance. Or as Foucault says, representation no longer exists, there is only action. 1977, 206. There are reproductions subsequent to reproductions without end. And in this sense, it is reality itself that disappears utterly in the game of reality. Baudrillard, 148. And Buddhism disparages the vulgar prejudices of those who, from mere tribal sluggishness, are convinced that Western, i.e., Judeo-Christian and scientific, modes of thinking are the unfailing standards of all truth. Kins 1962, 10. Only repeatability affords control. Thus, if there is a non-scientific scientia, a knowledge of the unrepeatable, then respects to Foucault knowledge cannot simply be conated with power. Indeed, ignorance is a necessary condition for doing science. Puligandla 1985, 105. And the knowledge of the emptiness, the condition arising, of phenomena is exactly an envisagement of their freedom from law-governed regularity. Because the wake of conditions which give rise to a phenomenon is augmented with each arising, and because phenomena arise as an expression of the entire wake, there is no question of repetition. A phenomenon simply is its wake of conditions. But with each augmentation, there is the generation of a radically novel wake. Phenomena are outlaws beyond lawful regularity and are not, then, subordinate to technological power. If men pay for the increase of their power with alienation from that over which they exercise power, Horkheimer and Adorno 1972, 9, then alienation is a symptom of avidya, a blindness to the 171 implications of emptiness. While Sartre is no unqualified opponent of science, a certain modest disapprobation is felt in his description of scientific practice. The scientist is concerned only with establishing purely exterior relations. The result of this scientific research is that the thing itself, deprived of all instrumentality, nally disappears into absolute exteriority. 1971, 275. Merleau-Ponty concurs in his claim that science began by excluding all the predicates that come to the things from our encounter with them. 1969, 15. Contemporary physics might welcome the discarded zion of materiality as constituted in actuations of vacuity. Sartre regards this reabsorption as qualitative impoverishment. For him, the quality is the presence of the absolute contingency of being, its indifferent irreducibility. 258. Quality is resistance to recurrence, impotence to idealization. Quantity, on the other hand, is an ideal nothing in itself. 263. Quantity and quality are not, then, on friendly terms. The latter could be absorbed into the former only at the sacrifice of its own being. Science strips human experience of uniqueness and unrepeatability, of contingency and inexplicability, leaving in place a system of abstract idealizations, a system which explains, yes, but a system, nonetheless, which explains only the plananda which withstands scientific reduction to quantity. Still, there is a glimpse of another construal in his repudiation of Husserl's view of quality as a foulement, Foulian, as if it were possible, without obliteration, to the vacuity of consciousness. Quality is rather the giving form to an emptiness as a determined emptiness of that quality. 258. Quality is a modalization, a modification, a actuation, of emptiness. It is at least pertinent to attend to Sartre's admission of the possibility of an experiential reduction to the empty, the spacious. Far from the familiar nothing. Buddhism which would consign folk psychology, folk phenomenology, folk ontology, to the land of whispers, this leading back would not be an abandonment of that which is lead, but a retracing of the dynamic of its sap, its quiddity, its structured appearing to the Tathagata Garbha, the immeasurable, unquantifiable womb of the surpassing toward suchness. Suchness, in Buddhist terms, is already enfolded in emptiness. And to this extent, Sartre's view is resonant. But the reduction scientific or, in the Buddhist case, ontological represents, for Sartre, the relinquishment of quality. There seems, however, to be little guiding this view apart from stipulation. Sartre posits that quality is nothing other than the being of this when it is considered apart from all external relation with the world or with other this. 257. Naturally, if our awareness of quality prescinds inevitably from spatiality, the intuition of space is non-qualitative. Quality would vanish in a reconstruction which acknowledges only the relation of absence of relation. From the Buddhist vantage point, however, the this cannot be considered apart from all relation with the different. Con 2. 172. The Sartrean understanding of external relation, Buddhism would regard this concept as vacuous. There is no external relatedness in this sense, since being is interbeing, and ontological difference is without illustration in our experience. Sartre is nowhere more insightful than in his compelling portrayal of the originary synesthetic dimension of experience, though the fact that we eat the color of a cake, and the taste of this cake is the instrument which reveals its shape and its color to what we may call the alimentary intuition, 1971, 257, has nothing to do with the knitting together of already articulated strands of sensory input. Still, in his description of this prearticulate aesthesis, there is a salient intimation of pratitasamatpada. The oidity, the tepidity, the bluish color, the undulating restless of the water in a pool are given at one stroke, each quality through the others, and it is this total interpenetration which we call the this. 257. Thus, Sartre can write that every quality of being is all of being. 258. And in this sense, a quality is not an external aspect of being, for being, since it has no within, cannot have a without. 258. Indeed, quality is the whole of being, it is not the outside of being, it is all being. 258. And while we might wonder how Sartre's repudiation of the inside/outside distinction squares with his assertion that the gur holds the ground within it, emphasis added as its own undifferentiated density, 260, we can only admire the perspicuity of his vision of interpenetration. He is pure crystal in his recognition that the yellow of the lemon is not a subjective mode of apprehend. Ing the lemon, it is the lemon, 257. There is no ponderable massiveness. No substratum, no undifferentiated ground which does not wholly penetrate the girl this, 260. There is therefore no substantial form here. No principle of unity to stand behind the modes of appearance of the phe. No menon, everything is given at one stroke without any primacy, 272. And Sartre's anti-substantialism is in perfect consonance with the Buddhist rejection of Atman in all of its guises. What Sartre seems to miss is the relativity of the discrepancy between internal and external relations. It can be convenient, useful, interesting, even vital, to regard the terms of a plurality as bearing their outsides to one another in stolid disaffectation. We can regard them as mutually indifferent. And the fact that we can regard them this way instead of seeing them as implicates of an integrated totality is itself a tribute to Pratityasamutpada. Still, we cannot derive an ontology from accidental modes of apprehension. It would be an audacious and unwarranted leap to pass from the possibility of regarding a multiplicity of this as irrelative and reciprocally indifferent, to the ontological appropriateness of doing so, and thus, in his sense, to a positing of the in itself. Sartre is, of course, right that being a group of three is not a property of the members of the group taken severally, 1971. 173. 263. But he circumvents the possibility that this numeric determination might be a concrete property of the group with insouciant haste. And he passes with even greater abandon to the conclusion that the relation of quantity is therefore a relation in itself but a purely negative and external relation, 263. Threeness does not, of course, belong to singularities. And were Sartre right that it does not also belong to totalities triplets, in particular numerical quantity might well be isolated and detached from the surface of the world as a reaction, of nothingness cast on being. 264. Sartre modulates into a Parmenidean key with his tacit assumption that nothingness does not bore into being, but only shimmers at the surface. And this is incongruous with his deposition that quantity is a mode of spatiality and the conjointment poetic of the whole which assumes a non-Parmenidean construal of being. The whole in being is a portion of space, devoid of density and positivity. Much as emptiness is empty even of itself. Quantity, as a mode or specification of spatiality, is nally exterior to itself. 264. But if the vacuous side of possible repletion is a portion of space, we cannot concur that quantity/spatiality is a purely exterior relation between the this, 264. 174. Chapter 8. The whole needs only to have been dug. With one exception, its pluperfection. Assuming the closure of a prior event of excavation, posits no further advent. Were the world ash frozen after the excavation, were all occurrence quelled, were all to lapse into breathless stillness, there would still be holes. There would be, that is, assuming the prospect of a thaw. For if the whole is the site of possible repletion, then despite the statuesque quiescence of a frozen worldscape, at least one further event must, if inconceivably remote, even if never actual, at least be possible, that of repletion. Like the portioning out of the unlacking, repletion is an absolute, irrelative, event. Excavation is not excavation of the whole. The whole is rather the result of excavation. And Repletion is not the ling of the whole. It is the event which annihilates the whole. In themselves, excavation and repletion, though they designate a rent which is not there in the one case, the whole prior to excavation, in the other, the whole subsequent to repletion do not directly operate upon the whole. The whole is a relative phenomenon suspended precariously between two absolute events, creation and destruction, nihilation and annihilation. To be hospitable to the whole, the world could be, but could not necessarily be, purged of happenings. The whole is founded in the past completion of excavation and the possible, thus, possibly eventual, befallment of repletion. In a cryogenic world, the adamantine crystals of frozen events must thrill with the suspense of the possible. In a world in which nothing can happen, there could be no holes. Holes would be hapless. Holes require happenstance, the perhaps. The deposit formed by excavation is, of course, contemporary with the whole. Both occupy the same present. Yet while the lacking ts the existing. 175. Like hand in glove, the one transcendent and complementary, Sartre. 1971, 147, to the other, complementation is, in principle, never achieved. Hand could be inserted into glove only at the peril of abolishing the glove. We can no more speak of the repletion of a whole than we can speak of the death of a living being. Dead animal, contradicting in the predicate. What is affirmed in the notion of an animate being, a being endowed with anima, is simply a solecism, referring, at best, to the imperceptible requiem for a once living being. And LLED whole, though it may serve as the memo real for the once yawning chasm, is likewise self-contradictory. Human reality is free because it is not enough. It is free because it is perpetually wrenched away from itself and because it has been separated by a nothingness from what it is and from what it will be. 568. But the lacking is not only wrenched from the unlacking, it is transposed into a different temporal register. It becomes eventual. The missing for itself becomes the possible. 153. While all negation is ecstatic. 266, exhausting itself in its denial of the other, it is not simply that the existing has its being outside of itself, in its complement, itself. It is not merely ecstatic, standing contemporaneously beside itself. It is also ahead of itself. Itself is always a project to be realized. For Sartre, I am not the self which I will be, I am not that self because time separates me from it. 68. Nihilation, excavation, institutes a temporal form where I await myself in the future, where I make an appointment with myself on the other side of that hour, of that day, or of that month. 73. In its assumption of contemporaneity, the static image of the whole and its deposit becomes, at best, unhelpful, and at worst, deeply misleading. Possibility the peculiar lack of each for itself. 147, lures the for itself into the future like the proverbial carrot dangling from a stick just beyond the ass's nose, cf 277-8. As Sartre comments, we run after a possible which our very running causes to appear, which is nothing but our running itself, and which thereby is by definition out of reach. We run toward ourselves and we are due to this very fact the being which cannot be reunited with itself. 278. The upsurge of the for itself institutes a dramatically novel logic of modality. I didn't know your house was as large as it is invites the rejoinder, how could it be otherwise? but the amusement conceals a perfectly sober Sartrean point. It is not that the in itself maintains its properties of necessity. Rather, the very sense of its contingency provides that given the contingent and inexplicable ensemble of qualities which it presently enjoys, it could not be otherwise than it currently is. Indeed, it is what, the interpenetrative multiplicity of its qualities, it is. We have seen that the yellow of the lemon is the lemon, 257. Given that the lemon is yellow, it, identical with its yellowness, could be no other color. Given that the house is exactly as large as it is, it, identical with its largeness, could 176 be neither smaller nor larger. Properties are embraced by the girl object. The this, with a contingent necessity, given its yellowness, a purely contingent endowment, the lemon could not, without affecting the rupture of its self-identity, fail to be yellow. This is evident from what Sartre affirms concerning the loco-motion of the this, if a this were to be transferred from one place to another and during this transfer were to undergo a radical alteration of its being, this alteration would negate the motion, since there would no longer be anything which was in motion. 286. For the in itself, qualitative stability in motion is a condition of self-identity. With the for itself there arises a being which repudiates its own quiddity, evading it, transcending it, leaving it behind. With each pulse of its pruent life, it never simply is what it is. Like a snake shedding its skin, it perpetually discards its essence. Given its peculiar whatness, the in itself could not be other than it is. Under the same as assumption, the for itself could not fail to be other than it is. In Lyotard's concomitant declaration, I am no more than what I already was, and I am no longer it. Life signifies the death of what one is, and this death attests that life has a meaning. 1984, 7. The ontological divide concerns what is to be done with a being's qualitative endowment, coincide with it or elude it, have it or transcend it. But if emotion supposes the permanence of the quiddity, Sartre 1971, 286, can the essential aspects of the this ever undergo change? Sartre tells us that emotion is in no way similar to becoming. It does not change the essence of the quality, neither does it actualize the quality. The quality remains exactly what it is, but its mode of being is changed. 289. There is, then, a way of undergoing temporality which leaves the essence intact, motion, and a way of undergoing temporality which alters the very essence of the this, becoming. Both modalities of temporal engagement are equally possible. And Sartre seems little concerned with the threat of incoherence which the conception of becoming presents. The 13th century Zen master, Dogen, saw clearly, however, that Rewood does not become ash, winter does not become spring, life does not become death. Or as Naga Arjuna discerned long before, youth does not age in the strict sense, and milk does not turn into butter. Youth is youth, age is age, milk is milk, and butter is butter. In Auden 1970, 91. Resistance to becoming does not import the foolish and empirically untenable view that the one is not followed by the other. There is supplantation, not becoming. The terminus of becoming is being. If A were to become B, then at the end of the process of becoming, A would be B. If Rewood were to become ash, then at the closure of the event of burning, the Rewood, with all of its essential properties intact, would simply be the ash which ensues. And this is patently absurd. In the end, if something has become, it has come to be exactly what it is not. And 177. This idiosyncrasy is officially reserved for the for itself. Sartre's admission of becoming on the part of the in itself can only ensure the vacuousness of his prime ontological category. From a Buddhist point of view, the particularity of the this is sus tained by a radiance of conditions, each of which is ontologically requisite, and each of which absorbs within it the very being of the particular. This ragged, yellowing, marked and annotated copy of being and would not be manifest here, now, exactly as it is had it not been moved to its present location. The this could be seen as unaffected by motion only. By prescinding from its radical particularity, a book might well be moved from shelf to desk without altering in the least anything which we think. When we think of a book, this book could not be. Motion is, then, essential to this particular. And Sartre's assumption that only its mode of being, but not its quiddity, is affected by motion either neglects its particularity, or absorbs its particularity into universality. Moreover, if the this is equally capable of motion and becoming, if both are equally possible, it is not clear how a general notion of possibility could apply to both. Sartre's view that possibility is a concrete property of already existing realities, that in order for the rain to be possible, there must be clouds in the sky, 1971, 150, is, from our point of view, unobjectionable. Actualities do not bob, like so many fragments of ice, on a vast warm sea of possibility. Rather, possibilities are tethered to the actual as the alternative modes of being which the actual could assume. Real is anterior to the possible, 1984, 37. To speak of something undergoing substantial transformation is, through incoherence, to withdraw the locus of possibility. What, exactly, enjoys the possibility of such change? No one thing is to be found at the beginning and at the end. No one thing becomes. As Bergson says, there are changes, but there are underneath the change no things which change. Change has no need of a support. Movement does not imply a mobile, 1946, 173. And should we assume that the segments of this process, the before and the after, undergo becoming, the problem would simply reproduce itself indefinitely by mathematication. And if becoming cannot be attributed to any one thing, to any this, neither can its possibility. No thing has the possibility of becoming. If becoming is possible, it is not the possibility of anything at all. And if, as Sartre claims, possible appears to us as a property of beings, 1971, 149, the notion then lapses into deep mystery. Or perhaps we should take a cue from Aristotle, and envision quiddity transformation as a surface modification which invokes the depths of potentiality. In the lightless depths of hypokaimenon, all is still and unchanging, undisturbed by the superficial formal vacillation which would make of one and the same stuff, Heil, indifferently a golden statue or a golden vs. 178. Cell. If the possibility of becoming is not to be lodged in the substance, might it, then, inhere in the Heiltic potentiality which becoming evokes? Setting aside the not insignificant quibble of how an Aristotelian could know of Heil when it is form, not matter, which is transcribed onto the soft wax of the passive intellect, we might well wonder how an unchanging Heiltic substratum could be rain/formed. Not only is it incapable of becoming in virtue of its sheer lethargy, its in/difference to form seems incompatibly with its being in/formed at all. In what sense is information an operation performed upon the protyle? If materiality remains in/differ and unaffected, then it is not sufficiently passive to be the subject of an operation of in/formation. Moreover, if one and the same portion of gold, and we can only wonder at the criterion of sameness here, comes two entitatively distinct golden gurines, Heil would seem, then, to be intrinsically numberless. And we have no right to assume an underlying sameness throughout substantial change. Indeed, since these existents constitute one order of being, the changes which they undergo cannot be fairly described as substantial. Casualus 1993, 160. The Aristotelian coincidence of matter and potentiality founders, also, upon the wisdom of Dogen. Since, presumably, the same matter can assume an infinite number of successive forms, matter is understood as the potentiality for form-taking. Substantial becoming is an operation which leaves the Heiltic depths untouched. One and the same fund of Heil, in differ and to form, is now differently in/formed. But if Rewood does not become ash, there is no question, once again, of a unitary materiality underlying substantial change. Dogen speaks of the total exertion of reality. We may speak equivalently of the remainderless exhaustion of potentiality. To be exactly what it is requires the discharge of all of a thing's potentiality. There is no potentiality left over for the this to be something which it is not. Sartre himself derides the notion of potentiality as a magical conception. 1971, 150. Accordingly, being in itself cannot be potentiality, or have potentialities. 150. Though it may be the locus of possible precipitation, he cloud is not potential rain. 150. The shimmer of potentiality is cast upon an in itself which is Laodicean with respect to this curious ontological spellcraft. Though his inkwell can be broken. 270. In itself the inkwell is neither breakable nor unbreakable, it is. 270. And its apparent frangibility is entirely cut off from it, for it is only the transcendent correlate of my possibility of throwing the inkwell against the marble of the replace. 270. This is not, perhaps, the place to carp over the tacit substantialism of a screen and image model of magical projection. But it would be possible to recognize potentiality as the transcendent correlate of my possibility only in the attitude of reaction. And we must always be wary of according to reaction the power of ontological decider. 179. Ation. The theme of reaction displays a clarity, articulation, and thematic presence which are altogether lacking in the lived, pre-reactive apprehension. And this proud acquisition may turn out to be a phenomenological impoverishment certainly, if the atmospheric vagueness of the pre-reactive presence is an authentic attribute, and not the blur produced by excessive proximity. The issue of whether potentiality is a shadow cast upon the in itself by our possibilities or an integral strand in the fabric of reality can not, then, be left to reaction. Sartre's analysis of potentiality supplements the Husserlian theory of apperception. For Husserl, the selective perspectival slant at which the object announces itself is the conduit of the object's luminous, compelling sensuosity, its rich, intricate concretion. But the object as a whole is given in perception, and not merely the radiant countenance which it turns toward us. However indeterminate and lacunary the imaginal anticipation, we take its ungiven proles in the subjunctive mood. Apperception, as Husserl calls it, is our counterfactual access to the sides not immediately presented. We are not standing on its opposite side. But we can still anticipate what the object would look like were we to see it from there. The other sides are highly absent, but could be brought to presence. Sartre tells us that the world is revealed as haunted by absences to be realized, and each this appears with a cortege of absences which point to it and determine it. These absences are not basically different from potentialities, 1971, 273-4. The absences of this phantom procession inhabit a subjunctive domain, the world of the could be, which Sartre does not clearly delimit from that of the will be. To be sure, that which is to be realized can achieve realization only in the future. But nothing ensures its realization. And, indeed, it may never be realized. Sartre connotes the tense of realization with the ontological modal ity of potentiality. This confusion underwrites his pronouncement that potentiality on the ground of the future turns back on the this to deter. Minute, 270. It would be less misleading to say that the this is determined in the concreteness of its multifaceted presence by a potentiality which, while actualized, if at all, in the future, is grounded in the subjunctive, the mood, and, if you like, ontological mode, prepared by epiketexispan. Zion of ontic positing. The subjunctive is, in Sartre's phrase, the domain of being beyond being, 268. But the full moon becomes the potentiality of the crescent moon not through ecstatic investment in the future full moon, 268, but through a questioning entertainment which inclines neither toward affirmation nor toward negation. If the o'er is a potentiality of the bud, 268, it is so even if the bud never ours. Potentialities may arise in our encounter with the world without the least expectation of even actualization. Potentiality does not entail eventuality. And this disrupts the cogency of Sartre's deposition that in order for the this to be entirely 180 deprived of potentialities, it would be necessary that I be a pure present. Which is inconceivable, 270. If potentiality is not the echo of our own possibility resounding from the future, but a roux of our own projected capacity from the world in brackets, then the exclusive insertion of my presence in the present should not despoil the potentiality of the this. The this is disclosed, not as coming to itself from the future, 266, but as rejoining itself from the subjunctive. In a passage of surpassing convolution, Sartre weaves a theological strand through his discussion of potentiality, the possibility that consciousness exists non-thetically as consciousness, of being able not to not be. This is revealed as the potentiality of the this of being what it is, 1971. 266. The in itself simply is what it is without the luxury of being potentially what it is. The inkwell neither possesses nor lacks the potentiality to be it self, it is. Yet its being what it is ability is revealed. It appears. Or rather, it is the form, the Auffassung, under which a certain possible consciousness is manifest. If quantitative potentiality is disclosed within our experiential world, then a non-thetic consciousness, of being able not to not be this, must be possible. We must, that is, be capable of abrogating nihilation, not being this, and must, at the same time, be capable of a non-thetic awareness, which subtends this abrogation. The possible consciousness which Sartre has in mind could, it seems, be no less than divine, the in itself for itself. The annulment of nihilation is the annulment of the for itself. The content Yuans of nonthetic awareness is its inconsonant preservation. Quid ditative potentiality, the potentiality of the this of being what it is, assumes. The possibility of God assumes, that is, the possibility of the collapse of the ontological bifurcation which Sartre labors so assiduously to instill. This possibility is metasystemic. If the for itself is haunted by the specter of God, this menace appears from beyond the scheme of Sartrean duality. The logical urgency of the divarication is intrinsic to Sartre's systematic ontology. But at the same time, the extra-systemic possibility of the collapse is indicated, from within the system, as a metasystemic threat. The seeds of its undoing are planted in the for itself's desire to be God. And it is this menace which is revealed as the potentiality of the this of being what it is. Without the missing God, the this would be, but could not be, what it is. If possibility is anchored in the actuality of the this, it would seem that the this, in turn, is moored at the bulkhead of probability. Those potential idas which refer back to the this without being made to be by it and without having to be those we shall call probabilities to indicate that they exist in the mode of being of the in itself, Sartre 1971, 270-1. However, if probabilities are, with Sartre, to be regarded as potentialities, then service as the correlate of possibility cannot be an invariant feature of potentialities. Unlike possibilities which are possibilized, probabilities are not probabi. 181. List, 271. And if probabilities exist in the mode of being of the in itself, if they are in itself as probable, 271, there is a salient exception to the thesis that being in itself cannot be potentiality, 150. And with these graphic irregularities, we can only wonder what possibility in its most general sense might amount to. Less charitably, though with greater fidelity to the precision of Sartre's expression, we might simply have to acknowledge the inconsistency. Sartre's ruminations on our interrogative emplacement within being disclose a more searching conception of possibility, one which presents it self as prior to the excavation of the whole, here exists. For the case Schoner, the permanent objective possibility of a negative reply, 1971, 36. It is unclear how much a permanent objective possibility might have in common with a probability. But clearly, this possibility, the possibility of thwarted expectation, baffed efforts of investigation, is not the product of possibilization. It is, in fact, a crucial condition for the upsurge of consciousness, and thus, for the positing of its praxeological possibilities. Were the negative reply not an ever-present prospect, were this possibility, in fact, never present, consciousness would always, and necessarily, end what it was looking for. Discovery, disclosure, would turn out to be the immediate, effortless, and inevitable correlate of the investigatory will. Seeking and ending would not be mediated by the impotence of the in itself, the coefficient of adversity. And consciousness would not represent an outrushing transcendence in the direction a world of objects independent of, detached from, resistant to, our voluntative involvements. Consciousness, that is, would not confront, would not found itself in, would not nihilate, and would not be of, the in itself. The possibility of friction, resistance, aversion, the negative reply, is constitutive of the ontological sense of the in itself. Will needs the world and the resistance of things. 1984, 37. In Sartre's intriguing description, in a dream, there is no distinction between wanting to drink and dreaming that one is drinking. So, the mind, victim of its omnipotence, cannot wish. It cannot even wish to wake up. It will only dream that it does wake up. For it to be itself again, the real must invade its dream in some way. Thus the dreamer is bound hand and foot by his absolute power. 37. Let a genie give me power to realize my desires there and then, and at once I fall asleep. 38. And thus it would be, also, for an omnipotent deity who meets no inertial resistance. An omnipotent God is dreaming. He is imprisoned in himself and can not will anything. Divine omnipotence is tantamount to total subjective servitude. 37. Here we end a current of possibility which runs deep, in deed. The exact inverse of the Heideggerian ownmost possibility, the possibility of having no further possibilities, the possibility of obstructed desire and exploded expectation, without which there could arise in our 182 world no negates, no ontological infrastructure for discrimination, no discriminate objects, and thus no footing for consciousness, is a condition for the possibility of having any possibilities whatsoever. And once again, we must pin the label on this effort to reach behind possibility to the possibility of possibility. The label is metaphysics, a practice from which Sartre wishes to separate his own ontological project. Young children are extraordinarily gifted metaphysicians. Y is pursued by Y, without and long after the adult intellect is willing to satisfy itself with a settled explanation. It just is of no avail. My own children met this expression of helplessness with why is it just is. It was clear from that point on where the deeper philosophical wisdom lay. And I continue to this day to sit at their feet. As Gask says of elucidation, interpretation is a totalizing comportment, since it is based upon an operation of decision-making in a totalizing perspective. 1987, 15. It is not that I wish to exhume, from an archaeological stratum beneath the possibility of the negative reply, yet a deeper possibility of the negative reply, and thus forward to the annoyance of all. But conversely, assuming that the possibility of the negative reply is basic, not more profoundly based, it is not evident to me why the manifold praxeological possibilities which offer themselves for realization could not also dispense with a deeper basis. Why, in addition to possibility, do we need the possibility of possibility? Permanence, which Sartre describes as THIRD potentiality of the object. The correlate of the engagement, an ontological structure of the negation, is said to come to the object from the future. 1971, 266. As the unbroken continuity of the this which subtends present eruptions of givenness and purports their continuance beyond the now. Permanence is not a purely established given, but a potentiality. 266. The present object is an invariance constituted, in part, of perpetually shifting patterns of senses which, in their appeal to be realized, require perspective continuity. Once again, however, while the appeal can and response only in the dimension of deferral, a presently realized absence and evident solecism would be a presence. We cannot envision realizations as blowing up out of the future like leaves in a gale. Realizations are not there. They are not projectiles hurled into the present. If not yet realized, not yet transformed into presences, absences are not will be, but rather would be realizations. A realized absence, like a dead animal, like a LLED whole, like the in itself for itself, is an internally connected notion. Yet in relegating realization to the will, B. Sartre assumes the eventuality of a present in which an absence is realized. He assumes, that is, the future presence of an absence. And this assumption undermines the postulation of any significant difference between presence and absence. Future absences are presences waiting for realization. And realization then becomes the forwarding of a presence into the 183. Present. Presence is transtemporal, omnitemporal. And the present becomes the window past which the parade of presences pass successively in review. If presence is indistinguishable from absence, if absences are presences which have not yet arrived, then absence cannot beckon us into the future, and does not, as a consequence, require an underlying permanence. Transtemporal continuity, invariance throughout the opalescent ephemera of void time, is, in Husserl's acceptation, the hallmark of ideality. Or in Sartre's present idiom, of the abstract. Indeed, permanence and the abstract are only one, 1971, 267. But an attentive disentanglement of the will be from the would-be invalidates the passage from the cortege of absences which constitute the object to a presumed continuance of the object beyond the present. Absence does not, of itself, entail permanence. Nor does it entail ideality. Worthling of empty intentionality, the realization of absence, inevitable, an event fully formed, running toward us to throw itself into our arms, we might acknowledge these entailments. But we have neither the prescience nor the commitment to predestination or preformism to certify this view of the future. To the extent that I apprehend it as permanence, i.e., as essence, the this, Sartre informs us, is already in the future, although I am not present to it in my actual presence, but as about to come to myself. 280. Presence to the absent, the event in virtue of which the absent as such is brought to presence, is always about to come. The empty intention is a possible LLED intention, and is thus relegated to the future, which, for Sartre, is the home of the possible. There is, then, no present presencing of the absent. In this way Sartre avoids the consonance of a present realization of the presently absent. But the incongruity breaks out again in the dimension of the future. For in the future, perfect a sort of hypothesis. Derrida 1986, 48, cf. Fati 1992, 104. When the event of realization will have been completed, will have a future present in which the absent is realized, that is, no longer absent. And a future contradiction is no more acceptable than a present one. Sartre testes to the diacritical inter-involvement of the abstract and the concrete. The concrete is concrete only in so far as it leans in the direction of its abstraction, that it makes itself known by the abstraction which it is. 1971, 267. The language of this passage echoes, if faintly, a deep insight of Buddhist dialectical deconstruction, Madhyamika. Being resides in phe, nominal condition, and conceptual meaning resides in dinyendum. If an object depends ontologically upon a given condition, there is a clear sense in which it is that condition. And in tandem, since concretion is unthinkable without abstraction, concretion is the abstraction. Symmetrically, we must add, abstraction pours itself out into concretion as well. In the diacritical dyad, the being of A is referred to B, and that of B to A. But A cannot sus obtain the being of B without being B in an absolute, non-relative, sense. Yet. 184. If A were B simpliciter, A would not depend upon B. Thus, the being of B must be counter-referred to B. Neither A nor B can sustain the being of B. Its being is homeless, tossed like a hot potato between A and B. Or better, being is a certain energy which circulates in the between, emptiness. The ontological insistence upon non-duality. Being is interbeing. Seminally, Sartre affirms that FAR from abstracting certain qualities in terms of things, we must on the contrary view abstraction as the original mode of being of the for itself. 1971, 267. The for itself is the episode of decompression, the combing out of the matted, tangled, indeed, quite strict Lacan/founded qualitative confusion denominated the in itself. The diffusion of quality is, then, the interpolation of negativity into a quasi-affirmation in which the affirming is coded over by the affirmed, an authentication which exists without any innernitude in the peculiar Zion of its self-affirmation. 283. The for itself is the separation of strands of quality which, in the in itself, are dissolved in identity. The opening of qualitative divergence is the abstraction of which Sartre speaks, and it is not difficult to see why Sartre would claim that the abstract is necessary for the upsurge of the concrete. 267. As a category of experience, the concrete is clearly indebted to the abstract. Indeed, the abstract haunts the concrete as a possibility XED in the in itself, which the concrete has to be. 261. And we have here a striking revisitation of a theme put forward at the very beginning of being and, in phenomenology, the essential. The eidetic, the abstract, is no longer opposed to being but on the contrary is the measure of it. 1971, 4. But if the concrete is, indeed, a category of experience, if, that is, the concrete is to be discriminated from the in itself, then we must wonder how successfully Sartre has overcome the dualism of being and appearance. It is Sartre who endorses Nietzsche's repudiation of the illusion of worlds behind the scene, and it is Sartre who scowls at the conceit of a being behind the appearance, but it is also Sartre who speaks of nothingness as a shimmer on the surface of being, and of time as a superficial run-off. If, as Buddhism will also insist, what you see is what you get, if there is no behind, then the disjunction of the in itself from the concrete is illegitimate. True philosophy, Merleau-Ponty tells us, does not go behind. 1988, 39. To be consistent, we must not pry the phenomenological apart from the ontological. Yet the rescue of consistency in this instance opens qualms over another possible incoherence. For if the in itself is the concrete, we must wonder how, without sacrificing the ontological primacy of the in itself, Sartre can claim that the abstract, the for itself, is necessary for the upsurge of the concrete. 1971, 267. Moreover, if the abstract is uniquely and essentially the invariant, the concrete is then the varying, the impermanent. Nothing in Sartre's ontology prepares an expectation that concrete reality might have its being in 185. Process, that impermanence may be its ontological modality. On the contrary, only the for itself can become in the sense of coming to be that which it is not. Even this becoming is a coming without being the for itself perpetually eludes coincidence with what it is in the mode of not being it. In fact, that glass or that table do not endure, they are Time. O's over them, 1971, 281. Enduring is not an enactment on the part of the in itself. Time happens to the in itself. It is the means offered to every thing whatsoever to be in order to be no longer, Merleau-Ponty 1964 c. 317. The in itself is impassive. Though not, as the concrete must be, dy. Nami calipruent, the in itself is also not perduring. Since in permanence nothing comes to differentiate what is from what was, Sartre, 291. The passage of time must be disrupted by an upsurge, jailissement, or arising. Sanskrit, utpada, which breaks the monotony of undifferentiated continu. Ants. The present dimension of universal time would be inapprehensible if there were no motion, 291. But beyond the epistemic issue of apprehensibility, there would be no time without the disruption of permanence. But if the in itself is the unchanging river bed, and if time, the maya, shore of which is motion, or at least change, is a surface run-off, the for itself has a great deal of accounting to do. Permanence, Sartre tells us, will appear as the pure slipping by of in itself instance, little nothingnesses separated one from another and reunited by a relation of simple exteriority on the surface of a being which preserves an atemporal immutability, 281. And if space is frangibility, the readiness to shatter into grains of externality. Sartre is here spatializing time. This Bergsonian complaint is enlivened in some degree by the resolution of the temporal into the atemporal. And again, in Sartre's claim that time is pure nothingness in itself, 293, we and even more compelling evidence for quantity, which Sartre assimilates with spatiality, is described in precisely the same way, an ideal nothing in itself, 263. The for itself desires to be God. But in arrogating to itself the responsibility for all objective motion, it has already enthroned itself in the heavens. Whether it is change as the alteration of the quality of the this which is produced in a block by the upsurge or disintegration of a form, 1971. 286, or the change of location that we call, loco, motion that conditions our sense of the passage of time, change the qualitative, relational or spatial difference/ance between non-simultaneous moments can have no chase upon the in itself. He unchangeable this is revealed across a Ickering and an inite parceling out of phantom in itselfs, 281. Time is a frenzied tarantella danced out upon a featureless ballroom o'er an terminate plane without the least irregularity. And inasmuch as the in itself, is taken as real, time, its experiential conditions, and its phenomena, the dance, are all unreal. It is not that Buddhism would take 186 up the opposite cause, though as a description of the residential of our experience. Impermanence is an incontrovertible feature of real Edas, the domain of res samsara. Rather, the anti-substantialism of Buddhism repudiates every sense of the behind. Sartre claims that he for itself directs the explosion of its temporality against the whole length of an immense and monotonous wall of which it cannot see the end, 280. But we must rejoin that the wall, that which underlies the variegated frivolity of time, is an ontological. There is no contrast between the underlying, the behind, and that which is projected upon it. Impermanence is not therefore real in contradistinction to a real permanence which underlies it. It is simply phenomenal beyond affirmation and negation. Still, Sartre claims that emotion has the exact value of a fact, it predict. Ipats wholly in the complete contingency of being and must be accepted as a given, Sartre 1971, 286. Perhaps we should say a taken. For the in itself can do no giving. It does nothing at all. Nor does it even endure. If motion is a brute fact, something that philosophy is forced to swallow, while being unable to digest, Caputo 1993, 76, it is so in the original sense of factum, that which is made. It is a temporal configuration which we constitute a captum which is not a datum and for which we must take null ontological responsibility. But if a world without motion would be conceivable, Sartre, 286, we must either deny that the event of conceiving occurs as in discontinuity within an otherwise frozen world, appealing, perhaps, to a transcendental domain which lacks consistent correlation with the consecution of mundane events, or else we must regard this conceiving as mysteriously trans-temporal or atemporal, an event which never, in the pluperfect, occurred, is not, in the entirety of its duration, occurring now, and will never, in the future perfect, be completed. Sartre is right that we cannot imagine the possibility of a world without change, 286, but he seems to discard the solid insight thus attained by hedging except by virtue of a purely formal possibility. 286. If we could imagine an unchanging world in virtue of a purely formal possibility, and could imagine our imagining in correlation with it, then the event of imagining would be either metamundane or atemporal. A formal possibility inaccessible to intramundane, temporally intrusive events of conceiving or imagining, could only be noumenal. For Buddhism, however, anoumena do not exist. Only dharmas exist and support dharmas, Sangharakshita 1987, 120. And having no conception of such a possibility, we would have no warrant for positing it. Moreover, the atemporality or metatemporality displayed by the formal possibility is of questionable coherence. And we must also query the cogency of asserting that the pipe, the pencil, all these beings, whose permanence is wholly indifferent to the multiplicity of proles, beings that 187 are transcendent to all temporality, are nonetheless revealed in temporal. Ity, Sartre 1971, 281. If being in time entails being temporal, could it mean otherwise, then, as Dugen clearly saw, the conception of the atom pearl as a xed and impassive boulder, a monolith of atemporality, ranging itself against the white waters of temporality, is a simple contradiction. To salvage consistency, we must determine a sense of being in, while not, perhaps, being of, which permits non-contradictory residence to the atemporal within the temporal. Perhaps we should take Sartre at his word. After all, he stops short of claiming that the pipe and the pencil are in temporality. They are rather revealed in temporality. The nuance is vital, and brings to mind its locus clas psychus in the Platonic doctrine of time as the moving image of eternity. The atemporal, like the full moon serene in its quiescence, casts an image upon the roiling waters of time, and through the ebullient arabesque of dancing, multiplied reactions is revealed in time. For Sartre, however, the story is somewhat more involved. The cohesion of time is a pure phantom, the objective reaction, of the ecstatic project of the for itself toward itself, and the cohesion in motion of human reality, 293. If the atemporal is an image revealed in time, time is in turn erection revealed in, upon, the in itself. Indeed, in Sartre's ontological perspective, the lapse of time disappears, and time is revealed as the shimmer of nothingness on the surface of a strictly atemporal being. 294. Time is an illusory apparition. And while the distinction between a surface variability and a deep invariance, a superficial impermanence and a real and underlying permanence, collides with Sartre's vocal disavowal of sub/stance, it also leaves his analysis of human existence as engagement without ontological ground. The absences which constitutively haunt this are voids to be LLED, 274. They appeal to us pre-thematically as urgencies, exigencies. They are tasks, and this world is a world of tasks, 274. But if the temporal realization of absence is the presencing of the absent, which we have already come to see as conceptually odd is now itself regarded as phantasmal, if the event of realization, the engine of time, proves unreal, then human engagement is also a phantom. Moreover, the instrumental thing, 275, both rests in the quiet beatitude of indifference and yet points beyond it to tasks to be performed which make known to it what it has to be. 274. A good trick. The lethargy of the in itself would hardly predict the vigorous exercise of pointing. But we would be happy enough to see the do-nothing do something if we could only determine what we are pointing to when we designate the this. We can forgive a harmless cure of speech. It is the absence which appeals for repletion. Still, however the trope is precise, if the pointing of the this is convertible with the appeal of the absent, then the this must be constituted of its absences. 188. 189. On the other hand, if the this does, indeed, rest in the quiet beatitude of indifference, there is nothing within it either to point or to appeal, and, in its constitution, it is absent the absences the tasks which would make it instrumental. It is a thing or an instrument, but not both. A parakeet may take its reaction for a rival bird, and may, in this way, prove no less astute a phenomenologist than those of us who refrain from similar judgments. But visualist phenomenology aside, there is no reason to assume that, beyond the appearance, the moon is really in the turbulent ux. It is not the atemporal, but its deputy, which appears in the O of time. And just as the mirror does not in any literal sense become red when an apple is set before it, but only displays an appearance of red, so, though it might refract an appearance of atemporality, we have no reason to expect the atemporal to reside, quite literally, in time. If the pipe and the pencil are not in time and they cannot be without contradiction, then in seeing them revealed in time, our gaze must be diverted from the in itself. We cannot focus upon both original and reaction at once. The act which apprehends the object as given in time cannot be the same as that which apprehends that which is transcendent to all temporality. And if reaction and original are not to be confused, Sartre is unwarranted in regarding the atemporal distinguished, now, from its image or representation as temporally given. Time as a unitary, cohesive phenomenon is without ontological support. It has no raison d'être. Sartre 1971, 293. The second page of Being. And marks a vivid contrast with the Husserlian, and tacitly substantialist, analysis of transcendence. Far from a mysterious singularity. Husserl's X, which, as the principle of the series, the manifold, of its appearances, remains aloof from the series, the transcendent, in Sartre's acceptation, is the innate series of appearances itself. The appearance refers to the total series of appearances and not to a hidden reality which would drain to itself all the being of the existent, for an inaugural and decisive state. Meant of Sartre's anti-substantialism. The series can be regarded as a series of appearances or a series of appearances. With the second accent, the series itself, if it has an itself, drops away in favor of its elements. The serial or organization of the series may vanish almost completely. Much as the row of chairs, as a Gestalt phenomenon, can give way to the row of chairs so much, so that we are in the presence of a loose multiplicity of chairs freed from their previous insertion in the Gestalt. So, the cohesion of time, the organized parade of presentation moments, may also vanish. If time is considered by itself, it immediately dissolves into an absolute multiplicity of instants which considered separately lose all temporal nature and are reduced purely and simply to the total atemporality of the this. 293. While Buddhism is attuned to Sartre's anti-substantialism, and welcomes the dissolution of the itself, the series itself, time itself, it posits impermanence as an ineluctable mark, laksana, of every this, and certainly, therefore, of the instant. The instant is hopelessly temporal. And Sartre says as much in his remarks on the constitution of the instant. The instant is a beginning, which is given as the end of a prior project, such must be the instant. 600. It is both end and beginning, and cannot be understood independently of temporal ux. The instant cannot, then, be reduced to the total atemporality of the this. In Chuang-Tzu's playful dialectic, T here is the beginning, there is not as yet any beginning of the beginning, there is not as yet beginning not to be a beginning of the beginning. There is what is, and there is what is not, and it is not easy to say whether what is not, or whether what is. 1966, 15. Sunyata is the deathless, amida, and is beyond the temporality of evanescent phenomena. But emptiness is not a timeless this. It is not an atemporal result of the dissolution of temporal cohesion, but rather the openness which permits and frees the event of dissolution. The atemporal is not an analytic constituent of the temporal, and the dissolution which illuminates emptiness is not an ontological reduction, displaying, in the end, what the phenomenon really is. It is not that the temporal analysandum is nothing but a multiplicity of atemporal instants. An incoherent notion. It is not nothing but. It is nothing, no thing. Differently nuanced, the temporal phenomenon displays its authentic self at the very point at which its particularity is resolved. It displays itself in losing itself. Its not being itself is thus ontologically constitutive, not simply that it is not what it is, the Sartrean accent, but rather, that it is not itself. Moreover, if every gestalt resolves into elements, if every blur resolves into deeper level articulate structures, and if the elements, the articulate structures, turn out, in turn, to be further gestalten, more fuzz, then every level is as real as the next and as unreal. Reality is an index of our unwillingness to pursue the analysis at a deeper level. And the cohesion of time is no more phantasmal than the elements into which it dissolves. Sartre tells us that the apparent being of time, this nothingness in itself, is that of a particular gur which is raised on the undifferentiated ground of time and which we call the lapse of time. 1971, 294. Thus, time appears as a night, organized form in the heart of an indinite dispersion. The lapse of time is the result of a comparse Zion of time at the heart of an absolute decompression, and it is the project of ourselves toward our possibilities which realizes the compression. This compression of time is certainly a form of dispersion and of separation, for it expresses in the world the distance which separates me from myself. 294. 190. We end here, once again, the same deep ambiguity in the notion of the in itself that we have alluded to in other contexts. The for itself is the undoing of the in itself. Consciousness is the unraveling the strands of quality which, in the in itself, are so tightly knit as to be indiscriminable, and, indeed, ontologically fused. The question, however, remains of whether the for itself is a Persephone unraveling in the day what it weaves in the night. If Zion is an enactment of consciousness, then not only is the for itself significantly more than the event of decompression, but we must thematize the dimly illuminated shade of a being which silently inhabits the background of Sartre's thinking. If, in other words, the compressed is a gestalt for which we must assume responsibility, then the in itself is impossible without the for itself, and we must insist, over Sartre's disavowal, that the categorical relationship between the in itself and the for itself can only be that of Hegelian contrariety, not that of univectorial contradiction. If Zion is a result, if compression and decompression are reciprocal cor relates, we cannot escape this conclusion. And the being, as yet unnamed in Sartre's scheme, the being which we have chosen to call the apeiron, can be the intrinsically unaffected subject of nihilation only if we cease to regard it as compressed. Either compression is a brute deliverance to consciousness, thus, not a result, or the in itself is not compressed. If the in itself is atemporal, the lapse of time can only be the result of an act of compression performed by the for itself, and, like Persephone, temporal consciousness seems to have woven the fabric of time before the conscious light of day. For the temporal lapse presents itself to us in its sheer givenness. And we have here the anomaly of an unconscious enactment of consciousness, a Freudian assumption which Sartre has elsewhere dispatched, cf. 1971. 86-96. But the supposal that we could catch our Persephone at her knitting is otherwise odd. For knitting takes time. And time is exactly what does not exist prior to the knitting. In another context, Sartre is perspicu us that the question of the existence of my place, before freedom has circumscribed my placing, is unintelligible, for it involves before, which has no meaning. 1971, 635. Just as the cosmological Big Bang is undatable inasmuch as time unfolds only after the detonation, so also, if there were a decompression of the girl lapse of time into a shower of atemporal instants, we could expect no prior weaving. Compression cannot be a result. Sartre is not, however, entirely unaware of this. He sees that there exists no synthesis of recognition, if we mean by that a progressive operation of identification which by successive organization of the nows would for a duration on the thing perceived. 1971, 280. Though he comes admirably and also perilously close to admitting that compression is not a result, and thus, to contradicting himself, his purpose here is to range his 191 position against the Husserlian theory of identity synthesis. For Husserl, the absent, apprehended in empty intentional reference, is recognized in presence through the actualization of horizontal potentiality. This recognition, the identification of the present as the same as the formerly absent, is What Husserl calls the synthesis of recognition in the transcendence of the ego, Sartre accounts for the unity of lived temporal passage in virtue of a play of transversal intentionalities, 1972, 39, an evident nod to the Husserlian analysis of retention and protension. Until submergence in the waters of Lethe, the immediately elapsed phase of experience is retained within the present as a live qualitative presence, experienced as past, to be sure, but as a past which continues within the present. And immediately forthcoming events within the limit of that other tributary of Lethe beyond, which only speculation or calculation can probe, also modify the present in protension. Our experience of temporal passage thus relies upon our ability to recognize, within the present, formerly absent phases, apprehended through protension, as a currently present, and a currently absent phases, apprehended through retention, as formerly present. Sartre's bow to Husserl is, however, a bit stiff and ungiving. For despite its evident service, the Husserlian theory postulates, in Sartre's reading, not a temporal gestalt of phases, a formation wholly subject to compromise and modification by its constituents, but a transcendent identity, an ideality which floats serenely above the torrent of time. Still, the lapse, whether conceived as an Husserlian identity or as a Sartrean duration, subtends the presence of the present and the absence of past and future. As such, it is conned within the umbra of no particular temporal ecstasis, and is thus, in this sense, atemporal. It is no more, and no less, anomalous to suppose that the lapse itself does not elapse than to suppose that the river itself does not owe. There is a certain timelessness about time. And this conreams, in a sense, the resolution of the lapse into atemporal constituents. But of course, if we allow that the instants are just as atemporal as the lapse, we must also admit, by contraposition, that the lapse, in turn, is just as fluid as the instants. In Sherbatsky's lucid and unequivocal declamation, instantaneous being is the fundamental doctrine by which all the Buddhist system is established at one stroke. 1962, 554. And Buddhism, as we have seen, would not accept the atemporality of temporal phenomena. But then, neither, in other contexts, would Sartre. The being of the instant has the inapprehensible ambiguity of the instant, for one could not say either that it is or that it is not, in addition it no sooner appears than it is already surpassed and exterior to itself. 1971, 291. The lapse is atemporal because it subtends past, present and future. The instant might be considered atemporal for a very different reason. The very moment it is future, it is present, the very moment it is present, it is past. Rather than subtending, it seems to elude the temporal 192 ecstasies, and in this way is moted by none of them. But at a deeper level, its inapprehensible ambiguity will not allow the instant to escape temporally. And it is equally appropriate to describe it in positive terms. The instant is the conation, not to say compression, of the three ecstasies, qualied by all, rather than none, of them. In a sense, Sartre's description of the instant as beginning and end anticipates the Derridian construal of the now, for Husserl, the primal upsurge of presence, as the difference between past and future. If the same moment makes ineliminable reference to both past, and future, beginning, then our apprehension of the instant requires their discrimination, and we end at the heart of our conception of the both a necessary reference to the neither, their difference. The ambiguity of the instant is the inseparability of the both and the neither. If the status of the lapse parallels the status of the instants, the lapse, too, oscillates in its being between fluidity and metatemporality. And from a Buddhist standpoint, this would stand to reason. The river, after all, does it can be regarded as relatively stable, and can thus anchor the scheme of reference, which frames our perception of pruence. Within another frame, however, that, for example, of geologic formation, the river is no less fluid than its waters. And if there is neither a most nor a least encompassing framework, then the lapse is never more than relatively stable or fluid. Recalling, now, that permanence is not a purely established given, but a potentiality. 266, we end a clear demarcation between permanence and the duration of moments of passage, which Sartre calls the lapse. Permanence is a potentiality, the lapse is a given, a particular gur which is raised on the undifferentiated ground of time. Sartre 1971, 294. But is the lapse authentically given? The distension of the lived now is not a lapse, not a subtension of temporal ecstasies, but an enrichment of the present. In retention and protension, past and future contribute their temporally modalized presence to the present. The present embodies them. And in this respect, Sartre, in his idiosyncratic appropriation of Husserl, is aligned with the Buddhist view that there is no present time, Vardhamanika law, apart from past and future. The present has no meaning except in relation to the past and future, Coward 1990, 45. Indeed, in the undecomposable synthesis of temporalization, protension is as indispensable as retention. And their two dimensions are not added up, but the one implies the other in a strange fashion, Derrida 1976, 16. But Sartre fails to draw the deconstructive/Madhyamika conclusion that, since its very being is relinquished to protension and retention, the present has no presence of its own, and thus, that time functions as an endless deferring of presence that drives yet another paradoxical wedge into the ability to experience pure presence. Coward, 38. Instead, for Sartre, the living through, /Leibniz, of the present is the apprehension of a quasi-substantial presence, an incarnation. 193. Which claims past and future, rather than an admission of ontological indebtedness. Since the lapse is like the trajectory of my act, 1971, 294. What Sartre says regarding the trajectory of a moving object is apropos, already in the past it is no longer anything but an evanescent line, like the wake of a ship which fades away, 291. The trajectory is not a concretely discernible line. There is no line there to discern. For once past, an elapsed moment evanesces, fades away. And the limit at which it has completely vanished, at which it ceases to contribute to the present, is the bank of the river Elitha. Elitha is the margin of presence. Though swollen with past and future, the ventricose present is not a lapse. Its distension is not a subtension. The potentiality which is permanence cannot, then, be actualized in an underlying form of temporal extension, an ungarnished oxymoron, but at best in the generation of a succeeding moment. This, however, is of no service to Sartre's conception of motion. Motion, for Sartre, is incompatible with the radical alteration, 286, of an object's being. If there is an actual passing of the moment from future to present and from present to past, like a ball tossed from one person to the next, an inescapably spatializing depiction of temporal process, then actualized por manence would seem to assure an underframing continuity sprawling beneath the triune dispersions of time. But no more radical alteration of being can be conceived than the evanescence of the elapsing moment into sheer vacuity and the upsurge of a radically novel moment. If the superzion of one temporal phase by another does not represent an ontologically constitutive mutation of the object, we are confronted by the anomaly of the atemporal within the temporal, and accordingly, the lapse, as an ideality, which maintains its integrity beyond the immediacy of present intuition, is not, as such, accessible to the immediacy of intuition. It overspills the lip of presence, and as such has the ideality characteristic of transcendence. It is a timeless abstraction, and the resolution into timeless elements can no longer surprise us. If, on the other hand, temporal passage rings sonorous ontological changes in the object, then motion, as Sartre conceives it, is possible. In either case, the assumption that motion is incompatible with constitutive transmutation is exposed to serious question. The lapse is a timeless segment of time bounded by determinate events, and internally ordered by static relations of subsequence and precedence. Having once elapsed, one event will always be after the other, though, of course, it will no longer come after the other. And this tract of frozen time is an idealized segment generated by the wake of time which Bergson calls duration. Duration is thus the concrete matrix of the lapse. But the wake of a ship grows with the ship's movement. Bergson, who labored to compare the paradox of la durée, remarks that the unrolling of our duration resembles in some of its aspects the unity of an advancing movement, and in 194 others the multiplicity of expanding states, and clearly, no metaphor can express one of these two aspects without sacrificing the other. 1955, 27. The ship's steady movement out to sea enjoys an unbroken unity, but its wake seems to be augmented at each moment by the supplantation of an ever longer gur. Or rather, the wake simply is the progressive series of more and more protracted gurs. Bergson regards unity and multiplicity as incommensurable and yet indispensable aspects of duration. Sartre, on the other hand, regards the lapse as a phantom, and its dissolution as displaying what it authentically is, in itself, namely, nothing. Like the trajectory, it is his nothing which measures and signs exteriority to self. 1971, 290. The wake of time is a counterfeit which collapses immediately into the innate multiplicity of exteriority. 290. Thus, he line vanishes at the same time as motion, and this phantom of the temporal unity of space is founded continuously in non-temporal space, that is, in the pure multiplicity of dispersion which is without becoming. 291. Buddhism offers here a third voice. No harm comes from acknowledging the incommensurability of motion and the dissolute multiplicity which trails it. But neither do we need to decide, with Bergson, that both conceptions are gifted with equivalent validity, or, with Sartre, that the multiplicity enjoys a certain ontological privilege. Dynamism and stasis appear only within a given framework. Motion becomes phenomenally evident only with respect to some prominence which is taken as xed. And of course, any anchor which enables the perception of motion can abandon its iron stolidity and turn to quicksilver from an alternative vantage point, a frame work with its own anchor. The Buddha's words, Sab Dhamma Aniksa, all phenomena are impermanent, overthrow at a single stroke the postulated Validity of all frameworks. All assume permanence. And all are therefore inadequate. Grounds both motion and rest, and at the same time calls their ontological postulation into question. Sunyata is no more a spa. Tilely congrued multiplicity than a pruent temporal dynamic.